Chapter 1245. Indeed, with Fang Chen's current strength, he really didn't need to care about these clowns. Breaking through the pinnacle level wasn't something they could compare to. Void Sea City's selection ended, causing a commotion. In the huge Void Sea City, countless martialists were discussing the top 30 martialists. Some people were even analyzing how far the top 30 cultivators could go in the final battle. The biggest dark horse was Fang Chen. Although he didn't reveal much of his strength, his attainments and formations were really impressive. Many martial artists were wary of his attainments in array formations. However, there were also some people who directly looked down on Fang Chen, thinking that he was only slightly better in formations. His true battle prowess was too weak. The cultivators who could reach Clear Leisure City were all geniuses. Fighting with them wouldn't give Fang Chen time to set up formations. Once he couldn't set up formations, he would be completely at a disadvantage. Among the top 30, everyone thought the most highly of Yuan Tianhe and Wei Chongkong. Both of them were very strong. They were strong contenders for the top 10. Of course, Sha Xian couldn't be excluded. He was also very strong. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the Void Sea City Lord personally led 30 people to Clear Leisure Island. Through the transportation formation, Fang Chen once again arrived at Clear Leisure City. Clear Leisure City was the core city of Clear Leisure Island. It was very prosperous, and the headquarters of Clear Leisure Island's number 1 clan, the Bai clan, was also on Clear Leisure Island. Moreover, the current clan leader of the Bai clan was also the island lord of Clear Leisure Island. This time, Bai Qingqing's son-in-law selection attracted all the younger generation of Clear Leisure Island. However, after 3 days of selection, there were a total of 30 cultivators in each of the 36 cities. There were close to 1,000 cultivators in total. These young cultivators were all the best of the younger generation of Clear Leisure Island. Needless to say, the following battles would definitely be very cruel and fierce. The Bai clan sent many heavenly body tier elders to welcome the younger generation of the other 35 cities. Ha ha ha, Void Sea City Lord, how have you been? The people of Void Sea City had just walked out of the transportation formation when they heard hearty laughter. Fang Chen raised his head, and shockingly discovered that this person was a heavenly body tier elder of the Bai clan. Thank you, Elder Bai. The Void Sea City Lord was very respectful to the Bai clan. This way. After a while, Elder Bai brought Fang Chen and the others to a mansion. This mansion was specially used to receive guests from Void Sea City. Every city had one of the same mansions. City Lord Su Hai, please help them settle down. Then, follow me to the clan to discuss this matter, Elder Bai said. The Void Sea City Master reminded everyone to wait for news in his mansion before leaving. Everyone found their own residences and rested. Just as Fang Chen returned to his residence to rest, there was a sudden whooshing sound as a shadow quietly entered his courtyard. Fang Chen was very vigilant. He instantly opened his eyes and looked around. After that, he shook his head helplessly. It turned out that the person who came was Bai Qingqing. Bai Qingqing, dressed in green, was very beautiful. She had been waiting for Fang Chen ever since she found out that he had come to Clear Isle. She had just received news that the cultivators of Void Sea City had arrived, so she couldn't wait to see Fang Chen. Why are you here? Fang Chen asked. I wanted to see you, Bai Qingqing said with a bright smile. After Fang Chen came to Clear Sky Island, the smile on her face also became more pronounced. You're looking for a son-in-law now. If others see you here, they'll gossip, Fang Chen said softly. Bai Qingqing shook her head and said, I don't care about that. Oh right, are you confident? Fang Chen knew that Bai Qingqing was asking him if he was confident of getting first place. Confident. Fang Chen didn't answer directly. Bai Qingqing saw this and thought that Fang Chen didn't have much confidence. Then, there was a hint of anxiety on her face, and she said, Actually, with your strength, aside from Zhou Hong, no one is a match for you. This Zhou Hong is a well-known figure in the younger generation of the Zhou clan. and also the leader of the 8 great prodigies. His strength is stronger than mine, and he reached the 2nd level of the heavenly body tier many years ago. There are rumors that Zhou Hong has reached the 3rd level of the heavenly body tier long ago, but the Zhou clan has been hiding his strength. So, if you meet Zhou Hong, Bai Qingqing was indeed a little worried. Zhou Hong was too dazzling, reaching such a cultivation level at such a young age. The leader of the 8 great prodigies of Clear Isle, even she, a prodigy who was known as a prodigy, didn't have the confidence to win against Zhou Hong. It was too difficult for Fang Chen to snatch first place from Zhou Hong's hands. Seeing Fang Chen fall silent, Bai Qingqing said softly, "If you really meet Zhou Hong in the competition, don't force yourself. Once you can't hold on, immediately admit defeat." Saying this, Bai Qingqing's eyes reddened, and she said in a small voice, "I don't want to see you hurt." Fang Chen sighed and raised his head to look at Bai Qingqing. Being looked directly at by Fang Chen like this, the latter's face instantly flushed red, and she lowered her head, feeling a little shy. "Qingqing, you go back first. I know what I'm doing," Fang Chen said. Hearing this, Bai Qingqing didn't say anything else. Before she left, she was reluctant to part, and kept turning her head to look at Fang Chen. Bai Qingqing left the mansion in Void Sea City, and returned to the Bai clan. At this time, in a certain 99-story pavilion in Clear Isle City. On the 99th floor, a black-robed cultivator stood quietly by the window, looking down. Beside him, there was a cultivator exuding an evil aura. In his hands, he was playing with 2 beads. Creak the beads in his hands kept making this kind of sound. And the black-robed cultivator standing by the window was also motionless. His pitch-black eyes were looking down, as if he was looking at something. "Young Master Zhou," the cultivator playing with the beads called softly. Instantly, the black-robed cultivator came back to his senses. "She went to the mansion in Void Sea City?" the black-robed cultivator asked. According to the servant's report, Bai Qingqing did go to the mansion in Void Sea City, but we don't know who she went to find for the time being, the cultivator playing with the beads said. The black-robed cultivator nodded and then waved his hand, indicating that he should leave first. After the cultivator playing with the beads left, the black-robed cultivator revealed a trace of an evil smile and muttered to himself, "Is she a genius of Void Sea City?" At this moment, Zhou Hong's killing intent had already been aroused. No matter who Bai Qingqing went to find, he had already made up his mind. In the competition, if he encountered a cultivator from Void Sea City, he would definitely kill them. When geniuses gathered together, it was inevitable to compare them. In the mansion in Void Sea City, what was originally incomparably quiet suddenly became incomparably noisy at a certain moment. In the square, Wei Zhongkong and Yuan Tianhe were fighting each other, their faces incomparably gloomy. "Wei Zhongkong, are you sure you want to make a move now?" Yuan Tianhe asked coldly. "Yuan Tianhe, you are one of the 8 great prodigies of Clear Escape Island. If I defeat you, I can become one of the 8 great prodigies." Wei Zhongkong's hair fluttered, his face full of a confident smile. "I want to participate in the final competition as one of the 8 great prodigies." Wei Zhongkong's attitude was very clear, he had to fight. Moreover, he was very confident in his own strength. Around the square, numerous cultivators were discussing in low voices. Although Wei Zhongkong was a rising star, Yuan Tianhe was also a veteran elite, after all. His strength could shake heaven and earth, and he was just a step away from reaching the heavenly body tier. Moreover, being able to become one of the 8 great prodigies was not an exaggeration. The title of the 8 great prodigies was obtained through countless bloody battles. Hearing Wei Zhongkong's words, Yuan Tianhe sneered and then said, "Looks like I haven't fought for a long time, and everyone has already forgotten me." Thinking back, when Yuan Tianhe had just obtained the title of one of the 8 great prodigies, his decisiveness and lightning-fast attacks made everyone's hearts palpitate. At that time, as long as Yuan Tianhe was mentioned in Void Sea City, the expressions of the younger generation cultivators would change. The name Yuan Tianhe became the nightmare of the younger generation. However, things had changed with the passage of time, and now there was actually someone who wanted to challenge him. How laughable! Although Yuan Tianhe had a smile on his face, he was extremely furious in his heart. He clenched his fists, and the power of astral essence around him surged, ready to attack at any time. Voila! Wei Zhongkong's robes fluttered, and an iron spear appeared in his hand. Come, Yuan Tianhe, let me see what level your strength has reached. Wei Zhongkong roared in a low voice. Suddenly, the power of astral essence in his qi surged wildly into the iron spear, launching a fierce and domineering attack. What exquisite spear techniques! Just as Wei Zhongkong attacked, everyone exclaimed. Wei Zhongkong's spear techniques were too exquisite. Xiao! Dazzling spear rays filled the sky, carrying destructive power, and ruthlessly pierced toward Yuan Tianhe. You're courting death. Seeing this, Yuan Tianhe growled, clenched his fists, and suddenly blasted out. Instantly, countless fist shadows appeared in the sky. Fang Chen was in the courtyard. His powerful soul spread out, and he instantly saw the battle between Yuan Tianhe and Wei Zhongkong. This Wei Zhongkong is quite interesting. Fang Chen found that Wei Zhongkong's spear techniques were very exquisite, and he should have been taught by an almighty. On the other hand, Yuan Tianhe's fist techniques were not very good. The reason why it was so powerful was entirely because of Yuan Tianhe's explosive power. Looks like there's no suspense in this battle. After taking a look, Fang Chen withdrew his soul power and smiled. Sure enough, after 15 minutes, an earth-shattering sound rang out in the square. The onlookers were shocked, and there was an uproar. Wei Zhongkong's spear pierced through Yuan Tianhe's fist. Drip. Drops of blood continuously dripped from Yuan Tianhe's fist to the ground. All the martial artists held their breath. Was Yuan Tianhe defeated? Was Wei Zhongkong going to replace him and enter the ranks of the 8 geniuses? Voila! Wei Zhongkong exerted a little force and withdrew his iron spear. The blood on Yuan Tianhe's fist instantly gushed out. Yuan Tianhe, you're only SOSO. After Wei Zhongkong finished speaking, he stopped attacking and turned to leave. Wei Zhongkong, I haven't lost yet. Chapter 1246. Wei Zhongkong defeated Yuan Tianhe and became one of the 8 prodigies. This news spread from the residents in Void Sea City and instantly caused a huge uproar on Clear Isle. Many cultivators were trying to find out more about Wei Zhongkong. This was because they had never heard of this name before. Now, he had suddenly appeared and defeated Yuan Tianhe. One had to know that as one of the 8 prodigies, Yuan Tianhe was a seeded contestant this time. The outside world unanimously believed that Yuan Tianhe was very likely to enter the top 5 in this battle. But now, Yuan Tianhe was defeated by an unknown martial artist. The entire Clear Isle was in an uproar. The prodigies in the other 35 cities were discussing this. Only the other 7 prodigies did not care at all. This was because, in their opinion, Yuan Tianhe was just barely able to become one of the 8 prodigies. There was still a huge gap between them and him. Even if this guy called Wei Zhongkong could defeat Yuan Tianhe, it did not mean anything. The next day, the Bai clan leader personally announced the selection rules. Because this was the Bai clan's son-in-law selection, the Bai clan was the core. The other 35 city lords were only there to provide their opinions. The rules of the competition were an elimination system. There were a total of 1,080 prodigies in the 36 cities. Apart from the 8 prodigies, there were 1,072 prodigies. The first round of the competition would eliminate 300 people. As for the first round of the competition, it would not be a battle between cultivators. Instead, it would be held in a mountain range outside Clear Isle City. This mountain range was known as the training ground for prodigies. There were Heaven Dipper tier and even Heavenly Body tier demonic beasts here. These demonic beasts were just right for the prodigies to train. It was not bad to train while eliminating the prodigies. Once the news was announced, it caused a huge uproar. The 8 prodigies could directly advance to the finals, while the other prodigies would have to do their best to advance. Then, the Bai clan announced the names of the 8 prodigies. The other 7 did not change. Only Yuan Tianhe was replaced by Wei Zhongkong. After hearing this news, Yuan Tianhe was filled with rage. He wanted nothing more than to tear Wei Zhongkong into pieces. Fang Chen was also a little surprised. If I knew that the 8 prodigies could skip these tedious elimination rounds, I would have challenged a prodigy. Fang Chen curled his lips. Boss, you should be able to do it now. Do you want to challenge it? Little Mouse asked. Fang Chen nodded. He left the mansion in Void Ocean City and arrived in front of the Bai family. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter the Bai family's residence. Before he could even get close to the entrance of the Bai family's mansion, he was reprimanded by the guards. I don't have any other intentions for coming here. I just want to challenge the 8 elites, said Fang Chen. I request the upper echelons of the Bai family to bear witness. You want to challenge the 8 geniuses with just this level of strength? What a joke. Hurry up and leave, the guard said impatiently. Fang Chen frowned and his figure flashed. The true will of spacetime was activated, and like a gust of wind, it entered the Bai family's residence. Brat, you're courting death. Seeing that Fang Chen had barged into the Bai clan's residence, the guard roared furiously. At the same time, the guard picked up the communication jade pendant and informed the other guards that a martial artist had broken into the Bai family mansion. Instantly, the countless guards in the Bai family mansion all went into a state of alert. A martial artist has broken into the Bai family mansion? Has his brain gone haywire? How audacious! Take him down. Instantly, some angry voices came from within the Bai family mansion. Relying on some weak guards, they couldn't stop Fang Chen at all. He activated the true will of spacetime all the way, and soon arrived at the square of the Bai family mansion. Fang Chen knew that the 8 elites had all been invited to the Bai family mansion. That was why he had come to challenge them. Who are you, thief? How dare you barge into the Bai family mansion? Suddenly, the sound of thunder came from the sky. Immediately afterward, a heavenly body tier elder appeared. He stretched out a large hand and suppressed Fang Chen. Fang Chen cleverly used the true will of spacetime and dodged. Then, he hurriedly said, Senior, I have no ill intentions. I've only come here to challenge the 8 elite. Hearing Fang Chen's words, although this heavenly body tier elder was angry, he didn't make a move. You want to challenge the 8 elites? The elder asked. Can't the 8 elites directly advance to the finals? I want to challenge them, Fang Chen said. The elder shook his head and said, You've come too late. The 8 elites have already been determined, and won't be easily changed. Now, even if you succeed in your challenge, you can't directly advance to the finals. Hearing the elder's words, Fang Chen was a little helpless. Then, he apologized to the elder. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave first. Saying that, he prepared to leave. Brat, what do you think the Bai family mansion is? Coming and going as you please? This elder wanted to teach Fang Chen a lesson. Unexpectedly, the latter used the true will of spacetime, and his figure instantly disappeared into the void. No matter how he searched, he couldn't find him. Damn it! After a moment, this elder let out a furious roar. At this time, Fang Chen had already left the Bai family mansion secretly and returned to the mansion in Void Sea City. In the back garden of the Bai family mansion, there was a pavilion. The 8 elites were all in the pavilion. Wei Zhongkong's long hair fluttered in the wind as he sat quietly in a corner. There was only one person sitting on a stone bench in the middle of the pavilion. He was Zhou Hong. The other elites were all standing in the pavilion. Young Master Zhou, although this is a selection among all the elites of the Qingyi Island, there's no doubt that you'll get first place. One of the elites laughed. Another prodigy was also sucking up to Zhou Hong. The competition isn't over yet. Everything is unpredictable. Zhou Hong enjoyed the flattery and pretended to be humble. However, his tone was full of dominance. The other elites shook their heads when they heard that. In this competition, they were only there to serve as a foil. At this moment, the elite who was playing with the beads suddenly had a slight change in expression. Then, he chuckled and walked towards Zhou Hong. "Young Master Zhou, do you know what happened in the mansion just now?" Zhou Hong didn't speak. He didn't even raise his head to look at him. This person was a little embarrassed. "Then," he said, "someone broke into the mansion and said that he wants to challenge the 8 elites. What a joke. What do you mean by challenging the 8 elites? Are these people crazy? Do they think that the 8 elites are pushovers? If they have the guts, get him to challenge me." A fat martial artist said unhappily. "Challenge the 8 elites?" Zhou Hong muttered to himself. Then, he glanced at Wei Zhongkong from the corner of his eye. His lips curled into a cruel smile. On the third day, the first round of the competition officially began. 1,072 geniuses entered the mountain range outside the Qingyi Island under the lead of the Bai family patriarch. The mountain range was huge and was protected by a powerful array. The martial artists who entered would be randomly sent to every corner of the mountain range. There was no need to worry that they would group up. There were many demonic beasts in the mountain range. However, there was a very special demonic beast among them. It was called the Crimson Cloud Azure Leopard. The ranking of the martial artists was based on the number of Crimson Cloud Azure Leopard demonic cores they obtained. Crash! After Fang Chen entered the mountain range, he looked around and realized that he was in a valley. "Boss, leave the Crimson Cloud Azure Leopard demonic cores to me. You can focus on your cultivation," Little Mouse said eagerly. Fang Chen nodded. It just so happened that he had a new understanding of arrays these few days. He needed to comprehend them. After receiving Fang Chen's approval, Little Mouse swaggered out of the valley. Following him were the Demon Armor Insect and the Dark Knight Empress. These 3 freaks could escape unscathed if they encountered a mid-level heavenly body tier demonic beast. Moreover, there were basically no mid-level heavenly body tier demonic beasts here. The strongest ones were only low-level heavenly body tier. Seeing Little Mouse leave, Fang Chen waved his hand and set up an array around him. Then, he sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend the array. At the same time, more than 1,000 martial artists were desperately searching for the Crimson Cloud Azure Leopard. If they knew that Fang Chen was leisurely comprehending the mysteries of arrays here, they would definitely vomit blood. In the first place, Fang Chen was very talented in the Tao of formations. Previously, he had also obtained a powerful array inheritance. In the past few days, he had an epiphany. Now, Fang Chen wanted to properly digest the contents of his epiphany. With the array protecting him, he didn't need to worry about being disturbed. Fang Chen quietly comprehended. In his mind, the information about the array formation was constantly circulating. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The aura of arrays around Fang Chen continued to increase. Boom! At a certain moment, Fang Chen opened his eyes. Instantly, a ray of golden light shot out from his eyes. It collided with the array formation around him. Gotcha! The array immediately shattered. Fang Chen exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. His face was full of smiles. "I gained a lot." Fang Chen was very happy. In 3 days, his array level had increased to the level of a 3-star array master. A 3-star divine array master was much stronger than a 2-star divine array master. However, Fang Chen's goal wasn't just this. The huge array around the mountain range is very exquisite. Comprehending arrays in the mountain range is twice the result with half the effort. Fang Chen muttered to himself. After stepping into the level of a 3-star array master, Fang Chen was even more confident. He was prepared to strive to reach the level of a 4-star array master before the first round. Of course, it wasn't that easy to improve. He might be able to improve in a trance, or he might be stuck at a bottleneck for a few years. However, he still had to try. Immediately, Fang Chen set up a level 3 array and sat cross-legged in it. In 3 days, the little mouse had gained a lot. Because it was also a beast, its perception was very sharp. It could easily find the whereabouts of the Crimson Cloud Azure Leopard. With the 3 of them working together, the Crimson Cloud Azure Leopard was almost unable to resist and was killed. Master, the number of demonic cores has reached 300, the Dark Night Queen said. Chapter 1247. The time limit for the first round was 1 month. Within a month, the 300 people who obtained the most demonic cores would advance, while the others would be eliminated. Of course, there was a certain amount of danger during this period. Because of the protection of the formation, people outside couldn't see what was happening inside. Sometimes, the danger didn't come from demonic beasts, but from cultivators killing each other. In 3 days, the number of cultivators was disastrous. Some powerful cultivators didn't hunt demonic beasts. Instead, they searched for weaker cultivators to steal their demonic cores. Of course, there were also some cultivators who traveled in groups to prevent themselves from being robbed. However, of the 36 cities' geniuses, the most miserable ones were Void Sea City's cultivators. In a certain forest, several cultivators from Void Sea City were panting. Before this, they had been running like crazy. "Brother Wu, why are there so many cultivators attacking us when they see us?" asked a thin cultivator. Another cultivator was also very puzzled. Their demonic cores had long since been stolen. But there were still people who wanted to kill them, and there were many powerful cultivators among them. "I don't know." Brother Wu's eyes flickered. As soon as he said that, he heard a sinister laugh. Then, a figure descended from the sky. "Chu Jingguang, we've already handed over our demonic cores. Why are you still so ruthless?" asked Brother Wu. Chu Jingguang sneered. "Who told you to offend someone you couldn't afford to offend?" As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Jingguang did not waste any more words. He directly attacked and killed Brother Wu and the others. After killing them, Chu Jingguang laughed. "Killing you all to win young Master Zhou's smile is worth it." Because Bai Qingqing had gone to Void Sea City's residence before the competition, Zhou Hong was very angry with Void Sea City's cultivators. He wasn't sure who Bai Qingqing had gone there for, but since that was the case, he would rather kill 1,000 than let one go. Before the competition, he had secretly ordered some of his subordinates to kill any Void Sea City's cultivators they encountered. In just 3 days, more than half of Void Sea City's cultivators had died. The remaining ones hadn't been discovered for the time being. Su Fei was very angry. After searching for 3 days, he still hadn't found Fang Chen. "Damned fellow, where are you hiding?" Su Fei quickly looked for Fang Chen and cursed. However, when he crossed a mountain peak, he happened to see Fang Chen sitting cross-legged in the valley. Good fellow, he actually hid in such a secluded place. Su Fei's face was filled with a sinister smile. He quickly arrived at the valley. Looking at Fang Chen sitting quietly, Su Fei sneered. "Humph, what a coward, hiding in such a secluded place as soon as he entered. However, it's your bad luck to have met me." After the screening in Void Sea City, Su Fei had threatened Fang Chen. Su Fei was infuriated by the fact that the latter had ignored him. He was determined to get rid of Fang Chen in the competition. And now the opportunity had come. Su Fei grinned and approached Fang Chen. Bang! Before he could come into contact with Fang Chen, he felt a powerful force invading his body in an instant. Then, his body was sent flying. Su Fei heavily fell to the ground, feeling pain all over his body. He struggled to get up, only then did he notice the formation around Fang Chen. "You want to stop your master Fei with a broken formation?" Su Fei fiercely said. He walked in front of the formation and used his strongest attack to break it. Dong dong dong. While Su Fei was crazily attacking the formation, Fang Chen finally came to his senses. His face was cold and he was very unhappy. He had just comprehended the Tao of formations and had reached the most critical moment, but he was disturbed by this damned fellow. Buzz Fong Chen stood up, and the array formation around him instantly dissipated. Kid, you finally stopped being a coward. Seeing Fong Chen, Su Fei stopped attacking and sneered. Do you want to die? Fong Chen calmly asked. I'm afraid you'll be the one to die. Su Fei still didn't know he was courting death. Seeing his annoying appearance, Fong Chen said, Hand over your demon core. Su Fei was about to retort when he suddenly felt his soul tremble. Following this, his body began to tremble as he involuntarily knelt on the ground. What's going on? Su Fei felt fear and he shouted, What kind of demonic technique are you using? Su Fei thought that Fong Chen was just putting on an act. I want you to hand over the demon core, Fong Chen said again in a deep voice. This kind of trash wasn't worth his time. Killing him would only dirty his hands. Buzz his soul directly suppressed Su Fei. Su Fei fell into a state of panic. I'll hand it over. Su Fei took out his demon core and looked at Fong Chen in disbelief. Fong Chen took Su Fei's demon core and removed his soul suppression. Su Fei immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he took advantage of the fact that Fong Chen wasn't paying attention to attack. Get lost. Fong Chen spat out a word and Su Fei was sent flying with blood flowing out of his 7 orifices and hit a cliff far away. Ah! Su Fei let out a miserable cry. His heart was filled with fear. He almost crawled out of the valley. Su Fei swore that this was the most terrifying martial artist he had ever seen in his life. He secretly regretted it in his heart. What was laughable was that he actually wanted to kill such a powerful ancient martial art practitioner. Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, this was Su Fei's evaluation of Fong Chen. However, before Su Fei could go far, he was killed by Chu Jingguang, who appeared out of nowhere. Pucci Su Fei's eyes widened and he unwillingly fell to the ground. Chu Jingguang checked Su Fei's spatial ring and found that it was empty. It seems that it has been snatched away, Chu Jingguang said. He recalled that when he first saw Su Fei, the latter was in a daze. Obviously, he was greatly stimulated. Is there someone in the valley? Chu Jingguang was curious. Being highly skilled and bold, he resolutely entered the valley. Void Sea City's martial artist. Chu Jingguang saw Fong Chen and grinned. He hadn't expected to encounter a Void Sea City's martial artist after killing Su Fei. Fong Chen narrowed his eyes when he saw Chu Jingguang. He had clearly seen the scene just now. Why did you directly kill him in a battle for the demon core? Fong Chen asked. In his opinion, Chu Jingguang wasn't here for the demon core, but to kill the other martial artists. Brat, who asked you to meddle in other people's business? Chu Jingguang sneered. But you're all Void Sea City's martial artists, so you're all my targets. Fong Chen frowned. You're hunting Void Sea City's martial artists? You idiots from Void Sea City offended young Master Zhou, so you deserve to die. Chu Jingguang believed that Fong Chen would die without a doubt, so he didn't mind letting him know the truth. Young Master Zhou, could it be Zhou Hong? Fong Chen didn't understand how Void Sea City's martial artists had offended Zhou Hong. You're using Zhou Hong's name to kill your competitors? Fong Chen asked with a smile. Chu Jingguang's face darkened. Brat, you can die now. Chu Jingguang attacked. He was ranked 15th among the 30 martial artists of Clear Flow City. Gotcha. However, just as Chu Jingguang attacked, he heard the sound of bones breaking. Chu Jingguang let out a miserable cry. You. Chu Jingguang's eyes widened as he looked at Fong Chen in disbelief. He didn't even see how Fong Chen attacked before he was suppressed. One of his arms was crippled, and the aura emitted from his opponent's body was too shocking. Could it be that he's a heavenly body tier martial artist in disguise? Chu Jingguang thought to himself. Who are you? I'm helping young Master Zhou. If you dare to kill me, young Master Zhou won't let you go. Chu Jingguang threatened Fong Chen. Gotcha. Unfortunately, what Fong Chen hated the most was being threatened by others. He directly shattered Chu Jingguang's other arm. Chu Jingguang's face twitched and his whole body was in pain. Why did Zhou Hong target Void Sea City's martial artists? Fang Chen asked. Chu Jingguang didn't say anything. Fang Chen's aura surged, causing Chu Jingguang to feel suffocated. You only have one chance. I'll speak. That day, young Master Zhou saw Bai Qingqing enter Void Sea City's residence. He didn't know who she was looking for, so he ordered us to kill all of Void Sea City's martial artists, Chu Jingguang said hurriedly. I'll tell you everything. Spare me. Hearing this, Fang Chen immediately understood. Zhou Hong is really ruthless, Fang Chen said with a smile. Chapter 1248. Time passed by slowly, and the number of cultivators in the mountain range was also rapidly decreasing. Although it was said to be tempering, it was simply a nightmare for weak martial artists. Of course, their strength was too weak. Even if they died, it would not attract the attention of elite. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 days passed. During this time, no one came to disturb Fang Chen. The latter's comprehension of formations also became deeper and deeper. In the end, he completely comprehended the formation inheritance, and the aura of formations filled his mind. Fang Chen's body seemed to have merged into a level 3 formation. If there was someone here, they would definitely be shocked because the current Fang Chen had already merged into one with heaven and earth. On his forehead there was a brilliant light, as if he could break through at any time. The Tao of formations was similar to the Tao of seals in many ways. However, seals were only a minor path, while formations were a major path. Formations were too vast, and some people could not reach the peak of formations even if they spent their whole life. Some people had dedicated their entire lives to the Tao of array formations. The more he comprehended the formation inheritance, the deeper Fang Chen's understanding of formations. Moreover, Fang Chen broke through the pinnacle, and his soul was transforming into a primordial spirit. As time passed, his purple soul had already reached the limit, and was only a step away from completely transforming into a primordial spirit. Fang Chen's strength was also increasing. With a stronger soul, it was easier to set up formations. Under the accumulation, one day, Fang Chen finally completed a breakthrough. Boom! The moment he opened his eyes, the surrounding formation immediately shattered. A brilliant light shot out from his eyes, shooting straight into the clouds. With a thought, he waved his hand, and a brand new formation immediately appeared in the valley. On the surface of this formation, flowing light circulated, and its power was very strong. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen's face revealed a smile. A level 4 formation? Fang Chen said faintly. After such a long time of hard work, he finally broke through to the level of 4-star formation master. And now, he could also set up level 4 formations with ease. Level 4 formations were extremely difficult for low-level heavenly body tier cultivators to decipher. Only a cultivator at the middle or high level of the heavenly body tier would be able to easily break through it. Fang Chen realized that ever since he had broken through the Lamita realm, it had become much easier for him to improve in all aspects. This should be the benefit of breaking through the limit. After all, there were less than a handful of people on the old Hua Islands who had reached the extreme state. He was really looking forward to meeting those powerhouses who had broken through the extreme realm. The difference between a Tier 4 array formation and a Tier 3 array formation was the core of the array formation. A Tier 4 array formation could completely conceal the core of the array formation within the array formation and merge with the array formation. This greatly increased the difficulty of breaking the formation. If he couldn't find the core of the array, it would be impossible to break the array. Whoosh! Fang Chen waved his hand and put away the array. His pitch-black eyes looked up at the blue sky as he muttered to himself, "After comprehending the Tao for so long, it's time to go out for a walk." Fang Chen contacted Little Mouse. After getting the exact location of Little Mouse, Fang Chen hurried over. Half a day later, Fong Chen found Little Mouse. "Boss, you've broken through," Little Mouse said with a smile. Fong Chen nodded and asked, "How is it?" For Fong Chen, he only needed to enter the top 300. He didn't need too many demonic cores. However, Little Mouse had already decided to make Fong Chen the most dazzling genius in this round. "Boss, we've obtained a total of 3,000 demonic cores in more than 20 days. Little Mouse handed the demonic cores to Fong Chen. Hearing this, Fong Chen nodded lightly. According to his estimation, 3,000 demonic cores were enough to enter the top 300. They could even rank higher. "Boss, let's go." Little Mouse had already discovered some crimson cloud azure gold leopards and was preparing to hunt them. After a while, Fong Chen followed Little Mouse to where the crimson cloud azure gold leopards were. However, there was a huge battle going on here. At first glance, Fong Chen was stunned. The person fighting the crimson cloud azure gold leopards was one of the 8 great prodigies, Yuan Tianhe. "Yuan Tianhe," Fong Chen muttered. Bang! Yuan Tianhe exploded with an extremely powerful force and instantly killed the crimson cloud azure gold leopard. After putting away the demonic cores, he turned his head and looked at a hidden place. "Since you're here, why don't you dare to come out?" Yuan Tianhe had already discovered that someone was approaching. Hearing this, Fong Chen walked out of his hiding place. When he saw that it was Fong Chen, Yuan Tianhe's expression changed slightly. "It's you." Yuan Tianhe was a little surprised. However, a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind and he said, "Kid, how about working together with me?" "Work with you?" Fong Chen asked. "Let's work together. I'll lure a large number of crimson cloud azure gold leopards over. You use a formation to control them, and I'll kill them. Then how are we going to split the demonic cores?" Fong Chen asked. "The demonic cores are naturally all mine." Yuan Tianhe sneered. "This idiot actually wants to split the demonic cores with me. He's really courting death. I won't do this kind of loss-making business." After saying that, Fong Chen turned and left. "Stop!" Yuan Tianhe roared. His entire body emitted a terrifying killing intent. He coldly said, "Did I say you could leave?" Fong Chen frowned. This Yuan Tianhe was too much. Yuan Tianhe walked in front of Fong Chen and extended his hand. He sinisterly said, "Hand over the demonic cores on your body and obediently help me hunt for demonic cores. Then I can let you live." Yuan Tianhe bared his fangs and threatened Fong Chen. "What if I say no?" Fong Chen asked back. Then Yuan Tianhe didn't even finish his words before he attacked. Dong! Unfortunately, his attack was blocked in the air. Yuan Tianhe's expression changed. He found himself trapped in a formation. "Brat, do you think such a trash formation can trap me?" roared Yuan Tianhe savagely. "Wait until you come out of the formation," said Fong Chen. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to Yuan Tianhe and left. He left behind a furious Yuan Tianhe who was constantly attacking the formation. He had underestimated Fong Chen's strength. This formation was a 4th-tier formation. Let alone him, even the other 8 heavenly geniuses wouldn't be able to escape. Yuan Tianhe cursed, wanting to flip out. A moment later, Fong Chen returned. "Right, I almost forgot to collect my spoils." After saying that, Fong Chen smiled brilliantly. "Hand over all your demonic cores." "You want my demonic cores? Dream on," roared Yuan Tianhe. "If that's the case, then you'll be trapped here forever." Fong Chen spread out his hands and prepared to leave. Yuan Tianhe was a bit anxious. "Brat, if you remove the formation, I can give you my demonic cores." After attacking for a while, Yuan Tianhe also discovered the strangeness of this formation. This was a competition. He couldn't waste any time. If he was trapped in the formation, wouldn't he risk being eliminated? Not only did he want to advance, but he also wanted to enter the finals to prove that he was still one of the 8 heavenly geniuses. Wei Chongkong wasn't. "Do you think I'm stupid? Hand over your demonic cores and I'll remove the formation." Otherwise, there's no room for discussion. Fang Chun impatiently said, "My patience is limited. If you don't agree, I'll immediately turn around and leave." Yuan Tianhe's expression kept changing when he heard Fang Chen's words. In the end, he took out his demonic cores. In the past few days, Yuan Tianhe had obtained 1,000 demonic cores. He threw them all out. "You've obtained the demonic cores. It's time to remove the formation," Yuan Tianhe said in a deep voice. Fang Chen put away the demonic cores and grinned. "What an idiot!" After saying that, he ignored Yuan Tianhe and turned around to leave. Seeing Fang Chen's disappearing figure, Yuan Tianhe roared in anger. "Fang Chen, just you wait. I'm going to tear you to shreds." After a long distance, the little mouse burst into laughter. "Boss, what you did was too unethical. I'm already merciful enough for not attacking him," Fang Chen said. "The path of martial arts was cruel and bloody. If he killed Yuan Tianhe, the outside world wouldn't say anything. It was the same everywhere. The fist was the absolute truth." After collecting Yuan Tianhe's demonic cores, the total number of demonic cores reached 4,000. However, the little mouse was still not satisfied. As he searched, he discovered a wondrous place. "Boss, when I call you later, set up a formation," the little mouse said. This was a plain with a valley not far ahead. Fang Chen nodded. The little mouse, the demon armor insect, and the Dark Knight Queen excitedly rushed into the valley. Suddenly, a deafening roar came from the valley. After a while, Little Mouse and the other two quickly ran out. Behind them was a dense pack of red cloud azure leopard. They roared at the sky and chased after them. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen was stunned. "Boss, set up a formation," the little mouse roared. Fang Chen was stunned for a moment before he quickly set up a fourth stage formation. Bang! Bang! The pursuing red cloud azure leopards were caught off guard and crashed into the formation. They were then controlled by the formation. Roar! Angry roars rose and fell one after another. The little mouse looked at the large number of red cloud azure leopards trapped in the formation with a smile on its face. "Boss, how is it?" The little mouse smiled. In the valley ahead, there was a large number of red cloud azure leopards. The little mouse had only lured out 1/3 of them, but there were still more than 1,000 of them. Fortunately, there was a fourth stage formation. Otherwise, it would be difficult to kill so many red cloud azure leopards. "Let's do it." The little mouse glanced at the demon armor insect and the Dark Knight Queen. However, just as they were about to make a move, suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the sky. Then, a few figures appeared. Chapter 1249. There were a total of 5 people, and each of them had a strong aura. Furthermore, it was easy to recognize them from their clothes. These 5 people came from 5 different cities. "Brother, I think you should know the 5 of us." The sharp-tongued cultivator approached Fang Chen and said with a smile. He wanted to use their identities to suppress Fang Chen. Seeing the large number of scarlet cloud azure golden leopards trapped in the array, their eyes lit up. If they could get their hands on these demonic cores, their rankings would be higher. "Sorry, I can handle it myself," Fang Chen said. Hearing this, the 5 of them were unhappy. "Kid, don't be so shameless. Do you know who we are? The 5 of us are the strongest in our respective cities. You're just a piece of trash from Void Sea City. How dare you talk to us like that? Do you believe that we can kill you in minutes? Kid, there's nothing for you to do here. Hurry up and beat them up. From now on, we'll take over this place. These scarlet cloud azure golden leopards belong to us." The 5 of them showed their fangs and threatened. Hearing this, the little mouse was a little angry and was about to explode. However, it was stopped by Fang Chen. "Okay, then I'll leave now." After saying that, Fang Chen took the little mouse and the other 2 and slowly left the wasteland. After a while, Fang Chen appeared on a mountain in the wasteland. "Boss, are we just going to give it to them?" The little mouse was confused. Fang Chen revealed a sinister smile and said, "Since they want it, then I'll give it to them. Let's see if they can take it." On the wasteland, the 5 of them laughed when they saw Fang Chen scared away by their power. Then, the 5 of them discussed and decided to attack the Scarlet Cloud Azure Golden Leopards from outside the array. After killing all the Scarlet Cloud Azure Golden Leopards, they would work together to break the array. Okay, let's do it. The leader nodded and the 5 of them started attacking the Scarlet Cloud Azure Golden Leopards from outside the array. Roar! The Scarlet Cloud Azure Golden Leopards roared furiously. The first wave of attacks from the 5 of them killed 2 Red Cloud Azure Golden Leopards. This made the 5 of them very excited. However, the good times did not last long. When they launched the second wave of attacks, the formation trapping the Crimson Cloud Azure Golden Leopard suddenly shattered. Thousands of Red Cloud Azure Golden Leopards charged towards the 5 of them aggressively. Not good. Let's go. Someone realized that something was wrong and shouted loudly. However, it was too late. Thousands of Crimson Cloud Azure Golden Leopards instantly drowned the 5 of them. Soon, the 5 of them were killed by the Red Cloud Azure Golden Leopard. On a distant mountain peak, Fang Chen watched this scene with a cold aura emanating from his body. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I will definitely offend them. This was Fang Chen's principle. Let's go, Fang Chen said. When they arrived at the wasteland, they immediately attracted the attention of the Red Cloud Azure Golden Leopard. Thousands of Red Cloud Azure Golden Leopards charged over. However, Fang Chen was long prepared. With a wave of his hand, he set up a Tier 4 array formation. The title of a 4-star Divine Formation Master wasn't just for show. Bang! The Red Cloud Azure Golden Leopards that charged over all crashed into the array formation. Next, it was time to harvest. It took them 2 hours to kill the thousands of Red Cloud Azure Golden Leopard. With 1,000 demonic cores, they now had a total of 5,000 demonic cores. However, this wasn't the end. Little Mouse continued to lure the Red Cloud Azure Golden Leopards into the valley. As for Fang Chen, he walked up to the 5 of them and took away their interspatial rings. The 5 of them had a total of 1,000 demonic cores. This wasn't a small number. Fang Chen didn't hesitate to put the 1,000 demonic cores into his infinite space ring. 6,000 demonic cores? Fang Chen said. At this moment, Little Mouse attracted the second wave of Red Cloud Azure Golden Leopards. Just like the previous time, Fang Chen was in charge of controlling the array formation while Little Mouse and the other 2 were in charge of attacking. After killing the second wave of demonic beasts, they collected another 1,000 demonic cores. Finally, Little Mouse attracted the third wave of demonic cores. There were about 3,000 Red Cloud Azure Golden Leopards living in this valley. After the third wave was attracted, the valley was already empty. After killing the last Red Cloud Azure Golden Leopard, Little Mouse heaved a sigh of relief. Boss, how many demonic cores do we have now? Little Mouse asked. 8,000. Fang Chen said. Little Mouse was overjoyed. With 8,000 demonic cores, they would definitely be first. Now, they just had to wait for the competition to end. The combination of Fang Chen and the others was very freakish. They could even fight against mid-level heavenly body tier cultivators. Therefore, no one in the mountain was a match for them. Under everyone's anticipation, a month's time was finally up. On this day, many people heaved a sigh of relief. They finally made it to the end of the competition. However, some people would stay here forever. 1. The formation around the mountain opened, and many cultivators walked out. Yuan Tianhe, who was trapped in the Tier 4 array formation, took the opportunity to escape when the array formation around the mountain range trembled and a crack appeared in the Tier 4 array formation. Fang Chen, Yuan Tianhe, swear that I will kill you. Yuan Tianhe rushed into the distance as soon as he finished speaking. At the same time, his spirit spread out. After a while, he discovered some cultivators who were preparing to leave the mountain. Yuan Tianhe's eyes were filled with killing intent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He arrived in front of these cultivators. Without saying a word, he directly unleashed his tyrannical strength and killed them. Then, he collected some demonic cores and disappeared. In the outside world, many elites, including the Bai clan leader, floated in the air, watching the crowd walk out. However, at this moment, the Bai clan leader frowned, slightly displeased. "That's Yuan Tianhe from Void Sea City," the Bai clan leader said coldly. He broke the rules. With the formation around the mountain, with the Bai clan leader's strength, he could easily see every corner of the mountain. This included Yuan Tianhe, who had forcefully attacked others after the competition. After a quarter of an hour, all the cultivators walked out, and the formation closed again. As for those who didn't come out, they stayed inside forever. Everyone was shocked. More than 1,000 people went in, and only 500 came out. One could imagine how high the death rate was. "My son, did you die in there? Why didn't my disciple come out? I don't believe it. How can the #1 genius of Clear Sky City not come out?" Several city lords were puzzled when they realized that their most prized disciples didn't come out. However, at this moment the Bai clan leader spoke. "Take out your demonic cores." Immediately, more than 500 cultivators took out their demonic cores. Brilliant light shot into the sky. Wang Kuei actually has so many demonic cores. He's definitely the #1 this time. Yeah, he obtained 5,000 demonic cores by himself. That's too abnormal. Wang Kuei is truly worthy of being the strongest below the 8 great geniuses. Everyone was shocked when they saw the number of demonic cores Wang Kuei had. The Bai clan leader nodded in satisfaction. Then, one by one, the cultivators took out their demonic cores. Many cultivators had very few demonic cores. It was impossible to reach Wang Kuei's level. Li Tang also has a lot of demonic cores. Feng Bing also seems to have a lot of demonic cores. In a short while, the 500 people were about to be checked. Everyone already thought that Wang Kuei had the most demonic cores in the first round. He was the most dazzling genius. However, when Fang Chen took out the demonic cores, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Even the Bai family patriarch was shocked. What 8,000 demonic cores? Someone in the crowd cried out involuntarily. Everyone's eyes were focused on Fang Chen. Wang Kuei, Li Tang, Feng Bing, and the other geniuses also looked at the latter. How is 8,000 demonic cores possible? His demonic cores actually surpassed Wang Kuei's. Several city lords expressed their puzzlement. There were even some city lords who made unfriendly remarks. How could a nobody get so many demonic cores? He must have snatched others' demonic cores. That's right. Most of the cultivators who died inside were killed by him. This kid is too cruel. He's already so cruel at such a young age. In the future, he'll definitely become a great devil who kills without blinking an eye. Over a dozen city lords were crusading against Fang Chen. They believed that Fang Chen must have killed countless cultivators to obtain so many demonic cores. Yuan Tianhe had a gloating expression. Now that he was being attacked by so many city lords, let's see how he will proceed. Fang Chen raised his head and looked at the many city lords. Finally, his gaze fell on the Bai clan leader. "Clan leader, is there a rule that forbids killing?" asked Fang Chen. "No," said the Bai clan leader. "Then, dare I ask, clan leader, did I violate the rules?" Fang Chen continued to ask. The Bai clan leader shook his head. Indeed, even if everyone inside was killed by Fang Chen, he wouldn't be considered violating the rules. He didn't violate the rules. He took first place in this competition. Hearing the Bai clan leader's words, over a dozen city lords spoke out one after another. "Clan leader, this kid's killing intent is too heavy. He's not worthy of Miss Qingqing." The Bai clan leader frowned, somewhat displeased. When the city lords saw this, they all shut their mouths, not daring to say anything. The Bai clan leader's words were very authoritative, so they didn't dare to refute him. Whoosh! The Bai clan leader waved his hand, and 300 people immediately appeared. 300 of you will advance. The rest will be eliminated. Hearing the Bai clan leader's words, Yuan Tianhe's face was filled with anxiety. Clan leader, did you make a mistake? My demonic cores are enough to place me in the top 300. You know what you did, said the Bai clan leader. The Void Ocean City Lord also spoke out. Yuan Tianhe, after the competition ended, you rashly attacked and killed some cultivators. This is already a violation of the rules. The clan leader is already being merciful by not killing you on the spot. As a punishment, you are grounded in Void Ocean City for 1,000 years. During this time, you are not allowed to go out. Yuan Tianhe's heart was trembling. This punishment was too heavy. His heart was burning with rage. He looked at Fang Chen. If it weren't for his demonic cores, he wouldn't have taken such a risk. Now, he was being grounded for 1,000 years. This was simply ruining his future. Chapter 1250. Since the Bai clan leader had expressed his stance, the Void Ocean City Lord had no choice but to punish him. It was indeed Yuan Tianhe who had violated the rules, and the Bai clan leader was very unhappy about it. Therefore, he punished Yuan Tianhe by grounding him for 1,000 years. Some of the cultivators who were friends with Yuan Tianhe frowned. This punishment was too severe. Yuan Tianhe was at the best age to pursue the peak of the martial path. Being grounded for 1,000 years was undoubtedly cutting off Yuan Tianhe's martial path. Yuan Tianhe's heart burned with anger as he clenched his fists. At this moment, he wanted to refute, but he was powerless. The one who had punished him was the Void Ocean City Lord, who could kill him with a single finger. What right did he have to argue with him? Therefore, all of his anger was focused on Fang Chen. Yuan Tianhe, do you submit? The Void Ocean City Lord asked. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him. Submit? Yuan Tianhe's lips curled into a self-deprecating smile. He didn't answer the Void Ocean City Lord, because in the eyes of the Void Ocean City Lord, it didn't matter whether he submitted or not. City Lord, I have a request, Yuan Tianhe said. Speak. Perhaps because the punishment was too severe, the Void Ocean City Lord felt a trace of guilt toward Yuan Tianhe. Hearing Yuan Tianhe's request, the Void Ocean City Lord nodded and agreed. Fang Chen used a trick to steal my demonic core, causing me to have no demonic core. Therefore, I used unscrupulous means to kill other cultivators and steal their demonic cores, Yuan Tianhe said slowly. In the competition, no matter what method is used, it is not against the rules, the Bai clan leader said. Yuan Tianhe nodded. Therefore, my request now is to fight with Fang Chen before I'm grounded, Yuan Tianhe said sinisterly. Regardless of life or death. Yuan Tianhe's hatred for Fang Chen soared to the sky. If he couldn't kill him, it would become his inner demon and hinder his cultivation. Therefore, before he was grounded, he had to kill him. The Void Ocean City Lord pondered for a moment and looked at the Bai clan leader. The latter nodded in agreement. Fang Chen, do you agree? The Void Ocean City Lord asked. A battle of life and death had to be agreed upon by both parties. Fang Chen, if you're a man, fight me to the death. Yuan Tianhe used words to provoke Fang Chen, fearing that he would be too timid to agree. Hearing that, Fang Chen said, I don't want to kill you. Fang Chen's words caused the spectators below to be astonished. Wang Kuei and the others frowned, thinking that Fang Chen was being too arrogant. Humph, he just got lucky and obtained 8,000 demon cores. What's so great about that? Sneered Wang Kuei. That's right. If I were to kill other martial artists like crazy, not to mention 8,000, I would be able to get 10,000. But I don't want to do that, Li Tang said. Feng Bing looked at Fang Chen with disgust and said nothing. The crowd was discussing Fang Chen. The Bai family patriarch also looked at him thoughtfully. Fang Chen, I, Yuan Tianhe, will fight you to the death. If you don't agree, then you're a coward, said Yuan Tianhe coldly. Being called a coward infuriated Fang Chen. If you want to die, I can help you. Fang Chen agreed to the battle. The Bai family patriarch laughed. He also wanted to see what ability this Fang Chen had to be able to obtain 8,000 demon cores. Alright, then let's fight in the plaza. After saying that, the Bai family patriarch's figure flashed and he returned to Qingyi City. Many cultivators followed closely behind and arrived at the square. The 8 heavenly geniuses had also arrived. Their faces were filled with disdain. Fang Chun and Yuan Tianhe stood on the martial stage. I'll be the referee for this battle. The Bai family patriarch smiled. It had been a long time since he had encountered something so interesting. He was very happy. The Lord of Void Sea City sighed inwardly. After this battle, no matter the result, Void Sea City would lose a genius martial artist. Fang Chen, in today's battle, Yuan Tianhe, will wash away the shame. Fang Chen didn't want to talk nonsense. Humph, pretentious. Seeing Fang Chen's calm expression, the prodigy playing with the beads sneered. This person must have used many tricks to obtain 8,000 demon cores. He must have killed many martial artists. What's so great about killing ordinary martial artists? If he has the ability, let him fight with us. Zhou Hong, the leader of the 8 heavenly geniuses, narrowed his eyes and looked at the martial stage. Many martial artists were eagerly waiting for the battle between the two. Boom! Yuan Tianhe made the first move. After all, he was once one of the 8 heavenly geniuses. His strength was extraordinary. Rumble! The overbearing attack pierced through the void and blasted toward Fang Chen in a menacing manner. Yuan Tianhe is very strong. Although he was squeezed out of the 8 heavenly geniuses, his strength is unquestionable. Fang Chen is doomed in this battle. Even some heavenly body tier elders thought that Fang Chen wouldn't be able to defeat Yuan Tianhe. However, just as Fang Chen made his move, they were shocked. Using the true meaning of time and space, Fang Chen's figure kept flickering. In an instant, he dodged Yuan Tianhe's fierce attack. Space-type true meaning. Seeing Fang Chen dodge, the Bai clan leader said faintly. No wonder Fang Chen dared to accept the challenge. It turned out that he had such a powerful true meaning. However, the shock had just begun. After Fang Chen used the true meaning of time and space, his figure kept dodging, causing Yuan Tianhe's attack to miss. Then, he waved his hand, and a thick aura appeared in the sky. In the next moment, the rank 4 formation was successfully set up. Bang! Yuan Tianhe's attack fiercely crashed into the rank 4 formation and was instantly trapped. Pung, pung, pung. Once again trapped in the formation, Yuan Tianhe crazily bombarded the formation, but couldn't break it open. Fang Chen, if you have the guts, remove the formation and let us fight fair and square. Yuan Tianhe roared furiously. However, Fang Chen ignored him. At this moment, the whole square was in an uproar. Even the 36 city lords on the platform and the heavenly body tier elders of the Bai clan were shocked. Rank 4 formation. Everyone looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. To be able to set up a rank 4 formation so easily at such a young age, this boy was definitely a formation Dao genius. The Bai clan leader looked at Fang Chen with a smile, and thought to himself, his attainments in formations are not bad, but I wonder how his battle prowess is. Among the 8 heavenly geniuses, some cultivators looked serious, speechless, and some cultivators still had mocking expressions. What's so great about relying on formations? If I fought him, he wouldn't even have time to set up a formation. That's right. In front of absolute power, formations are not worth mentioning. If it were young Master Zhou, he'd probably shatter this formation with a slap. A few heavenly geniuses flattered Zhou Hong while they were at it. As for Zhou Hong, his expression changed, and a hint of killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Yuan Tianhe was trapped in the formation and had sunk into madness. Meanwhile, Fang Chen looked at the platform. Can the battle end now? Fang Chen asked. The 36 city lords woke up from their shock. Then, they sighed with emotion. As for the Bai clan leader, he looked at Fang Chen in astonishment. The two of you are engaged in a battle of life and death. One of you must die to end the battle, the Bai clan leader said. Fang Chen shook his head, unwilling to fight. Against a cultivator weaker than himself, he couldn't be bothered to fight. Fang Chen fell silent. The Bai clan leader saw all of this. It seemed that this boy wasn't as fierce as the rumors said. Furthermore, as a 4-star God movement master, he could easily obtain 8,000 demonic cores. Fang Chen removed the formation, and Yuan Tianhe, who had sunk into madness, was freed from the formation. His hair was disheveled, and he looked at Fang Chen with a ferocious expression. Fang Chen, why didn't you attack? Are you looking down on me? Yuan Tianhe roared. Yuan Tianhe, that's enough, the Void Ocean City Lord said coldly. Fang Chen had let him go in the battle of life and death. Otherwise, he would have become a corpse. Fang Chen, I admit that your formation is very strong. I'm not your match. Yuan Tianhe was possessed. But I won't thank you for showing mercy. Just you wait. 1,000 years later, I, Yuan Tianhe, will kill you with my own hand. After Yuan Tianhe finished speaking, he went straight to the teleportation formation and returned to Void Ocean City. Fang Chen, thank you for showing mercy, the Void Ocean City Lord said with cupped fists. Fang Chen smiled faintly and walked down the martial arts stage. After today's battle, Fang Chen's name resounded throughout Qingyi City. Countless martial artists looked at him with their mouths agape. The attitude of the martial artists who had mocked him changed greatly. Their eyes were filled with respect. He could have used the formation to kill Yuan Tianhe, but he didn't. With such a temperament, how could he kill the innocent? In the crowd, many people were shouting Fang Chen's name. The Bai clan leader stood up, looked at Fang Chen, and asked, Fang Chen, you let Yuan Tianhe go. Aren't you afraid of his revenge 1,000 years later? Hearing this, Fang Chen stopped and said softly, I can suppress him now. 1,000 years later, I can still suppress him. Fang Chen's words were full of confidence. Seeing this, the Bai clan leader grinned. This Fang Chen was to his liking. At the edge of the platform, Zhou Hong, the leader of the 8 prodigies, saw this scene and wanted to kill Fang Chen. The first round of the competition ended. Fang Chen won first place with a dazzling result. Moreover, he was a powerful 4-star divine array master. Once this news was released, it immediately caused a huge uproar. Another prodigy had appeared out of nowhere? There were even some busybodies who placed Fang Chen in the ranks of the geniuses, calling him the 9th genius. In short, every corner of Qingyi City was talking about Fang Chen's deeds. Bai Qingqing, who was in the Bai clan's residence, was very excited when she heard the news. Her face was full of smiles. Her delicate body moved, and she happily danced in the courtyard. Her perfect body, coupled with her elegant dance steps, made people dumbfounded. Unfortunately, there was no one to appreciate it. I knew you wouldn't let me down, Bai Qingqing said. Just as Bai Qingqing was about to start dancing, a voice suddenly sounded. Qingqing, what made you so happy? Chapter 1251. Bai Qingqing was the apple of the Bai clan's eye. She had been very dazzling since she was young. If she had stayed on Clear Isle all these years, she would definitely have been one of the 8 prodigies. Unfortunately, she had run away from home many years ago and headed to Clear Isle. However, even without the support of the Bai clan, she had still reached the heavenly body tier. This was enough to show how strong Bai Qingqing's potential was. However, the Bai clan was now facing a major threat, and they had no choice but to form a marriage alliance with the Zhou clan. As long as Bai Qingqing married Zhou Hong, they would be able to completely bind the Zhou clan. At that time, the Bai clan's difficulties might be resolved. Ever since Bai Qingqing returned to Clear Isle, she had not been seen dancing. She usually did not speak to others. Now, however, the Bai clan leader saw that Bai Qingqing was not only smiling, but also dancing. The Bai clan leader was very happy. He finally saw his daughter smile. Qingqing, what are you happy about? Share it with me. As they spoke, the Bai clan leader walked into the courtyard and asked with a smile. Seeing her father arrive, Bai Qingqing stopped dancing. The smile on her face faded slightly, and she said, "You will know in the future." "Oh, Qingqing is actually keeping me in suspense," the Bai clan leader said with a smile. Bai Qingqing changed the topic. Her beautiful eyes flashed as she asked, "Father, are there any outstanding cultivators in the first round?" Hearing Bai Qingqing ask, the Bai clan leader was overjoyed. He thought that Bai Qingqing had thought things through. He hurriedly said, "You don't say there really are outstanding cultivators in the first round. That guy called Fong Chen is actually a 4-star formation master. He easily defeated Yuan Tianhe." "Is Fong Chen very powerful?" Bai Qingqing pretended to ask. She already knew that Sanguinati was only Fong Chen's pseudonym. The Bai clan leader nodded and said, "This guy is indeed powerful. If he can set up a level 4 formation, even Zhou Hong would find it very difficult to defeat him. However, the 8 prodigies are all extraordinary prodigies. Fong Chen's chances of winning against them are extremely low, unless his battle prowess is as terrifying as his formation mastery." Bai Qingqing's beautiful eyes flashed as she listened to her father praise Fong Chen. The first round ended. 300 people had advanced, and the remaining cultivators were all eliminated. Furthermore, over 500 people had died in the mountain range. The most shocking thing was that Fong Chen had won first place in the first round in a dazzling manner. Moreover, in the later battle with Yuan Tianhe, he displayed extremely powerful array Dao strength. The news of such a young 4-star divine array master caused an uproar as soon as it was announced. Every sect wanted to rope in Fong Chen. With such a monstrous talent, his future achievements in the Tao of formations would definitely be extraordinary. If he could become a 9-star divine array master one day, he would be able to shatter the entire Old Hua Islands with a stomp of his feet. Taking advantage of the fact that Fong Chen had not yet grown up, this was the best time to rope him in. Yuan Tianhe had already left the mansion in Void Sea City. Due to the obstruction, only 10 cultivators from Void Sea City, including Fong Chen, managed to advance to the second round. Most of the other cultivators had died. The Lord of Void Sea City felt helpless. However, whenever he thought of Fong Chen's outstanding performance, he would feel excited. He was even fantasizing that Fong Chen might become a dark horse that would shock everyone. After his performance in the first round, the Lord of Void Sea City was very polite to Fong Chen. Outside the mansion, a large number of warriors from the sect wanted to meet Fong Chen. However, Fong Chen rejected all of them. He would not stay on Qingyi Island for too long. He did not want to waste time. Fong Chen could not meet them, but the Lord of Void Sea City could not. He received the envoys from the various sects in a friendly manner and expressed his intentions. After a night's rest, all the warriors gathered in the square early the next morning. The second round of the competition would begin today. The 8 great prodigies were not present. It was a great honor that they could advance to the finals directly. Countless warriors were envious that they did not have to fight for a spot like them. On the rostrum, the Bai clan leader looked around and said, "Today, the second round of the competition will begin. Before this, I have discussed with the city lords of the 36 cities. The second round of the competition will test one's will. On the path of martial arts, if one did not have a strong will, they would not be able to go far." This was the selection of a son-in-law for the Bai clan, so the Bai clan leader attached great importance to it. The son-in-law of the Bai clan had to be outstanding in all aspects. Therefore, he attached great importance to the second round of the competition. The place where the will be tested is the ancestral land of the Bai clan. "Everyone, follow me." The Bai family patriarch waved his hand and led the 300 warriors into the Bai family's residence in a grandiose manner. They passed through the front hall and entered the forbidden area behind the mountain. After ascending the forbidden area, everyone realized that there was another world behind the forbidden area. It was surrounded by a powerful formation. Outsiders could not enter at all. Even heavenly body tier elites could not forcefully open the formation without the command of the Bai clan leader. This is the ancestral land of the Bai clan. There are 18 statues inside, and each statue represents a generation of elites of the Bai clan. After you enter, I will activate the might of the statues and temper your will. If you cannot endure it, just say "give up" in your mind, and I will bring you out. The Bai clan leader warned. Do not try to be brave. Each of the 18 stone statues is an existence that suppressed an era in the history of the Bai clan. Although they have been dead for countless years, the statues still contain extremely powerful might. If you try to be brave, you will definitely explode and die. The Bai clan leader told the 300 warriors the consequences of the matter. Everyone nodded and no one backed down. The ancestral land of the Bai clan was the most famous ancestral land on the Clear Isle. How many elites wanted to enter the ancestral land of the Bai clan but could not? Now that there was such an opportunity, who would be willing to give it up? 18 people will enter each time. The Bai clan leader waved his hand, and 18 people were instantly sent into the ancestral land. Inside the ancestral land there were 18 statues, each of them extremely tall. The 18 people who entered stood in front of the 18 statues. Instantly, a terrifying might surrounded them. Buzz. A heart-palpitating aura invaded their minds. I give up. In less than 3 seconds, a martial artist cried out miserably. Crash. In the next moment, the martial artist was sent out. In the outside world, the Bai clan leader and the others looked at the martial artist. The martial artist seemed to have suffered a great shock, and his lips were pale. Too strong. The martial artist muttered numbly, and his body was trembling. A Heaven Dipper Realm Level 8 martial artist can't even last 3 seconds. Many martial artists cried out in surprise. The pressure of the statues in the Bai clan's ancestral land was too strong. Some people had already started to retreat. As for some people, they were extremely curious. Soon, the third batch of martial artists entered. Among the previous 2 batches of martial artists, the one who lasted the longest only lasted 3 minutes. Feng Bing went in. He should be able to last for at least an hour. That's not necessarily true. No one knows what's going on in the ancestral land. Li Tang seems to have gone in too. I wonder who is stronger. In the crowd, everyone was talking about it. With the Bai clan leader as the leader, the 36 city lords as the support, stood in the forbidden area at the back of the mountain and looked down at the ancestral land. After the third batch of martial artists entered, as time passed, martial artists were eliminated one after another. 3 minutes later, only Li Tang and Feng Bing were left in the ancestral land. These 2 were also seeded contestants. Yuan Tianhe was among the seeded contestants, but the latter was eliminated. It was already good to be a seeded contestant under the 8 prodigies. After 15 minutes, Feng Bing couldn't hold on anymore and came out. Feng Bing lasted 15 minutes, too powerful. His will is very strong, tempered between life and death. Feng Bing came out, but Li Tang didn't. He was still holding on. Fang Chen looked at the ancestral land silently, and there was a trace of curiosity in his heart. Every statue represents the existence of an era suppressing the Bai clan in history. Fang Chen said in his heart. Suppressing an era, although it was a bit exaggerated, it also showed the combat strength of the stone statue powerhouse in the ancestral land. Fang Chen liked this method of tempering one's will. An hour later, Li Tang came out. His forehead was covered in sweat, his face was pale, and his clothes were soaked. It was obvious that he had persevered to the limit. After Li Tang came out, he heaved a sigh of relief. He recalled the pressure just now and felt a lingering fear. Too strong, Li Tang said to himself. Li Tang lasted for an hour, ranked first so far. The Bai clan patriarch said. Immediately, the 4th batch began. As time passed, batch after batch of martial artists entered the ancestral land. But other than Li Tang, no one could last for an hour. After the 15th batch ended, It was the 16th batch's turn. Everyone looked at these people in unison. Because in this batch, there was the strongest seated contestant, Wang Kuei. You guys go in. The Bai clan patriarch waved his hand, and the 18 people entered the ancestral land. I wonder how Fang Chen's Wang Kuei is doing. Can he last for more than an hour? What kind of joke is this? Right now, we should be thinking about how long Wang Kuei can last. As for surpassing Li Tang, is there even a need to ask? Most martial artists believed that Wang Kuei would definitely be able to surpass Li Tang's time. Even the 36th city lord agreed with this view. After all, Wang Kuei's strength was much stronger than Li Tang's. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 15 minutes, an hour. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. When the 2 hours were over, everyone's hearts were shaken. Li Tang had only lasted for an hour, but Wang Kuei had doubled it. Wang Kuei came out. He really lasted for 2 hours. Heavens, Wang Kuei is too strong. He deserves to be number 1. 2 hours later, the exit of the ancestral land flashed, and Wang Kuei came out. Chapter 1252. Wang Kuei, congratulations. Some of the city lords did not hide their joy for Wang Kuei and directly congratulated him. The Bai family patriarch also nodded in satisfaction. Wang Kuei's willpower was incomparable to ordinary martial artists. Even some of the 8 prodigies could not last for 2 hours. The strength of one's willpower had little to do with one's strength. While everyone was praising Wang Kuei, the Bai family patriarch waved his hand and sent the 17th batch of martial artists into the ancestral land. There were only 12 people in the 17th bat. Fang Chen was among them. Crash! With a flash of white light, Fang Chen discovered that he had entered the Bai family's ancestral land. Buzz! Suddenly, a terrifying pressure filled the air. Fang Chen felt a strong pressure. The 11 martial artists who came with him stood in front of 11 statues and accepted the test of their willpower. Fang Chen stood in front of the last statue. A powerful pressure came from the statue, directly suppressing his soul. This pain is far from what I felt when I broke through the Lamita realm, Fang Chen said to himself. The pressure from the stone statues did not have much effect on him. Although he could feel the tyrannical pressure, he was able to withstand it. In the blink of an eye, only Fang Chen was left in the ancestral land. At this time, only a few minutes had passed. Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. The pressure from this statue could no longer temper his willpower. Let's go take a look at the other statues. As he spoke, Fang Chen arrived in front of another statue. Buzz! A powerful aura enveloped Fang Chen's entire body. Fang Chen discovered that the aura from this statue was completely different from the previous one. Could it be that each statue gives off a different feeling? Fang Chen was startled and immediately thought of an idea. He could use the pressure from these 18 statues to temper himself. Outside, in the forbidden area of the back mountain, everyone's gaze was on the ancestral land. It's already been an hour. Why hasn't Fang Chen come out yet? Asked a city lord. It seems that Fang Chen's willpower is also very tenacious. He easily surpassed Li Tang, said another city lord. Li Tang's face was ashen as he clenched his fist. On the other hand, Wang Kuei was very calm. He had endured for 2 hours with great difficulty. It was as if he had experienced a life-and-death battle and was very tired. He did not believe that Fang Chen could last for more than 2 hours. So, the first place of the second round. The Bai family patriarch thoughtfully looked at Fang Chen. What they did not know was that the pressure from the 18 statues in the ancestral land did not put much pressure on Fang Chen. The other warriors desperately tried to resist the pressure while Fang Chen used this pressure to cultivate. From the looks of it, this statue should have been a fire Tao almighty when it was alive, Fang Chen muttered to himself. He could feel the scorching aura of the way of fire from the pressure emanating from the statue. Fang Chen took this opportunity to refine his true intent of fire. Each of these statues was an existence that suppressed an era. When they were alive, their strength was extremely terrifying. Although they were dead, their pressure contained a Tao that was hard for ordinary people to understand. Right now, Fang Chun could feel a strong and flabbergasting fire Tao aura coming from the pressure coming from the statue. The true intent of fire enveloped his body and constantly absorbed the fire Tao Qi in the pressure. Fang Chun could clearly feel that the true intent of fire was improving. An hour later, the true intent of fire had improved to the 4th grade. The pressure from the statues had also weakened a lot. Fang Chun cupped his fists at the statues and then walked to another statue. There were several statues in succession. The Tao that each statue cultivated was related to Fang Chun. Time passed by slowly. 14 hours later, Fang Chun's 7 true intents, except for the true intent of dreamscape and the true intent of spacetime, had improved. The true intent of fire was at the 4th grade, the true intent of water was at the 4th grade, the true intent of ice was at the 4th grade, and the true intent of sword had reached the terrifying 8th grade. As for the true intent of dreamscape, it had also reached the peak of the 3rd grade, and the true intent of spacetime had reached the peak of the 5th grade. What a pity! After the last true intent had improved, Fang Chun curled his lips. He felt that it was a pity. If he could continue tempering himself in the ancestral land, his will would definitely become even more tenacious. Unfortunately, that was impossible. Fang Chun was completely unaware that his actions had caused a sensation in the outside world. Outside, Back Mountain Forbidden Area. It's been 14 hours. Fang Chun couldn't have died in there, right? Some city lords believed that Fang Chun had most likely died in the ancestral land. Patriarch, what do you think? Some other city lords asked the Bai clan patriarch. Fang Chun is still alive. When the Bai clan patriarch said this, he was also somewhat shocked. What kind of monster was Fang Chun to be able to persist for 14 hours? The Bai clan patriarch looked at the ancestral land with a burning gaze. The entire Back Mountain was in an uproar. Countless cultivators were shocked. Li Tang and Wang Kuei were even more dumbfounded. They were speechless for a long time. To be able to persist for 14 hours under such pressure, was he still human? However, Fang Chun didn't care about this. He had already felt the pressure emitted by the 18 statues. He had also comprehended it. After comprehending it all, an unexpected surprise appeared. The 18 statues all shook. Then, the 18 statues actually opened their mouths to speak. I didn't expect that after being dead for so many years, we would still be able to wait for a genius who broke through the extreme realm. Ha ha ha, we didn't leave these statues in vain. The 18 statues all opened their mouths to speak. They seemed to know that Fang Chun was a cultivator who broke through the extreme realm. Rumble, a ray of light shot out from each statue. Finally, these rays of light merged in the air and turned into a 7-colored fan that fell into Fang Chun's hand. Kid, if you encounter any difficulties one day, you can take out this fan. The Bai clan will spare no effort to help you overcome your difficulties, said the first statue. When Fang Chun held the 7-colored fan, some information also appeared in his mind. He had unintentionally comprehended the pressure emitted by the 18 statues and triggered the mechanism left behind by these seniors, thus obtaining this 7-colored fan. Fang Chun raised his head. At this time, the 18 statues had already returned to normal. However, Fang Chun had a feeling that these statues seemed to have lost a trace of spirit qi. Divine Feather Fan. Fang Chun played with the 7-colored fan and said softly. The Divine Feather Fan was passed down by the Bai clan's ancestor, but it had disappeared a long time ago. He didn't expect that it had been in the ancestral land all this time. Fang Chun put away the Divine Feather Fan, cupped his hands at the 18 statues, and then left. Splash! The moment the ancestral land opened, all the cultivators stared at the exit with burning eyes. Fang Chun walked out of the ancestral land calmly. He's out, Fang Chun is out. Everyone in the crowd shouted excitedly. Seeing Fong Chun come out, the whole back mountain was filled with shouts like a tsunami. Many heavenly body tier elites, including the Bai clan's leader, were also excited. Splash, the Bai clan's leader instantly appeared in front of Fong Chun. He carefully observed Fong Chun, wanting to see through the latter. Fong Chun, are you all right? The Bai clan's leader asked. Fong Chun was slightly stunned and then shook his head. Are you really all right? The Bai clan's leader asked repeatedly. Thank you for your concern, clan leader, I'm really all right, Fong Chun said with a shrug. Ha ha ha! The Bai clan's leader was overjoyed. Prodigy, an absolute prodigy. In the ancestral land, he had persisted for 14 hours. Too powerful. This record was originally held by a prodigy of the Bai clan 1,000 years ago. He had persisted for 10 hours. Now, however, it had been broken by Fong Chun. After this election, regardless of whether Fong Chun wins first place or not, he will be a guest elder of the Bai clan, and his status will be equivalent to Qing Qing's. The Bai clan's leader grabbed Fong Chun's arm and said loudly. Everyone stared at Fong Chun, dumbfounded. Li Tang and Wang Kuei's eyes were filled with jealousy, and there was a hint of killing intent hidden in the depths of their eyes. Clan leader! Fong Chun coughed softly. Only then did the clan leader realize that he had lost his composure, and hurriedly let go of Fong Chun's arm. He chuckled and came to the forbidden area behind the mountain. Looking around at the crowd, he announced the results of the second round. The second round is a test of willpower. The top 100 will advance, and the rest will be eliminated. The clan leader waved his hand and separated those who had advanced from those who had not. The first place of the second round is still Fong Chun. If it had been the first round, Fong Chun had won first place by luck with formations. Then, the second round was enough to prove his determination. The great elites of the ancient times were all people with strong willpower. Even the Bai clan's leader felt inferior to Fong Chun's willpower. If they were at the same cultivation level and age, he would definitely be inferior to Fong Chun. After the second round ended, the martial artists would be allowed to rest. The news of Fong Chun winning first place spread once again. Qingyi City was in a frenzy. In the center of Qingyi City, in a 99-story building. On the top floor, Zhou Hong stood by the window, quietly watching the roaring of the Bai clan's forbidden area behind the mountain. Beside him stood a martial artist playing with a pearl. What a lucky guy. He actually won first place in 2 rounds in a row. Hearing this, Zhou Hong shook his head slightly. With a deep gaze, he said, his willpower is indeed incomparable to ordinary people. Young Master Zhou. The martial artist playing with the pearl did not understand why young Master Zhou would praise the enemy. You don't understand the situation in the Bai clan's ancestral land, so you don't understand what it means to persist for 14 hours. Zhou Hong sighed and said, even I can't persist for 14 hours. Zhou Hong's words undoubtedly showed that in terms of willpower, he was inferior to Fong Chun. Hearing this, the martial artist playing with the pearl was shocked and could not believe it. Zhou Hong, who was like a god in his heart, actually admitted that he was inferior to a nobody. Young Master Zhou, that kid must have some treasure that can resist the pressure. Otherwise, he would not have been able to persist for 14 hours. The martial artist playing with the pearl still refused to admit that Fong Chun was inferior. Zhou Hong shook his head. No one knew better than him how terrifying Fong Chun's willpower was. Chapter 1253. The fact that Fong Chun had won first place in the second round shocked everyone in the Bai family. Some elders even thought that it would be better to take Fong Chun in as a member of the Bai family. Some elders also thought that although Zhou Dongwang had a strong will, they still needed to see his fighting strength. If they casually took in a member of the younger generation, it would affect the Bai family's reputation. Anyway, everyone in the Bai family was talking about Fong Chun. When Bai Qingqing heard this, she was even more shocked. She knew Fong Chun's potential better than anyone else, but she did not expect that Fong Chun had grown to such a level in such a short time. It seems that even Zhou Hong is no match for you. Bai Qingqing muttered to herself. After the second round of the competition ended, everyone was waiting curiously for the third round to begin. After the third round of the competition, the finals would begin. At that time, the 8 supreme talents would also appear. That would be an exciting battle. The next day, the third round of the competition began. There were so many warriors, but only 100 people were left. These 100 people were the elites of the younger generation on Qingyi Island. Any one of them was enough to make an ordinary warrior of the younger generation catch up with them. The third round of the competition was not unexpected. This round was a competition of fighting strength. In other words, only those who were strong enough could advance to the next round. The losers would be eliminated directly, while the winners would advance to the next round. Soon, the competition began. There were warriors fighting on the martial arts stage from time to time. The dazzling battle caused countless warriors to cheer unceasingly. After waiting for 2 hours, Fang Chen finally stepped onto the stage. Everyone's attention was on him. Everyone wanted to know how strong the first place of the first 2 rounds was, or if it was just an undeserved reputation. The Bai family patriarch seemed to want to test Fang Chen. He arranged his opponent to be Wang Kuei. Wang Kuei versus Fang Chen. It's so exciting. Yes. One of them is the first place of the first 2 rounds, and the other is a seeded warrior. This is going to be a good show. I wonder who will win in the end. On the martial arts stage, Wang Kuei and Fang Chen stood opposite each other. You were really lucky to be able to obtain first place in the first 2 rounds. This time, I will personally end you. Wang Kuei laughed sinisterly. In his opinion, Fang Chen was only slightly better at array formations. As long as he didn't give him a chance to set up a formation, he would definitely be able to kill him. You seem to be celebrating too early, Fang Chen said. In the third round of the competition, he had only wanted to advance in a low-key manner. Who would have thought that the Bai family head would arrange Wang Kuei for him? But that was nothing. As long as he could advance to the finals, everything else was meaningless. Brat, I'll let you know what true strength is, Wang Kuei said. Do you think you can defeat Yuan Tianhe? Fang Chen asked. Before Yuan Tianhe was eliminated, he was the strongest seeded contestant below the 8 great prodigies. After Yuan Tianhe was eliminated, Wang Kuei successfully ascended to the top. But now, Fang Chen had used Yuan Tianhe to pressure Wang Kuei. In an instant, Wang Kuei's face darkened. Brat, you're courting death. As soon as Wang Kuei finished speaking, he instantly launched a fierce and domineering attack. Boom! In an instant, Wang Kuei closed in on Fang Chen, and then his fists continuously blasted out. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. On the rostrum, the city lords of the 36 cities nodded slightly. The best way to deal with Fang Chen was to strike first and gain the upper hand. Otherwise, if he set up a 4th-tier formation, there would be no way to compete in the battle. It seems that Wang Kuei has already planned this, a city lord said. Under such a dense attack, Fang Chen won't have time to set up a formation. Yeah, if he can't set up a formation, then he might lose this battle. Wang Kuei's attacks were too concentrated, and the power was extremely tyrannical. Every punch could cause an explosion in the air. Go to hell, brat! Fang Chen kept dodging. Wang Kuei shouted loudly. Suddenly, a layer of terrifying vital essence appeared on his fists. In the next moment, his fists suddenly blasted towards Fang Chen. Dong! Fang Chen sneered and stood still. The perfect sword body instantly covered his whole body. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Soon after, they were a little shocked. Is Fang Chen scared out of his wits? Such exclamations came from the crowd. Even the Bai family patriarch on the rostrum frowned slightly. He didn't know what Fang Chen had up his sleeve. Wang Kuei, who was attacking, sneered when he saw this scene. It was as if he could already see the scene of Fang Chen being sent flying by himself. He increased the strength of his fists and blasted fiercely on Fang Chen's body. Dong! There was an explosion, and a figure was instantly sent flying backward. At this moment, all the warriors widened their eyes and looked at the scene on the martial arts stage in disbelief. They rubbed their eyes hard, thinking that what they saw was an illusion. "How is this possible?" everyone in the crowd exclaimed. The scene on the martial arts stage was beyond everyone's expectations. They thought that Fang Chen would be sent flying by Wang Kuei's punch. However, in fact, Fang Chen stood still and Wang Kuei was sent flying by the rebound force. This, on the rostrum, the city lords of the 36 cities also looked at each other. The Bai-family patriarch stood up and tried to suppress the excitement in his heart. He was very insightful and saw the mystery at a glance. Fang Chen's physical defense was too strong. Wang Kuei's attack was simply a joke in Fang Chen's eyes. Bang! Wang Kuei's body fell below the martial arts stage. He spat out blood and his face was a little pale. He looked up to the sky and roared, unwilling to give up. However, the result was doomed. Fang Chen is the first in the third round. Boom! The whole square was in an uproar. Countless martial artists were shocked beyond words. How dazzling it was to win the first place in 3 consecutive rounds. Now, Fang Chen had become an expert comparable to the 8 heavenly legends in the hearts of many warriors. Wang Kuei was directly ignored by everyone. Looking at Fang Chen, who was enjoying the cheers of the crowd on the martial arts stage, Li Tang and Feng Bing's expressions changed and became complicated. This boy's potential is too strong. He will definitely become a creation realm expert in the future. The city lords of the 36 cities expressed their opinions, especially the city lord of Void Sea City, who was too excited. Void Sea City had produced such a genius, which made him, the city lord, very proud. In the following time, the other matches could no longer attract the attention of the crowd. In the midst of the noise, the third round of the competition ended. In the end, only 50 people advanced. Among these 50 people, the most dazzling was Fang Chen. After this battle, no one doubted his combat strength. His physical defense alone could send Wang Kuei flying. Except for the 8 heavenly legends, no one could break his defense. The news of Fang Chen spread throughout Qingyi City. As for the Bai family patriarch, he quickly returned to the Bai family and held an emergency meeting. The topic of this meeting was Fang Chen. When Bai Qingqing heard the news, her pretty face was full of smiles. "This guy likes to be in the limelight," Bai Qingqing said with a smile. In the third round of the competition, except for Fang Chen, all the other martial artists in Void Sea City were eliminated. Bai Qingqing could not wait to meet Fang Chen. She quickly left the Bai family and went to the mansion in Void Sea City again. In the garden of the mansion, Bai Qingqing stood side by side with Fang Chen, looking at the goldfish swimming freely in the pond. "My father and the others are holding a meeting," Bai Qingqing said. Fang Chen nodded. He had shown such outstanding talent, so the Bai family would definitely think of a way to recruit him. "If you run out like this, the clansmen won't scold you," Fang Chen said with a smile. Bai Qingqing shook her head and looked at Fang Chen with her beautiful eyes. In the center of Qingyi City, on a 99-story building. This time, Zhou Hong finally knew who Bai Qingqing was looking for in the mansion in Void Sea City. Fang Chen. Zhou Hong clenched his fists. To the side, the martial artist playing with the beads had a change in expression. He whispered, "Young Master Zhou, the 8 heavenly geniuses will also be participating in the next round. If I meet him, I'll help you." How did Qingqing get to know him? Zhou Hong was a little confused. "Soon after," he said, "investigate Fang Chen for me." "Don't worry, young Master Zhou. I'll go investigate right now." The martial artist who was playing with the beads left and returned half an hour later. In his hands was some information regarding Fang Chen. "Young Master Zhou, I've already investigated him. The Zhou family's status on Qingyi Island was second only to the Bai family, so their intelligence network was very powerful. It was easy for them to investigate such a small matter." "Speak," said Zhou Hong expressionlessly. This Fang Chen came from outside. As for which island he came from, no one knows. But according to our analysis, it's extremely likely that he came from Heavenspan Island. Miss Bai Qingqing once went to Heavenspan Island, so the two of them should have known each other there, said the martial artist playing with the beads. Knew each other on Heavenspan Island? Zhou Hong was even more furious when he heard this. For Bai Qingqing, Fang Chen actually traveled thousands of miles from Heavenspan Island to Qingyi Island. This was enough to show how much he valued Bai Qingqing. Thinking of this, Zhou Hong's heart was filled with anger. Bai Qingqing was his woman, and he would never allow an outsider to touch her. And now, Fang Chen had undoubtedly touched his reverse scale. Touching the reverse scale of a dragon meant certain death. Zhou Hong suppressed his anger and asked in a low voice, "How strong is he?" According to our analysis, his cultivation level should be at the 9th level of Heaven Dipper tier. He hasn't stepped into the Heavenly Body tier yet, but in terms of battle prowess, he should be able to match a martial artist at the 1st level of the Heavenly Body tier. The martial artist playing with the beads said, "After all, he's a 4-star formation master. Once he sets up a level 4 formation, I'm afraid even young Master Zhou will be in trouble. His greatest reliance should be the Tier 4 array formation." Level 4 formations, huh? If we meet in the finals, I'll definitely let you know what it's like to beg for death, Zhou Hong said coldly. As the most outstanding martial artist of the Zhou family's younger generation, how could he not have a trump card? Fang Chen, you dare touch my woman? You're destined to disappear like smoke. Zhou Hong wanted to kill Fang Chen. To be more precise, he didn't plan to let Fang Chen live until the finals. Chapter 1254. The trip to Qingyi Island took longer than Fang Chen had expected. Even if he could not pass the C8, 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 C8. After the third round of the competition ended, Fang Chen stayed in his residence in Suhai City and did not come out. Because he was now a big celebrity, many warriors would come looking for him on the street. Some large sect would even send their elders to talk to him and try to rope him in. Only the Bai clan did not say anything, as if they were secretly planning something. Bai Qingqing and Fang Chen talked for a while before leaving. After all, she was now looking for a husband. If she was seen with another man, it would not be good for her reputation. Girls still valued their reputation very much. "Boss, have you fallen in love with Bai Qingqing?" The little mouse jumped on his shoulder and said with a smile. Fang Chen shook his head. "Boss, during the finals, just show your strength and shock everyone. Then, you won't have to go through so much trouble," the little mouse said. After the third round of the competition ended, the warriors who advanced rested for 3 days. After 3 days, the finals would begin. The rules of the finals were slightly different from the previous rounds. Although it was an elimination system, one would not be eliminated immediately after losing one round. There were a total of 58 warriors, and each warrior would only be eliminated after losing 2 rounds. Warriors could challenge each other freely. Those with higher realms could not challenge those with lower realms. Those with lower realms did not have any restrictions. On the rostrum, many experts, including the Bai clan leader, were already in place. On the square, the 8 great prodigies were in the lead, and the other 50 warriors were behind them. Everyone was waiting for the competition to begin. The competition begins. With the Bai clan leader's command, the competition began. "I want to challenge Feng Bing." A warrior took the lead and jumped onto the martial arts stage to challenge Feng Bing. Feng Bing's face was gloomy as she walked onto the stage. Boom! The battle broke out instantly. Feng Bing was very strong, and the challenger was not her match at all. He was immediately suppressed. After that, more and more warriors went onto the stage to challenge her. After a while, someone was eliminated. The eliminated martial artists were the martial artists who challenged Feng Bing. He challenged Feng Bing and lost a round. After that, someone specifically challenged him and lost. "I challenge Fang Chen." After about 30 battles, someone challenged Fong Chen. When everyone looked, the challenger was actually Li Tang. Li Tang challenged Fong Chen. Is he courting death? Many martial artists did not understand why Li Tang took the initiative to challenge Fong Chen. Fong Chen smiled faintly and stepped onto the martial arts stage. Boon Li Tang did not talk nonsense and directly attacked. However, what greeted him was Fong Chen's iron fist. Bang! The clean and tidy end of the battle with a single punch made the people in the square exclaim in surprise. Fong Chen's battle had just ended when someone spoke up again. I also challenge Fong Chen. Hearing this, many martial artists were even more shocked. This man was Wei Chongkong, who had just been promoted to the 8 Heavenly Sons of Heaven. Didn't he and Fong Chen come from the same city? Why did they kill each other? As he spoke, Wei Zhongkong stood on the martial arts stage. He glanced at Zhou Hong at the front and sighed softly. Fong Chen, let's have a good fight. In fact, Wei Zhongkong did not want to challenge Fong Chen, but he was forced to. Boom! Wei Zhongkong was very strong, but in front of Fong Chen, he was not worth mentioning. One punch, another punch. He sent Wei Zhongkong flying, winning both battles. In the square, everyone was completely stunned. Fong Chen was too strong. Even Wei Zhongkong was no match for him. Thinking of this, some martial artists were filled with fear. They still wanted to challenge Fong Chen. How ridiculous! I also challenge Fong Chen. Among the 8 Heavenly Sons of Heaven, the genius ranked 7th came to the martial arts stage and challenged Fong Chen. Hearing this, everyone on the rostrum was a little surprised. The Bai-family patriarch looked at Zhou Hong thoughtfully. Fong Chen's expression changed slightly. He turned to look at Zhou Hong below. The latter's lips curled up, and his face was full of disdain. Seeing this, Fong Chen grinned. You're too trashy. Several people had challenged him in a row. He already knew that this was Zhou Hong's plan. You want to wear me down by taking turns? Since you're treating me like this, don't blame me for being rude. Originally, Fong Chen did not want to be too high profile, but all of this was forced by Zhou Hong. The 7th prodigy was Zhou Hong's lackey, so there was no need to be too polite. Hearing Fong Chen's words, the 7th prodigy was furious. Fong Chen, you're too arrogant. I only need one punch to defeat you, Fong Chen sneered. The 7th prodigy was instantly enraged and immediately attacked. However, what greeted him was only a punch. After that punch, Fong Chen stopped attacking and did not even look at the 7th prodigy. The 7th prodigy stood quietly on the martial arts stage, not moving at all. Everyone was confused. Why was the 7th prodigy not moving? Who would win? However, at this moment, the 7th prodigy spat out a mouthful of blood and directly fainted on the martial arts stage. Everyone exclaimed. Fong Chen's strength was too freakish. Until now, no one had been able to force him to use his full strength. How strong was he? The Bai clan leader looked at Fong Chen, his eyes filled with joy. This person was really not simple. He was invincible in the Heaven Dipper tier. What would happen if he faced a Heavenly Body tier cultivator? Just as Fong Chen had guessed, the 6th prodigy attacked. However, he was still defeated by Fong Chen. At this moment, Fong Chen was shining brightly. His body was filled with rich astral essence, proving that he was only a Heaven Dipper tier cultivator and not a Heavenly Body tier cultivator. The 5th prodigy did not attack. He had some grudges with Zhou Hong and did not want to fight for him. Next was the 4th prodigy. He was at the 1st level of the Heavenly Body tier and was very strong. Fong Chen, Heaven Dipper tier is Heaven Dipper tier. In front of a Heavenly Body tier cultivator, you are only an ant. The 4th prodigy sneered. Is that so? Then let me show you how a Heaven Dipper tier cultivator defeats a Heavenly Body tier cultivator. Fong Chen's battle prowess was too strong after breaking through the pinnacle level. Against a low-level Heavenly Body tier cultivator, he did not need to use sword techniques at all. A pair of iron fists would suffice. I'm afraid that by then you would have already died, the fourth prodigy said. Against you, I still only need one punch. Fang Chen's attitude was very arrogant. Zhou Hong had completely infuriated him. Since these lackeys wanted to attack for Zhou Hong, then they would have to bear the consequences. Below, Zhou Hong narrowed his eyes, a look of displeasure on his face. Seeing Zhou Hong's expression, the fourth prodigy attacked. Die. The fourth prodigy was skilled in fist technique. He clenched his fists, and the power of stars surged as he threw out a punch. Dong. Fang Chen did not even look, and directly threw out a punch. The power of stars collided with the power of strong essence, and a deafening sound erupted. When the sound of the explosion disappeared, everyone saw that Fang Chen was standing with his hands clasped behind his back. The fourth prodigy had long since passed out. Seeing this scene, the square was completely in an uproar. Fang Chen is too strong. This kind of strength is enough to rival Zhou Hong. Yes, with this kind of strength, it's very likely that he can defeat Zhou Hong. So, he didn't get first place in the first 3 rounds by luck. Even a heavenly body tier prodigy was defeated by him with one punch. This is too terrifying. In the crowd, everyone exclaimed. On the platform, the 36 city lords were shocked. They had never seen a Heaven Dipper tier cultivator with this kind of battle prowess. The Bai clan's leader seemed to have vaguely guessed something. If that's really the case, I have to rope him in at all costs, the Bai clan's leader thought. On the martial arts platform, Fang Chen stared at Zhou Hong. You don't dare to fight, so you let your lackeys fight me one after another. What a good plan. Fang Chen showed no mercy, and exposed Zhou Hong's scheme in front of everyone. Hearing this, Zhou Hong's face darkened. Are you sure you don't want to take back what you just said? Zhou Hong tried his best to calm down and asked coldly. His words were full of threat. I never take back what I say. If you want to fight, then come up and fight, Fang Chen said. You're not worthy of me fighting. Zhou Hong was very conceited. Even now, he still thought that Fang Chen was no match for him. At this moment, the third prodigy spoke to the second prodigy. You've won a few battles, and you dare to challenge our young master Zhou? What a joke. The third prodigy, the cultivator playing with the beads, sneered. You'll only be qualified to challenge young master Zhou if you defeat me, the second prodigy said. Unknowingly, the finals turned into a one-man show for Fang Chen. Ever since Fang Chen went up on stage, one cultivator after another directly challenged him. Now, even some prodigies had been defeated by him. Ordinary cultivators were even more afraid of him. Why would they challenge him? I wonder what will happen. Everyone looked at Fang Chen with burning eyes, waiting for his response. In that case, the two of you can come at me together. Fang Chen pointed at the second and third sky prides and said calmly. Boom. The square was in an uproar. Was Fang Chen really confident, or was he just trying to impress the crowd? He directly challenged the second and third prodigies. On the rostrum, the 36 city lords looked at each other, and finally looked at the Bai family patriarch. The Bai family patriarch stared at Fang Chen and said, If the person involved agrees, I have no objections. The patriarch's words made the second and third prodigies' eyes turn cold. They immediately jumped onto the stage. Fang Chen, we didn't want to team up against you, but since you're so arrogant, you'll have to bear the consequences, the second prodigy said sinisterly. The third prodigy played with the beads in his hands, his face full of disdain. Looks like you're destined to not have a chance to fight young Master Zhou. Hurry up and say it before you lose consciousness, Fang Chen said with a smile. He looked at the two of them as if he was looking at idiots. Everyone was stunned. Was Fang Chen really that strong? Why was he so confident? Boom. The second and third prodigies' aura instantly exploded. Instantly, exclamations came from the square again, because the two of them were at the second level of the heavenly body tier. Chapter 1255. Fang Chen turned to look at Zhou Hong, who was standing on the plaza. At this moment, Zhou Hong had a mocking smile on his face. He thought that Fang Chen was overestimating himself. He actually wanted to challenge two of them at once. If you can really defeat them, then you're qualified for me to fight, Zhou Hong said with a smile. Only qualified? Fang Chen muttered softly. Then, he turned around and ignored Zhou Hong. If you don't fight now, then you won't have a chance, Fang Chen said arrogantly, his aura soaring. Fang Chen, you're dead meat. Hearing this, the two prodigies were furious. They attacked at lightning speed. At the same time, in the Bai clan residence, Bai Qingqing was extremely anxious. She was like an ant on a hot pan. She paced back and forth in the courtyard, feeling ill at ease. Bai Qingqing stopped and asked anxiously, "You're saying that Fang Chen challenged the two prodigies?" The servant beside her nodded and said, "Yes." Fang Chen, oh Fang Chen, how could you be so stupid? Two cultivators in the second layer of the heavenly body tier joining forces. Even Zhou Hong wouldn't dare to say that he could defeat them. You were too impulsive. Bai Qingqing could guess that Zhou Hong must have done something to Fang Chen to make him so angry. The more Bai Qingqing thought about it, the more worried she became. She immediately left the courtyard and quickly headed to the plaza. She was worried about Fang Chen. If something happened to him, she would ask her father for help. On the plaza, on the martial arts arena, the battle was about to start. Since they wanted to intimidate everyone, then they had to defeat these two clowns with lightning speed. Only then would they be able to intimidate everyone. In fact, Fang Chen was thinking the same thing. The third prodigy roared. His figure flashed, and he drew out a spear. He used a domineering spear technique. Instantly, spear shadows filled the sky, piercing toward Fang Chen with great power. At the same time, the saber in the second prodigy's hand slashed fiercely toward Fang Chen. The two geniuses also wanted to end the battle in one move. In fact, their moves were filled with dense killing intent. They wanted to kill Fang Chen and avenge Zhou Hong. On the square, the crowd was shocked to see the two supreme geniuses perform their respective ultimate skills at the same time. It's over. Fang Chen definitely won't be able to defeat these two geniuses. The third-ranked prodigy's spear technique is too strong. Other than Zhou Hong, no one else has been able to force him to use his spear technique. The second genius saber art is even more domineering. Even Zhou Hong wouldn't dare to face two geniuses head-on. I wonder how Fang Chen is going to block it. At this moment, all eyes were on Fang Chen. The latter's eyes flickered, and his soul spirit spread out and locked onto the third chosen. Then, he used the true will of time and space and disappeared into the void when the second proud son of heaven's blade came at him. Dong the third prodigy's saber slashed toward Fang Chen fiercely. However, it missed. The impact of the saber was too strong, and it directly hit the martial arts arena, causing the arena to tremble. Damn it! The second prodigy cursed and pulled out his saber, ready to attack again. However, at this moment, suddenly, a clear voice could be heard. Suddenly, Fang Chen appeared in the air. He stretched out his hand, and his vital spirit surged. He grabbed the spear of the third sky pride with his bare hands. With a twist of his hand, the spear that the third sky pride was so proud of was snapped in half. Pucci before the third prodigy could react, the broken spear in Fang Chen's hand pierced the third prodigy's body. Bang! The third prodigy's body was instantly sent flying, and blood splattered all over the sky. The third prodigy fell unconscious on the ground, and his life was in danger. When the second prodigy saw this, his heart trembled and he felt a trace of fear. He instinctively wanted to escape, but how could Fang Chen give him the chance? The true meaning of time and space was used again. All the power in his body gathered on his fist, and he suddenly punched toward the second prodigy. Bang! He skillfully dodged the second prodigy's saber and sent him flying with a punch. Voila! The entire square was in an uproar. Countless cultivators were completely stirred up. In an instant, he defeated the joint attack of two great prodigies. One was seriously injured and the other was unconscious. How strong did he need to be? The 9th level of Heaven Dipper realm had the battle prowess of the 3rd level of the heavenly body tier. On the rostrum, the 36 city masters, including the Bai family, also stood up in an instant. Their faces were filled with shock. How can a 9th level Heaven Dipper realm have such powerful battle prowess? His physical strength is too strong. Fighting across a major tier, this person is too freakish. The 36 city lords were shocked. As for the Bai clan leader, he was excited, because his guess had come true. Pinnacle level, he must have broken through the pinnacle level. The Bai clan leader said excitedly. There was an insurmountable gap between the Heaven Dipper realm and the heavenly body realm. A 9th level Heaven Dipper realm martial artist, even the most freakish one, would not have such battle prowess. There was only one explanation for this situation, and that was that Fang Chen was a genius who had broken through the pinnacle level. In the entire Clear Isle, there was not a single genius who had broken through the pinnacle level. As the island lord of Clear Isle, the Bai clan leader had heard some things about the pinnacle level geniuses. He did not expect to see a martial artist who had broken through the pinnacle level with his own eyes. Moreover, this person was participating in the son-in-law selection competition that he had organized for his daughter. A pinnacle-level genius. The Bai clan leader was very excited. At this moment, his heart was filled with hope that Fang Chen could defeat Zhou Hong and become the Bai clan's son-in-law. Zhou Hong, the leader of the 8 great prodigies, was not worth mentioning in front of a pinnacle-level genius. Thinking of this, the Bai clan leader's body was trembling. However, he was the island lord after all, so he tried hard to control his excitement. He nodded at Fang Chen and returned to his seat. Dong. On the martial arts arena, Fang Chen's body landed heavily on the ground. His gaze swept past the 2nd and 3rd prodigies, and finally landed on Zhou Hong. What about now? Fang Chen asked. Hearing this, Zhou Hong fell silent. His eyes were extremely sharp as he stared at Fang Chen, and his mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts. Fang Chen's combat power had really exceeded his expectations. However, if that was all, it would not be enough to scare Zhou Hong. Bai Qingqing rushed over, feeling extremely anxious. However, just as she arrived at the square, she heard Fang Chen's domineering words. She was stunned at first, but then she saw the 2nd and 3rd prodigies. Then, she opened her mouth wide and looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. How can he be so strong? Bai Qingqing cried out involuntarily. How did he survive all these years? Bai Qingqing was very happy. The stronger Fang Chen was, the more confident he would be to win first place. She passed through the crowd and arrived at the rostrum. Father! Bai Qingqing greeted the Bai clan leader. Qingqing, why are you here? The Bai clan leader asked. I heard that someone is challenging the 8 prodigies, so I came to take a look. As Bai Qingqing spoke, her eyes were fixed on Fang Chen. The Bai clan leader wanted to say something, but stopped. In the end, he shook his head. It would be good to let his daughter get to know Fang Chen as soon as possible. Then, Bai Qingqing sat behind him. Fang Chen's robes fluttered without wind. His strong body was worshipped by countless cultivators. Too strong. If I had this kind of strength, one day would be enough. Is Fang Chen the reincarnation of a great elite? A heaven dipper tier that can defeat a heavenly body tier, and he even finished the battle in one move. I'm going crazy. In front of Fang Chen, the so-called 8 prodigies are just trash. In the square, discussions rose and fell one after another. Everyone was subdued by Fang Chen's tyrannical combat power, and Fang Chen stared at Zhou Hong with shining eyes. Come up and fight, Fang Chen said. His voice was filled with dominance. Zhou Hong frowned, but still stepped onto the martial arts arena. Do you know the consequences of angering me? Zhou Hong said sinisterly. Even now, Zhou Hong was still threatening Fang Chen. His eyes were filled with a strong gust of wind. I'd like to see the consequences. What do you have to make me bear the consequences, Zhou Hong? Fang Chen sneered. Zhou Hong, this hypocrite, was still pretending. On the rostrum, the Zhou clan leader's expression was dark. Fang Chen was very strong. He was now a little worried about Zhou Hong's safety. Once Zhou Hong is in danger, act immediately, the Zhou clan leader said. On the martial arts arena, Zhou Hong and Fang Chen faced each other. Zhou Hong's pitch-black eyes stared at Fang Chen. Is defeating 2 second-level heavenly body tier cultivators very impressive? Zhou Hong asked. Can you do what I did? Fang Chen countered. His attitude was very strong, and he was not afraid of Zhou Hong at all. The Zhou clan announced that Zhou Hong was only a second-level heavenly body tier cultivator, but in reality, Zhou Hong had already reached the 3rd level of the heavenly body tier. Moreover, Zhou Hong had a trump card given to him by the Zhou clan. I'm very curious. Why would a cultivator with no background like you dare to offend the Zhou clan? Zhou Hong asked calmly. Hearing this, Fang Chen sneered. Idiot. Fang Chen scolded with a smile. This Zhou Hong actually dared to talk about his background. Did he think that just because he mentioned the Zhou clan, he would be afraid of him? How laughable. The scene in the ancestral grounds of the Bai clan appeared in Fang Chen's mind. Then, he looked at the divine feather fan lying quietly in his spatial ring. Indeed, just as Zhou Hong said, he was an outsider with no background on Clear Isle. But without a background, he could create one. The divine feather fan was his background. He really wanted to know what Zhou Hong's expression would be when he took out the divine feather fan. The battle was about to start. The power of stars circled around Zhou Hong's body, and his aura continued to rise. Only when he reached the peak of the 3rd level of the heavenly body tier did his aura gradually stop. A terrifying aura instantly filled the entire martial arts arena, directly enveloping Fang Chen. Zhou Hong's killing intent had been aroused. Fang Chen could clearly feel it. Brat, I, Zhou Hong, have never been defeated in the younger generation, Zhou Hong said. Chapter 1256. Although there were still many martial artists who had not fought, everyone knew that the next battle would be the final battle. Everyone had witnessed the strength of Fang Chen and Zhou Hong. The winner of the two would become the son-in-law of the Bai clan. Therefore, Zhou Hong took this battle very seriously. Qing Qing is my woman. I won't allow anyone to touch her, Zhou Hong said coldly. In the next moment, he attacked. The peak of the 3rd level of the heavenly body tier was very powerful. As soon as he attacked, everyone sensed Zhou Hong's terrifying strength. Boom! The power of stars surged as Zhou Hong punched out. Seeing this, Fang Chen also punched out without hesitation. The two fists collided, and the whole martial arts arena trembled. The aura it emitted caused the cultivators near the martial ring to tremble in fear. Too strong. This was a battle between the peak of the younger generation. Bang! After the two fists collided, they both took a few steps back. Zhou Hong sneered and said disdainfully, "You're only SOSO. The punch just now was only a test." However, Zhou Hong found that Fang Chen's physical strength was only SOSO. If he attacked with his full strength, the latter would not be able to resist at all. Just as Zhou Hong said, he was only testing. Fang Chen was the same. Until now, no one had been able to force him to use his full strength. He had not even taken out the hidden star sword. One had to know that Fang Chen's strongest point was his sword arts, not his fist arts. "You're indeed qualified to make me draw my sword." Fang Chen nodded. He could not defeat Zhou Hong with just his fists. "I'm really curious. Even now, you still have so much courage," Zhou Hong said with a grin. "You're 3 levels higher than me, but you can't defeat me. If we're at the same level, I'll smash your head with one punch," Fang Chen said. Hearing this, Zhou Hong's face darkened, and his body was full of killing intent. Fang Chen touched Zhou Hong's sore spot. He was already disdainful of lowering himself to deal with a Heaven Dipper tier martial artist. But now, he was being mocked by a heaven-dipper tier martial artist. He clenched his fist, and a dagger appeared in his hand. This dagger exuded a chilling aura, which was very threatening. "What's the use of a sharp tongue?" Zhou Hong sneered. Then, his figure flashed, and the dagger in his hand cut through the void, heading straight for Fang Chun. When the dagger came close to him, Fang Chun felt a cold power coming from the dagger. Corrode the soul. This dagger seemed to specialize in targeting souls. Seeing this, Fang Chun took out the star-concealing sword for the first time. So, Fang Chun is a sword cultivator. No wonder his attack power is so strong. You've finally taken out your weapon? The battle between the pinnacle is too exciting. He took out the hidden star sword, and immediately displayed the heavenly demon sword art like moving clouds and flowing water. Swoosh in the sky, 6 thick sky demon sword lights appeared, their auras intimidating. Under Fang Chen's control, the sky demon sword light instantly pierced towards Zhou Hong. On the rostrum, the bi-family patriarch's expression kept changing. Sky Devil Sword Technique. This kid is related to the Sky Devil Sword Emperor. The bi-family patriarch thought to himself. The bi-family patriarch recognized the Sky Devil Sword Technique, and so did the Zhou family patriarch. The Zhou family patriarch clenched his fists, his expression extremely dark. Damn it, he's actually the successor of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor. Pung pung pung. The 6 sky demon sword lights fiercely collided with Zhou Hong's dagger. Instantly, Zhou Hong's dagger was knocked out of his hand. At the same time, 3 sword lights collided with Zhou Hong's body. With a pung, Zhou Hong's body was directly sent flying. However, Zhou Hong wasn't as weak as everyone imagined. In the process of flying, Zhou Hong seemed to have used a forbidden technique. Suddenly, the aura around his body skyrocketed. Immediately after, his cultivation level actually increased by a level. 4th level of the heavenly body tier. On the rostrum, the 36 city lords' expressions changed drastically. The difference between the 3rd and 4th level of the heavenly body tier was only 1 level, but the difference in battle prowess was huge. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Zhou Hong, who was at the 3rd level of the heavenly body tier, wasn't a match for Fang Chun. However, after using a forbidden technique and forcefully increasing his cultivation level, he would definitely be able to easily suppress Fang Chun. Fang Chun, among the younger generation, to be able to force me to this extent, you should be proud. Zhou Hong said crazily. His body was filled with a fanatical aura. With a thought, the dagger returned to Zhou Hong's hand. In the plaza, everyone was dumbfounded. No one would have thought that the situation would develop to this extent. Zhou Hong was very strong, but Fang Chun was even stronger. At this moment, no one dared to recklessly guess who would be the final victor. Fang Chun floated in the sky, looking down at Zhou Hong. 4th level of the heavenly body tier? After breaking through the pinnacle level, his battle prowess had soared. This was the strongest enemy he had ever encountered. I can finally fight with all my might. As soon as Fang Chun finished speaking, he waved his hand and instantly set up a 4th level formation, trapping Zhou Hong. Do you think you can trap me? Zhou Hong waved the dagger in his hand, and a powerful force heavily bombarded the formation. Instantly, the formation shook violently. Seeing this, Fang Chun sneered and said, "It's enough to deal with you." As soon as he finished speaking, he used the true meaning of time and space, and Fang Chun silently entered the formation. Then, he used the 2nd level of the mysterious sky sealing technique. A huge sword net instantly appeared in the sky, and under Fang Chen's control, it enveloped Zhou Hong. Die! Zhou Hong held the dagger in his hand, blocking the sword light from the sword net. Then, he launched a domineering attack. 5 Thunder Tribulation Technique. Fang Chun felt the threat of the dagger in Zhou Hong's hand, and used the 5 Thunder Tribulation Technique. Although it was only the 1st level, its power had increased greatly. Dong! Lightning fiercely collided with the dagger, directly sending it flying. Zhou Hong's body also instantly retreated. "I'm going to kill you!" Zhou Hong fell into a state of rage. He used a forbidden technique, but he still couldn't defeat this person. Once the time limit was up, his cultivation level would drop, and he would definitely lose to him. "No, Qingqing is my woman," Zhou Hong roared in his heart. Then, he forcibly used the strongest attack of the forbidden technique. A small sphere appeared in his hand. This small sphere was formed by the accumulation of vast amounts of star energy. The small ball grew bigger and bigger, and in the end, it directly imprisoned the entire space. "Fang Chen, you should be proud to have seen this move of mine." The small ball contained a terrifying power of the stars. Zhou Hong used a special method to control the small ball. Suddenly, the small ball left his hand and blasted towards Fang Chen. Dong! The whole world was trembling. Zhou Hong's attack was too strong. The complexions of the 36 city lords on the rostrum all changed greatly. Bai Qingqing was very nervous. Her small hands tightly held the hem of her skirt, and she secretly prayed in her heart. In the front row, the Bai family patriarch's face was solemn as he watched all this. The Zhou family patriarch's eyes were filled with killing intent. The successor of the Sky Demon Sword Light deserves to die. On the martial arts arena, the small ball blasted towards Fang Chen. Everyone in the square sucked in a breath of cold air. Once the small round ball hit Fang Chen, he would definitely die. However, Fang Chen's face showed a bright smile. The leader of the 8 heavenly prides is just SOSO. As soon as Fang Chen's voice fell, the terrifying small ball instantly drowned him. "Oh no!" everyone in the crowd shouted. Zhou Hong's face was filled with madness. The energy waves emitted by the small round ball instantly collided with the Tier 4 array formation, causing the array formation to shatter. As for Fang Chen, he had long been submerged in the small sphere. Bai Qingqing almost screamed. She wanted to ask her father to save Fang Chen first. However, just when everyone thought that Fang Chen was dead for sure, a voice suddenly rang out. A large hand of stars appeared in the sky. Soon after, under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, the large hand of stars stretched out and grabbed the small ball that enveloped Fang Chen. Gotcha! The hand of stars crushed the small ball forcefully. A terrifying explosive force instantly swept over. Seeing this, the Bai family patriarch waved his hand and immediately sealed the martial arts arena to prevent the terrifying force from affecting the crowd. Dong! The martial arts arena shook and was about to shatter. After the star giant hand crushed the small ball, it gradually broke apart as well. Impossible! Seeing this, Zhou Hong shouted crazily. At this moment, Fang Chen slowly walked out from the dense power of stars. His clothes were slightly disheveled, but there was a hint of mockery on his face. "Now, what other tricks do you have?" Fang Chen asked. Silence. The square was as silent as death. All the cultivators looked at this scene in disbelief. Fang Chen really defeated Zhou Hong. A 9th-layer Heaven Dipper tier cultivator defeated a 4th-layer Heavenly Body tier cultivator. In the history of Clear Isle, Fang Chen was the strongest Heaven Dipper tier cultivator. Too strong. Waves of shock surged in everyone's hearts. Bai Qingqing, who was originally crying, quickly wiped away the tears on her face and laughed wildly. "I'm going to kill you." Zhou Hong was completely crazy. This was the strongest attack he could use so far, but it was broken by his opponent. Hong Long Long. Zhou Hong wanted to kill Fang Chen as if he had gone mad. "Your heart is in chaos. There's nothing to fear." Seeing Zhou Hong charge over, Fang Chen sent him flying with a kick. However, Zhou Hong still didn't give up and continued to charge over. Fang Chen frowned and punched out. Gotcha! Zhou Hong's arm instantly broke, and his body flew out and fell on the square. "Stop!" Suddenly, the Zhou family patriarch roared. His figure flashed and instantly landed on the martial arts arena. The terrifying power of stars instantly locked onto Fong Chen. Brat, Zhou Hong has already lost. Why are you still so vicious? The Zhou family patriarch glared at Fong Chen, wanting to tear Fong Chen into pieces. He attacked me, so I can't retaliate? Fong Chen asked. You're courting death. The Zhou family patriarch waved his hand, and a terrifying power attacked Fong Chen. At this moment, the Bai family patriarch attacked. With a wave of his hand, he dissolved the Zhou family patriarch's attack. Old Zhou, there's no need for you to interfere in the battle of the younger generation, the Bai family patriarch said. Chapter 1257. Is this how the Zhou clan behaves? When the young one gets beaten up, the old one jumps out. What a joke. 8 Studies, 23-0. Fong Chen did not hide his disgust for the Zhou clan and said coldly. There was a manifestation realm expert behind the Zhou clan, but Fong Chen was not afraid. He knew that the Bai clan also had a manifestation realm expert behind them. If he was forced into a corner, he did not mind taking out the divine feather fan. At that time, not to mention the Bai clan leader, even the manifestation realm expert in the Bai clan would help him at all costs. Junior, do you think that I can't do anything to you if you hide behind the island master? The Zhou clan leader said eerily. Zhou Hong had already been carried down from the square. The Zhou clan leader had also secretly informed the patriarch. When the patriarch arrived, Fong Chen would definitely die. Fong Chen's potential was too great, and he had severely injured Zhou Hong. No matter what the reason was, he could not be left alive. Therefore, he would definitely die. Island Master, this kid has severely injured Zhou Hong. Our Zhou clan and he are irreconcilable. The Zhou clan leader said in a deep voice. He was pressuring the Bai clan leader. The meaning behind his words was obvious. If the Bai clan insisted on stopping them, then the Zhou clan would not mind going to war with the Bai clan. Although the Zhou clan was the second most powerful clan on Qingyi Island, their power was only second to the Bai clan. If they really went to war, no one knew who would emerge victorious. The Zhou family patriarch also recognized this point, which was why he said such words. However, the Bai clan leader's attitude surprised him. Fong Chen defeated Zhou Hong and took first place in this competition. He should be the son-in-law of the Bai clan. If I, the Bai clan leader, give my son-in-law to an outsider, won't I be laughed at? Hearing her father's words, Bai Qingqing, who was on the rostrum, felt extremely happy. Her face was full of smiles. With her father's help, the Zhou clan leader would not dare to say anything. Island Master, are you really going to go against the Zhou clan for a Heaven Star Border Realm guy? The Zhou clan leader's face changed as he said coldly. The Zhou clan is too much. The Bai clan leader said slowly. Good. Very good. The Zhou clan leader laughed wildly. What happened? Many warriors in the square fell to the ground, unable to withstand such pressure. On the rostrum, the 36 city lords activated the power of the stars to protect themselves. The Bai family patriarch's face was extremely gloomy as he waved his hand and enveloped Fong Chen's body. Forefather Zhou. Who else but Forefather Zhou could cause the Bai family patriarch to feel fear? Forefather Zhou was a white-haired elder. The moment he appeared, he intimidated everyone in Qingyi City. Forefather Zhou landed in front of the Zhou family patriarch. Trash, the Zhou clan has become like this because of you. Forefather Zhou scolded coldly. Zhou family leader's heart shook and he was a little afraid. Patriarch. The Zhou family patriarch wanted to explain but was interrupted by Forefather Zhou's sharp gaze. Hong is the one of the younger generation that I think the most highly of. He was seriously injured by someone, and as the patriarch, you are unable to avenge him. How shameful! After Forefather Zhou finished speaking, his gaze landed on Fong Chen, who was standing behind the Bai family patriarch. Kid, to be able to break through the extreme realm at such a young age, you really exceeded my expectations. When Forefather Zhou saw Fong Chen, he was clearly stunned. Then he smiled and said, "If you join my Zhou clan, today's matter will end here. From then on, all the resources of my Zhou clan will be given to you to nurture you into an expert of the generation. Even the grudge between my Zhou clan and the Sky Devil Sword Monarch can be forgotten." Forefather Zhou's words caused everyone to exclaim in shock. Cultivators of the Blessed Realm were the strongest fighters on Clear Isle. Such a powerhouse could kill an ordinary martial artist with just a glance. They could destroy Qingyi City with a wave of their hand. And now, the Creation Realm forefather of the Zhou clan was actually trying to rope in Fang Chen. This meant that Fang Chen's potential was too strong. Even a Creation Realm expert attached great importance to him. "Forefather," the Zhou clan leader said upon hearing this. "Shut up," Forefather Zhou scolded. Then he looked at Fang Chen with a gentle smile. There was no trace of a Creation Realm expert's domineering attitude. "How about it? Are you willing to join my Zhou clan?" Forefather Zhou asked. Fang Chen's heart trembled when he heard this. He didn't expect the Sky Devil Sword Light to have a grudge with the Zhou clan. No wonder when he used the Sky Devil Sword technique, the Zhou family patriarch's expression changed. At that time, he was fighting and didn't pay attention. He didn't expect there to be such a thing. "Senior, Fang Chen has already joined my Bai clan. How about this?" The Bai clan patriarch spoke. If a genius who broke through the extreme realm was roped in by the Zhou clan, Qingyi Island would still belong to the Zhou clan in the future. He definitely wouldn't do this. The reason why he wasn't afraid of Forefather Zhou was because the Bai clan patriarch had secretly informed the forefather who was in seclusion. The forefather should be on his way now. "Kid, you don't have a choice. If you don't join my Zhou clan, based on the grudge between my Zhou clan and the Sky Devil Sword Emperor, you will definitely die," Forefather Zhou threatened. "If I want to kill you, no one can stop me," Forefather Zhou added. The moment Forefather Zhou finished speaking, the Bai clan patriarch appeared. Buzz! A terrifying power swept through the entire Qingyi Island. The Bai clan patriarch wore a long blue robe and had a gloomy expression. "Old Monster Zhou! Old Monster Bai, why aren't you dead yet?" Forefather Zhou's expression changed when he saw this. "No matter what, I can't die before you," Forefather Bai said with a smile. Two of the three Creation Realm experts of Qingyi Island appeared at the same time, shocking everyone. The appearance of the Bai clan patriarch made Bai Qingqing's worried heart relax. "Old Monster Bai, this kid hasn't joined your Bai clan yet. It's not too much for me to rope him in, right?" Forefather Zhou asked. "You're trying to steal from my Bai clan?" Old Monster Bai asked. Forefather Zhou didn't waste any more words and looked at Fang Chen with a burning gaze. Being stared at by a Creation Realm expert, Fang Chen felt great pressure. "Kid, have you thought it through?" Forefather Zhou asked coldly. "Sorry, I don't want to join the Zhou clan." Fang Chen refused. A powerful aura surged around Forefather Zhou when he heard this. His figure flashed and he instantly appeared in front of Fang Chen. Then, he attacked at lightning speed. "Old Monster Zhou, you're looking down on me too much." Forefather Bai easily blocked Forefather Zhou's attack. Forefather Zhou's expression darkened when he saw this. This kid is the successor of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor. "Old Monster Bai, don't tell me you don't know the grudge between the Sky Devil Sword Emperor and my Zhou clan. I want to kill this kid. I hope you won't stop me." Forefather Bai was truly shocked when he heard this. He looked at Fang Chen in surprise and then nodded. He didn't expect this kid to be the successor of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor. "This kid has already joined my Bai clan," Forefather Bai stated. Forefather Zhou laughed heartily when he heard this. "Good, very good. Old Monster Bai, you'll regret this." Forefather Zhou turned and left after he finished speaking. Then, the Zhou clan members also left. In the end, only the Bai clan members were left in the square. "Thank you for your help, Senior." Fang Chen cupped his hands. He originally thought that the creation realm expert of the Bai clan wouldn't attack the Zhou clan for him. Fang Chen had already made the decision to use the divine feather fan, but things were out of his expectations. A genius who has broken through the extreme realm is worthy of my help. With that, the Bai family's patriarch waved his hand and shifted Bai Qingqing onto the martial arts practice stage. "Kid, what do you think of my granddaughter?" Forefather Bai asked directly. Bai Qingqing's face instantly flushed red when she heard this. She lowered her head shyly. "Grandfather," Bai Qingqing said sweetly. The Bai family's patriarch chuckled and looked at Fang Chen. Fang Chen was also stunned and a little embarrassed. "Kid, since you came to participate in this competition, you must be interested in my granddaughter. Coincidentally, you also won first place. Why don't I make the decision and choose a date for your wedding?" Forefather Bai said. Although Bai Qingqing was shy, she secretly observed Fang Chen from the corner of her eye. She was a little nervous and didn't know if Fang Chen would refuse. "Senior, Qingqing is so outstanding. I'm not worthy of her," Fang Chen said. Forefather Bai waved his hand and chuckled. "There's no need to say this. A genius who has broken through the extreme realm is enough for my granddaughter." As a creation realm expert, he knew how difficult it was to break through the extreme realm. "There's no need to say any more. I'll personally host your wedding in 3 days." Forefather Bai's attitude was very strong. He didn't allow Fang Chen to object and left. The son-in-law selection competition came to an end. No one had expected the final result to be like this. Fang Chen's name resounded throughout the entire Qingyi Island. What followed was the news that Fang Chen was going to marry Bai Qingqing in 3 days' time. Qingyi Island instantly exploded. Countless martial artists were envious. It was such an honor to be able to become the son-in-law of the Bai family. Of course, everyone also knew that only an outstanding genius like Fang Chen was worthy of the Bai family's beloved daughter. However, the person involved, Fang Chen, was extremely depressed. In Bai Qingqing's courtyard in the Bai family's mansion, the two of them stood side by side, admiring the beautiful scenery in the courtyard. After a long time, Bai Qingqing spoke. "My grandfather's decision has troubled you." Fang Chen was silent. "If it has caused you trouble, I'll go to my grandfather now and explain the situation clearly." Bai Qingqing finished speaking and prepared to leave. Fang Chen grabbed Bai Qingqing's fair hand. "Qingqing," Fang Chen said. There was a complicated expression on his face. "You don't have to be troubled. I'll go talk to my grandfather. He probably won't make things difficult for you," Bai Qingqing said. She was a little sad, but she didn't want to force Fang Chen. "Your grandfather is happy. If you go and talk to him now, it will undoubtedly be a slap to his face. A creation realm expert is temperamental. If he gets angry, the consequences will be unimaginable," Fang Chen said. But she originally just wanted Fang Chen to help. Who would have thought that there would be such a change in the end? Even her grandfather, who was in seclusion all year round, was alarmed. Chapter 1258. 3 days later, the Bai clan was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. It was very lively. All the elites of the Clear Isle came to congratulate the Bai clan. Today was a joyous day for the Bai clan. The pearl of the Bai clan, Bai Qingqing, was getting married to the legendary prodigy Fang Chen. Moreover, the Bai clan's ancestor was personally hosting the wedding. The Bai clan's ancestor was a creation tier elite. His strength was extremely high. In the entire Clear Isle, there were only 2 people who could compete with the Bai clan's ancestor. One of them was a lone cultivator. He didn't join any forces and didn't have any disciples. The other person was the Zhou clan's ancestor. The 3 creation tier elites were already the peak battle power of the Clear Isle. However, because the 3 of them were old, their qi and blood were a little dried up. They couldn't advance any further, so they didn't go to the Old Hua Islands. Instead, they stayed on the Clear Isle. The Bai clan's ancestor personally announced that today was the day of the wedding. High-level heavenly body tier elites all came to congratulate them. The Bai clan's patriarch and the others were all happily welcoming the honored guest. Meanwhile, Bai Qingqing, who was waiting in her room, was very nervous. She was a little conflicted. After a long time, Bai Qingqing shook her head hard. The thoughts in her mind instantly dissipated. She didn't want to think too much. She would take one step at a time. After all, this was a fake marriage that she and Fang Chun had discussed. After the wedding, she would ask her grandfather to let Fang Chun leave and go to the old Hua Island. I'm sorry. Bai Qingqing felt a little guilty. At this moment, Fang Chun, who was in another courtyard, appeared incomparably calm. He had already thought it through. This was a fake marriage to save Bai Qingqing. He had a clear conscience toward his wife, the Star and Moon. As the number one clan on the Clear Isle, the Bai clan was extremely powerful. It was amazing. Holding a wedding would affect the entire Clear Isle. However, what everyone didn't expect was that someone dared to cause trouble at the Bai clan's wedding. Moreover, the troublemaker wasn't an ordinary person. It was the Zhou clan's ancestor. Boom! Fang Chen was thinking when he suddenly felt a powerful aura that instantly locked onto him. Immediately, he became alert. He used the time intent without hesitation to escape. In this moment, Fang Chen was greatly alarmed. The person who had come had sealed the space. He did not need to think to know that it was Forefather Zhou. Only a creation realm elite could lock onto the void in such a short period of time. Damn it! Fang Chen cursed and struggled with all his might. In the sky, a large hand stretched out and directly enveloped Fang Chen. In the front yard of the Bai family estate, the ancestor of the Bai family who was receiving guests suddenly sensed that something was wrong. His expression changed drastically, and he roared furiously before vanishing. What's going on? Who's causing trouble? Many martial artists were shocked. Who would dare to cause trouble here? Dong then, a deafening sound resounded through the sky. Old monster Zhou, do you want to die? In the sky above Fang Chen's courtyard, the furious roar of the Bai family patriarch could be heard. Immediately, the many martial practitioners who had come to attend the wedding understood that the newcomer was Forefather Zhou. The two powerful manifestation practitioners faced each other in the sky. Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. With the Bai family's ancestor here, he was finally safe. Old monster Bai, I want to kill him. You can't stop me, Forefather Zhou said coldly, as though he was ready to shed all pretense of cordiality with the Bai family. Today is a joyous day for my Bai family. You came to cause trouble, which means you are an enemy of my Bai family. From today onwards, my Bai family and your Zhou family will fight to the death. The Bai family's ancestor roared furiously. If the other party was not a creation realm elite, he would have killed him with one slap. Old monster Zhou came to cause trouble for his granddaughter's wedding in front of everyone. Wasn't this a slap in the face? The Bai family's ancestor was completely enraged. His words were like rolling thunder that entered everyone's ears. Everyone in the Bai family quickly went on alert and evacuated the crowd. Once the creation realm experts started fighting, the Bai family estate would be reduced to rubble. In the sky, Forefather Zhou heard the Bai family's ancestors' words and sneered. Old monster Bai, if I want to kill him, he cannot be saved. He must die today. Forefather Zhou pointed at Fang Chen below. His attitude was firm. I want to see what ability you have to kill someone in front of me, the Bai family's ancestor said coldly. Boom. Forefather Zhou waved his hand. Immediately, a powerful wave of star power poured down. You are courting death. The Bai family's ancestor acted and blocked Forefather Zhou's sneak attack. Old monster Zhou, since you want to fight, I will fight with you, the Bai family's ancestor said in a deep voice. The Bai family elder said gravely. With a flash, he arrived in front of Forefather Zhou. The two manifestation realm experts instantly engaged in a fierce battle. Go up and fight, the Bai family's ancestor said. Bai family's patriarch said. With that, his figure flashed and he charged into the clouds. Forefather Zhou followed closely behind him. They all knew that once they started fighting, Qingyi City would suffer great losses. Boom! Above the clouds, the two creation realm experts started fighting with all their might. Even though they were so far away, the aura they emitted made the people below feel suffocated. "Is this the strength of a creation realm expert?" someone exclaimed. A creation realm expert was truly too powerful. They could control the clouds and rain with a flip of their hand. "Ha ha ha, old monster bai, you are only SOSO. Forefather Zhou's laughter came from the clouds. The battle had reached its climax. Below, Fang Chen's expression changed. "Fang Chen, are you alright?" When she heard that Forefather Zhou had arrived, Bai Qingqing was very worried and ran over immediately. Today, Bai Qingqing wore a red dress and was very beautiful. There was a trace of worry in her beautiful eyes as she stared at Fang Chen. Her small white hand pulled on Fang Chen's arm. "I am fine." Fang Chen smiled brightly. "Dong!" A deafening voice came from the clouds in the sky. Forefather Zhou spoke immediately after. "Why aren't you attacking?" Hearing Forefather Zhou's words, everyone paled in fright. Then, a figure with a similar aura to Forefather Zhou appeared out of thin air. "Old Mo, are you also going to be enemies with my Bai family?" When Forefather Bai saw this, he suddenly punched out and forced Forefather Zhou back. Then, his figure flashed and landed on the ground. Opposite him, there was an old man in gray clothes. This person was old Taoist Mo, one of the 3 creation realm experts of Qingyi Island. "I was entrusted by someone," old Taoist Mo said with a smile. The situation immediately became extremely complicated. Forefather Bai's expression was dark. If it was only Forefather Zhou, he could still deal with him. But now, old Taoist Mo was also here. Even he would not be able to fight against the combined might of 2 powerful manifestation realm practitioners. He turned around and glanced at Fang Chen. At the same time, he saw an anxious Bai Qingqing. "Old monster Bai, I said that you can't stop me today." Forefather Zhou came down from the clouds and sneered. In order to invite old Taoist Mo, his Zhou family had paid a heavy price. This time, Fang Chen had to die. "Old Taoist Mo, my Bai family can double what the Zhou family gave you, as long as you don't interfere in today's matter," Forefather Bai said. Old Taoist Mo shook his head and said, "I still have my reputation. Since I promised old monster Zhou, then I'm sorry, my mission is only to stop you." Forefather Bai was furious when he heard old Taoist Mo's words. "Old Taoist Mo, stop him for me." Forefather Zhou's figure flashed, wanting to attack Fang Chen. Forefather Bai could not sit by and do nothing. He waved his hand and blocked Forefather Zhou's path. Old Taoist Mo attacked when he heard Forefather Zhou's words. Old Taoist Mo neutralized Forefather Bai's attack and appeared in front of him. He said with a smile, "Old monster Bai, why make things difficult for me? You are the one making things difficult for me. I finally found such a young genius to be my Bai family's son-in-law, but you want to help old monster Zhou." Forefather Bai did not say anything else and launched a fierce and domineering attack. Forefather Bai, who was blocked by old Taoist Mo, could not care about Fang Chen. Fang Chen prepared to take Bai Qingqing and flee this place but was stopped by Forefather Zhou. "Brat, blame yourself for being too outstanding," Forefather Zhou sneered. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. "If that old thing Sky Devil Sword Emperor knows that I killed such an outstanding disciple, I wonder if he will go crazy." Forefather Zhou laughed wildly when he thought of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor. Back then, his Zhou family had a great grudge with the Sky Devil Sword Emperor. However, the Sky Devil Sword Emperor was too strong and even he could not stop him. In the end, he allowed the Sky Devil Sword Emperor to leave. After so many years, he actually met the successor of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor. This was karma. Today, killing the successor of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor could be considered revenge. A creation realm cultivator attacking me, a heaven star border realm. Fang Chen's face was filled with mockery. However, Forefather Zhou did not care at all. He walked towards Fang Chen step by step, his aura surging. Brat, no matter what you say, you must die today. Are you sure you can kill me? Fang Chen stopped in his tracks and stopped retreating. He pushed Bai Qingqing behind him and asked in a deep voice with a serious expression. Hearing this, Forefather Zhou hesitated for a moment. He thought that Fang Chen had some tricks up his sleeve, but after thinking for a while, he was relieved. The other party was only a Heaven Star Border Realm martial artist. Even if he had some tricks up his sleeve, he could not threaten him. Go to hell. Forefather Zhou attacked. A thunderous hand instantly pressed down on Fang Chen. In the distance, Forefather Bai, who was fighting with old Taoist Mo, roared into the sky. He wanted to save Fang Chen, but he could not free himself. Old Monster Zhou, if Fang Chen dies today, I swear that I will kill you no matter where you are, Forefather Bai roared furiously. Rumble. The attack of a creation realm martial artist was too powerful. Fang Chen felt his body tremble. His expression was serious, and the divine feather fan appeared in his hand. No! Bai Qingqing appeared in front of Fang Chen, wanting to block Forefather Zhou's attack for Fang Chen. Fang Chen, leave quickly! Bai Qingqing shouted. In a flash, Fang Chen pulled Bai Qingqing behind him. Then, before the thunderous hand descended, he activated the divine feather fan. Boom! A terrifying aura shot out from the divine feather fan and immediately hit the thunderous hand. Crack! The thunderous hand shattered instantly. Chapter 1259. The divine feather fan contained a powerful pressure that instantly disintegrated Zhou family's patriarch's attack. How is this possible? Zhou family's patriarch cried out as he retreated. He did not recognize the divine feather fan, so he did not know what it meant to the Bai family. He was just shocked that a mere folding fan could actually block his attack and even force him to retreat. Most importantly, he felt a trace of fear in his heart. One could imagine how powerful an aura that could make a creation realm expert feel fear was. This was the remnant consciousness of the Bai family's 18 ancestors. It was fused into the divine feather fan to protect the fated person. Now, Fang Chen had no choice but to take out the divine feather fan. Hearing the commotion, the Bai family's patriarch and old Taoist Mo, who were fighting, turned around at the same time. When they saw the divine feather fan in Fang Chen's hand, they were instantly dumbfounded. The divine feather fan! The Bai family's patriarch cried out in disbelief. Then, his figure flashed, and he instantly arrived beside Fang Chen. He grabbed the divine feather fan and carefully examined it. Then, he said excitedly, "Yes, this is the real divine feather fan. Ah!" The divine feather fan was the Bai family's heirloom treasure. It had always been kept by the Bai family's patriarch. However, the divine feather fan had mysteriously disappeared a long time ago. Who would have thought that it would appear in Fang Chen's hands now? Fang Chen, where did you get the divine feather fan? The Bai family's patriarch asked urgently. Senior, this junior went through a trial in the ancestral land and comprehended the pressure of the 18 statues. Then, I seem to have triggered some kind of mechanism and obtained the divine feather fan, Fang Chen said truthfully. Hearing this, the Bai family's patriarch laughed wildly. This was the will of the heavens. The divine feather fan that had been missing for so many years had been obtained by Fang Chen. Old Taoist Mo, stop him, Zhou family's patriarch said coldly. However, old Taoist Mo fell silent and did not attack. Old Taoist Mo, have you forgotten our agreement? Zhou family's patriarch turned his head and roared furiously. At this moment, old Taoist Mo looked up at Zhou family's patriarch. Sorry. Old Taoist Mo, what do you mean? Forefather Zhou questioned, his expression changing greatly. His Zhou family had paid such a huge price to ask old Taoist Mo to help. But now, old Taoist Mo had already received the benefits, but he was not attacking anymore. What was the meaning of this? Could it be that he was bullying his Zhou clan for having no one? Divine Feather Fan. This child possesses the Divine Feather Fan. I cannot do anything to him, old Taoist Mo said in a serious tone. Old Taoist Mo's words shocked the Bai family patriarch. The Divine Feather Fan belonged to the Bai clan. What did it have to do with old Taoist Mo? I only asked you to stop old monster Bai. I didn't ask you to kill him. The old man from the Zhou clan realized how mysterious the Divine Feather Fan was. However, he was not in the mood to ask about it. He only wanted to quickly kill Fang Chen. Old Taoist Mo shook his head and walked towards Fang Chen step by step. When Patriarch Bai saw this, he blocked old Taoist Mo's path, afraid that old Taoist Mo was up to no good. However, he was overthinking it. Old Taoist Mo came in front of Fang Chen and stared at the Divine Feather Fan with a burning gaze. Then, he cupped his fists and said, "I'm sorry. Because of my obstruction, you almost lost your life." Hearing this, Fang Chen was very surprised. However, old Taoist Mo's following words shocked Fang Chen and the rest. When I was in the Heaven Star Border realm, I met a mysterious expert. At that time, I did not know that he was one of the ancestors of the Bai family. I was in danger, and he saved me. I wanted to repay him, but he did not tell me his name. He only told me that if I stepped into the creation realm in the future and saw the owner of the Divine Feather Fan in danger, I should help. Old Taoist Mo recalled. Until now I have never forgotten that if it were not for that expert, I would have died long ago. It would be impossible for me to have my current achievements. Although I am an itinerant cultivator and my actions are a little strange, I am not ungrateful. After saying that, old Taoist Mo looked at the Divine Feather Fan again. Everyone suddenly realized that old Taoist Mo and the Bai family were connected. The happiest person was the Bai family's patriarch. He was very happy that the Divine Feather Fan had reappeared and could resolve the crisis. Zhou family's patriarch's expression was very gloomy. Old Taoist Mo, you took my Zhou family's things and did not do anything for my Zhou family. You are a traitor, Zhou family's patriarch chided. Old Taoist Mo looked at Zhou family's patriarch and said, "Old monster Zhou, I have already helped you stop old monster Bai. You can only blame yourself for being too useless and not killing Fang Chen." Old Taoist Mo's attitude was very clear. He was on Fang Chen's side. He wanted to ensure that the owner of the Divine Feather Fan would not be harmed. Under the threat of the two creation realm experts, Zhou family's patriarch did not act rashly. "Old Taoist Mo, are you going to break ties with my Zhou family? As long as you do not make things difficult for this child, I will not break ties with your Zhou family." Old Taoist Mo was an itinerant cultivator and had his own principles. He only wanted to protect Fang Chen and would not join forces with the Bai family because of this. He was a creation realm expert and disdained to do that. "Good, very good." Zhou family's patriarch sneered. He looked at Fang Chen and said, "Kid, count yourself lucky." After Zhou family's patriarch left, old Taoist Mo and the Bai family's patriarch looked at Fang Chen. Fang Chen, the Divine Feather Fan, is the Bai family's heirloom treasure. It can command the entire Bai family. If you give the order, the Bai family will kill old monster Zhou for you at all costs, said the Bai family's patriarch. Fang Chen played with the Divine Feather Fan and handed it to the Bai family's patriarch. "Patriarch, this Divine Feather Fan originally belonged to the Bai family. It is now returned to its rightful owner." The Bai family's patriarch did not rush to take the Divine Feather Fan. Instead, he looked at Fang Chen in surprise. With the Divine Feather Fan in hand, he was equivalent to the Bai family's patriarch and could command the Bai family. Yet, this child gave up such a good opportunity and gave the Divine Feather Fan to the Bai family. At this moment, the Bai family's patriarch had to re-evaluate Fang Chen. After a long while, the Bai family's patriarch sighed. It seems that we are already old. The Bai family's patriarch took the divine feather fan and held it in his hand, grinning. A martial artist who could break through the extreme realm was indeed extraordinary. At the side, old Taoist Mo also nodded in satisfaction. If Fang Chun held the divine feather fan and ordered the Bai family around, he would also look down on Fang Chun. However, he was very satisfied with Fang Chun's performance. As long as I am still on Qingyi Island, old monster Zhou will definitely not hurt you. This was old Taoist Mo's promise to the owner of the divine feather fan. With that, he turned around and disappeared. Everyone in the Bai family was very happy that they had obtained the divine feather fan. However, the wedding venue had already been reduced to ruins. The wedding could not be held today. In the end, the Bai family's patriarch decided to hold the wedding another day. After settling Fang Chun and Bai Qingqing, the Bai family's patriarch took the divine feather fan and entered the Bai family's ancestral land. Zhou family's headquarters, meeting hall. Patriarch, did you kill him? The Zhou family's patriarch asked with a laugh. Bang! The Zhou family's patriarch slammed his palm on the table. Instantly, the table shattered into pieces of wood. In his heart, he was extremely angry. Old Taoist Mo dared to trick me. This matter is not over, the Zhou family's patriarch said coldly. Patriarch, what happened? The patriarch asked, puzzled. Contact Demon Island's Tao ancestor magic, the disciple of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor. He has appeared on Qingyi Island, the Zhou family's patriarch instructed. Patriarch, don't worry. I'll contact him right away. With that, the Zhou family's patriarch quickly left. Magic Fantasy Island was an island not too far away from Clear Tranquil Island. On this island, there was only one creation realm expert, and that was Tao Ancestor Magic. However, Tao Ancestor Magic's strength was extremely tyrannical. He was almost invincible under the same realm. His illusory arts had already reached the realm of being able to penetrate heaven and earth. The reason why the Zhou family's patriarch knew Tao Ancestor Magic was because of one person, the Sky Devil Sword Emperor. Back then, the Sky Devil Sword Emperor had gone to Qingyi Island and Demon Island. There was a huge grudge between him and the Zhou family and Tao Ancestor Magic. After so many years, he still hadn't forgotten the grudge from back then. And today, he originally thought that he could kill Fang Chun. Who would have thought that such an unforeseen event would happen in the end? Even old Taoist Mo came out to help Fang Chun. The Zhou family's patriarch was furious. He thought of Tao Ancestor Magic. Brat, the day Tao Ancestor Magic arrives will be the day you die. Clear Sky Island, Mysterious Een Mountain. Ever since Tao Ancestor Black Een appeared, the top experts on Clear Sky Island knew that there was such an existence on Clear Sky Island. During the turmoil on Clear Sky Island, Tao Ancestor Black Een had been in seclusion. Recently, Tao Ancestor Black Een had made a breakthrough and ended his seclusion. After he came out, he heard everything about Fang Chun. He frowned slightly and was somewhat displeased. However, when he learned that many of the upper echelons of the Xia clan had been killed by the willpower, the anger in his heart lessened a little. Sect Master Xian Tian, that brat has become the island master. This made Tao Ancestor Black Een somewhat surprised. He took a step forward and arrived in the void. With a slight sense, he discovered the siblings Ouyang Hong and Ouyang Qing. They were tempering themselves in a certain desperate situation. Clear Sky Island only had two super sects left, Black Heaven Sect and Pillview Temple. As for Flame Wing Temple, Dallas Temple, and Green Spirit Sect, the three sects no longer had their former glory and were no longer super sects. Under the leadership of Black Heaven Sect Master, Clear Sky Island was thriving day by day. Tao Ancestor Black Yin's primordial spirit swept across Guillotine Cliff and found that the demon sword was no longer there. And who took the demon sword? The demon sword was too strange. Dao Ancestor Black Een had gone to Guillotine Cliff before, but the sword refused to follow him. Now that the demon sword had left, Dao Ancestor Black Een was shocked. I don't know who took the demon sword, Dao Ancestor Black Een said softly. However, he was certain that the person who took the demon sword was not on Clear Sky Island. It could be an outsider or a local martial artist who took the demon sword and left Clear Sky Island. After thinking for a moment, Dao Ancestor Black Een took a step forward and quickly arrived at Black Heaven Sect. Dao Ancestor Black Heaven Sect Master sensed Dao Ancestor Black Yin's aura and hurried to greet him. Dao Ancestor Black Een nodded and asked, "How's the situation on Clear Sky Island?" "Everything is fine." Black Heaven Sect Master cupped his hands. "Did anything happen at Guillotine Cliff?" Chapter 1260. Xian Yinao, Zhu asked, and finally understood the current situation of Clear Sky Island. However, just as Xian Yinao, Zhu was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed slightly. He hurriedly took out the communication jade pendant. This communication jade pendant was quite complicated, and was given to him by a close friend. Only that close friend knew about his communication jade pendant. Ever since the last expedition, when his close friend went missing, the communication jade pendant had not been touched. Xian Yinao, Zhu opened the communication jade pendant. Instantly, he heard a voice come out from inside. A moment later, Xian Yinao, Zhu felt as if he was struck by lightning. Immediately, an ecstatic smile appeared on his face. Ha ha ha, he didn't die. Today was the happiest day for Xian Yinao, Zhu in all these years. Then, he impatiently prepared to leave Clear Sky Island. Before leaving, he instructed the Mystic Heaven Sect Master to take care of Ouyang Hong and his sister. Then, he secretly informed some peak stage heavenly body tier elites to take care of the siblings if they encountered them. After doing all this, Xian Yinao, Zhu left Clear Sky Island and headed for the Old Hua Islands. He was going to find his good brother. With old Taoist Mo's help, Fang Chen was not in any danger. Even if he, Zhou clan's ancestor, had a lot of guts, he would not dare to come to the Bai clan estate. Now, the Bai clan estate had 2 creation tier elites overseeing it, so who dared to make trouble? Fang Chen also lived a leisurely life, but he really wanted to leave Clear Sky Island. Of course, he also knew that with Zhou clan's ancestors' spies, once he left Clear Sky Island, he would definitely be robbed and killed, and it would be very dangerous. Fang Chen fell into a dilemma. Everyone in the Bai clan was waiting for the ancestor to preside over Fang Chen and Bai Qingqing's wedding. However, the ancestor seemed to have something that he did not say. In the blink of an eye, he had already lived in the Bai clan estate for a month. On this day, Fang Chen kept feeling uneasy and very irritable, as if some danger was about to descend. He paced back and forth in the courtyard. At the same time, in the Zhou family's mansion, Dao Ancestor Demonic Illusion came in disguise. Apart from Patriarch Zhou, no one knew that a creation realm expert had come to the Zhou family. Dao Father Dream World. Seeing Dao Ancestor Demonic Illusion, Forefather Zhou revealed a brilliant smile. Old Zhou, the Celestial Devil Sword Emperor's successor, really is on Clear Escape Island? Asked Dao Ancestor Fantasy. He had an irreconcilable grudge with the Celestial Devil Sword Emperor, so when he received the news, he hurriedly rushed over from the Enchanted Island to the Tranquil Isle. He wanted to kill the successor of the Celestial Devil Sword Emperor. Forefather Zhou nodded. Yes, that boy's strength is not bad. In the son-in-law selection that the Bai family held a while ago, he defeated that boy Zhou Hong and took first place. Then why aren't you attacking old Zhou? Daofather Fantasy's eyes flashed as she asked. Hearing this, old ancestor Zhou's expression changed. He said awkwardly, "Speaking of this makes me angry. For that kid, the Bai family even sent out that old bastard. With that old bastard stopping me, I could not attack that kid. So my Zhou family paid a heavy price to find old Taoist Mo. Who would have thought? Old Taoist Mo tricked you? Asked Tao Ancestor Fantasy. Old Taoist Mo helped me block old monster by while I went to kill that kid. Who would have thought that at the critical moment, that kid would take out a folding fan and actually neutralize my attack? Said Forefather Zhou. The Divine Feather Fan. Clearly, Tao Ancestor Fantasy had heard of the legend of the Divine Feather Fan. You know about this fan? Asked Forefather Zhou. Tao Ancestor Fantasy nodded. Of course I've heard of it. A long time ago, the Bai family was very powerful. The islands near Clear Escape Island were all ruled by the Bai family. At that time, the Bai family's inheritance treasure was the Divine Feather Fan. However, how did the successor of the Celestial Devil Sword Emperor obtain the Divine Feather Fan? Tao Ancestor Fantasy was somewhat puzzled. He seemed to have obtained it when he entered the Bai family's ancestral land. What made me even angrier was that when old Taoist Mo saw the Divine Feather Fan, he actually jumped out to protect that kid. He said that the owner of the Divine Feather Fan had once done him a favor and that he wanted to repay it. It really pissed me off. Forefather Zhou was very angry. If old Taoist Mo hadn't gone back on his word, he would have already killed Fong Chen. Hearing this, Tao Ancestor Fantasy finally understood. The appearance of the Divine Feather Fan was the key. Tao Ancestor Fantasy, let's discuss a countermeasure to eliminate that kid. Forefather Zhou shook his head and stopped thinking about these unhappy things. There was a layer of illusory aura on Tao Ancestor Fantasy's face that was constantly changing. Indeed, we need a foolproof plan. They had 2 Creation Realm experts on their side, but so did the other party. It was too difficult to get rid of Fong Chen under the obstruction of 2 Creation Realm experts. Tao Ancestor Magical Fantasy and Patriarch Zhou discussed for the entire afternoon and only finished at night. At this moment, their faces were filled with sinister smiles. Let's do it, said Tao Ancestor Fantasy. Early the next morning, Forefather Zhou arrived at the Bai family's residence. Old Zhou, why are you here? The ones who welcomed Forefather Zhou were Forefather Bai and old Taoist Mo. Forefather Zhou's sudden arrival was probably disadvantageous to Fong Chen. I'm here to sue for peace. Let's talk inside, said Forefather Zhou. After all, he was a Creation Realm expert. Old Taoist Mo and Forefather Bai were not willing to fall out with each other. The 3 of them entered the meeting hall. However, what Forefather Bai and old Taoist Mo did not notice was that the moment they entered the meeting hall, the hall's surroundings were covered by a layer of illusory aura. This illusory aura was exclusive to Tao Ancestor Fantasy. If one did not observe carefully, it would be impossible to discover it. The 3 Creation Realm experts sat on the armchairs. Speak, said Forefather Bai in a deep voice. Old Monster Bai, from now on, my Zhou family will not attack Fong Chen. How about we ally with your Bai family? Said Old Monster Zhou. Old Taoist Mo stood at the side and did not speak. Yes, ally with my Bai family. Forefather Bai raised his eyebrows slightly, not knowing what Old Monster Zhou was up to. At the same time, Tao Ancestor Fantasy disguised himself as a servant and came to Fong Chen's courtyard. Young Master Fong, this is the tea you asked for. Tao Ancestor Fantasy entered the courtyard and said softly with a pot of tea in his hand. Fong Chen was a little puzzled. He clearly did not ask for tea, so why would a servant send it over? Could it be that Bai Qingqing asked him to send it over? At that time, Fong Chen did not think too much about it. He waved his hand, indicating for him to leave. When Tao Ancestor Fantasy turned around, Fong Chen suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and his face immediately turned gloomy. Just now, this person had called him Young Master Fong. After living in the Bai family for so long, the servants all called him son-in-law and never Young Master Fong. Moreover, the tea was sent carelessly. Subconsciously, Fong Chen used the true meaning of spacetime. Swoosh. Just as Fong Chen disappeared into the void, Tao Ancestor Fantasy immediately removed his disguise and punched the place where Fang Chen had just been. Creation Realm Expert. Fang Chen, who was hiding in the void, was shocked. His figure flashed continuously, wanting to escape. Tao Ancestor Fantasy was also somewhat surprised. He did not expect this child to dodge his attack. At this moment, the Bai family's patriarch was discussing matters in the meeting hall. Suddenly, he felt an obvious vibration. Immediately, he sensed the aura of a creation realm expert. Not good. Old Taoist Mo also felt that something was wrong. He shouted and rushed outside. Old Monster Zhou! The Bai family's patriarch roared angrily. Then, he waved his hand and immediately broke the illusory aura around the meeting hall. Old Monster Bai, why are you in such a hurry? Patriarch Zhou stood up, bared his fangs and blocked Patriarch Zhou's path. If anything happens to Fang Chen, I will definitely kill you. The Bai family's patriarch launched a fierce attack. At the same time, old Taoist Mo instantly appeared in the sky above Fang Chen's courtyard. Tao Ancestor Fantasy. Old Taoist Mo recognized Tao Ancestor Fantasy at a glance. At this moment, Tao Ancestor Fantasy clenched his fists and locked onto Fang Chen. He was attacking. Bang! Old Taoist Mo appeared in front of Fang Chen and grabbed Fang Chen. With a forceful swing, he sent Fang Chen flying while he clashed head-on with Tao Ancestor Fantasy. Dong! The two creation realm experts clashed, and the courtyard instantly turned into ruins. Tao Ancestor Fantasy, how dare you come to my Qingyi Island to kill people? Old Taoist Mo roared angrily. Tao Ancestor Fantasy sneered. Old Taoist Mo, you can't stop me. As soon as Tao Ancestor Fantasy finished speaking, his figure flashed and he launched a powerful attack. Even among the manifestation stage practitioners, there was a difference in strength. For example, Xian Yinao Ancestor was a martial artist at the 3rd level of the creation realm. Tao Ancestor Fantasy, Zhou family's patriarch, and Bai family's patriarch were all creation realm experts. As for old Taoist Mo, he was relatively weaker. He was only at the 2nd level creation realm. Under Tao Ancestor Fantasy's full-powered attack, old Taoist Mo was at a disadvantage. Damn it! Tao Ancestor Fantasy was best at illusions. His illusions had reached the acme of perfection and were very powerful. Whoosh! Tao Ancestor Fantasy used his illusions and instantly enveloped old Taoist Mo. Old Taoist Mo struggled desperately in the illusion, trying to break out. Humph, a mere 2nd-level creation realm expert wants to break out of my illusions. What a joke. Tao Ancestor Fantasy sneered and ignored old Taoist Mo, charging at Fang Chen. After being saved by old Taoist Mo, Fang Chen quickly fled Qingyi City. At this moment, he had already appeared in the wilderness outside Qingyi City. Damn it! Fang Chen cursed inwardly. The one who attacked him just now was a Tao ancestor with high attainments in illusions. Whoosh! Before waiting for Fang Chen to recover to his senses, Tao Ancestor Fantasies chased after him. At the same time, the battle between Bai family's patriarch and Zhou family's patriarch had also shifted here. Fang Chen. Bai family's patriarch roared loudly when he saw the situation. He wanted to break free from Zhou family's patriarch's entanglement, but there was nothing he could do. His eyes were scarlet, and killing intent surged around him. Old Monster Zhou! Bai family's patriarch roared angrily. Old Monster Bai, Fang Chen must die today. Zhou family's patriarch tried his best to stop him. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Tao Ancestor Fantasy caught up to Fang Chen. With a wave of his hand, Fang Chen fell into an illusion. Seeing Fang Chen struggling in the illusion, Tao Ancestor Fantasy sneered. Celestial Devil Sword Emperor, I can't kill you, but I'll kill all your successors. Chapter 1261. Inside the illusory realm, Tao Ancestor Magic was the ruler. 8-8 Study. His every move could trigger a disaster inside the illusory realm. Fang Chen fell into a crisis. Illusory realm? Fang Chen's heart trembled. What he majored in was the illusory sword Dao. But his illusory arts simply paled in comparison in front of Dao ancestor magic. Must go out. Fang Chen was very anxious. He felt the aura of death approaching. Rumble. Dao ancestor magic's large hand reached out, directly suppressing the illusory realm. Once it suppressed Fang Chen, the latter would die without a doubt. Fang Chen raised his head, his face filled with horror. Demon sword! Fang Chen roared, and the demon's sword immediately appeared. Buzz! A series of sword hums resounded through the 9 heavens. At the same time as the sword hums sounded, the demon sword's sword body emitted waves of sword qi. These sword qi waves instantly enveloped Fang Chen's body. After that, the demon's sword trembled, and the surrounding illusory realm immediately shattered. Dao ancestor magic, who was attacking, was very surprised when he discovered that the illusory realm shattered. However, when he saw the demon's sword in Fang Chen's hand, his expression changed drastically. Intuition told him that this sword was very dangerous. Demon sword! Fang Chen communicated with the demon sword, and then held it in his hand. Immediately, the demon sword's sword body skyrocketed, and in a blink of an eye, it skyrocketed to 10,000 feet in size. Fang Chen dragged the 10,000-foot demon sword and slashed fiercely at Dao ancestor magic. The power of the demon sword was too strong. With Fang Chen's strength, he was unable to unleash the power of the demon sword at all. Therefore, when Fang Chen communicated with the demon sword, the latter let him activate the golden heart. The aura emitted from the golden heart made the demon's sword somewhat shocked. The golden heart cooperated with the demon's sword, erupting with a world-destroying attack. Crack! The 10,000-foot demon sword ruthlessly slashed on Dao ancestor magic's large hand, instantly shattering that illusory large hand of his. How is this possible? Dao ancestor magic was shocked and cried out involuntarily. Even a martial artist who had just entered the manifestation realm would not be able to withstand his attack head-on. However, this kid's sword was actually able to block it. What sword is this? Even if Dao ancestor fantasy was experienced and knowledgeable, he did not recognize this sword. The moment the demon sword attacked, it forced back Dao ancestor dream world. However, at the same time, a voice rang out from the demon sword. This person is too strong. With your strength, you won't be able to hold on for too long. Although the demon sword was strong, it still depended on whether the wielder could withstand it. The demon's sword had expended too much energy. After executing just one attack, Fang Chen already felt weak. Boom! With the demon's sword in hand, Fang Chen slashed out a second time. This sword strike directly shattered Fantasy Dao Ancestor's defense, causing the latter's body to retreat. Forefather Bai and Forefather Zhou, who were fighting in the distance, were also shocked. That is, Forefather Zhou shouted with a dark expression. As for the Bai family patriarch, he was pleasantly surprised. He did not expect Fang Chen to have such a trump card. In an instant, the situation of the battle changed. Under the attack of the demon's sword, Dao Ancestor Fantasy constantly flew and dodged. When the demon's sword hacked down for the third time, Dao Ancestor Fantasy's body was sent flying. Dao Ancestor Fantasy roared at the sky, letting out a furious cry. However, the demon's sword was too strong. Such a powerful supreme treasure, I don't believe that a Heavenly Dipper realm martial artist can control it. Dao Ancestor Fantasy said coldly. At the same time, he dodged Fang Chen's attack. He was waiting for the moment when Fang Chen could not hold on. Bang! Inside the Bai family residence, old Taoist Mo finally broke out of the illusion and hurriedly left Qingyi City. Dao Ancestor Fantasy! Old Taoist Mo roared, his body whistling over. Originally, he thought that Fang Chen had suffered a mishap. However, when he saw Fang Chen chasing after Tao Ancestor Fantasy with the demon sword in hand, he was instantly stunned. This, old Taoist Mo, go help Fang Chen! By family patriarch roared. Old Taoist Mo instantly woke up from his shock. Immediately, his figure flashed and joined the battle, launching a fierce attack on Tao Ancestor Fantasy. In an instant, Tao Ancestor Fantasy retreated in defeat. Damn it! Tao Ancestor Fantasy had already discovered that Fang Chen's face was pale and seemed to be unable to hold on. However, with old Taoist Mo joining in, Fang Chen recovered. Go! Tao Ancestor Fantasy flew rapidly in the sky, wanting to temporarily leave Qingyi Island. Want to leave? Old Taoist Mo quickly chased. Fang Chen held the demon's sword in his hand and sped behind. At this moment, Fang Chen's eyes were scarlet, and he had already fallen into a state of madness. The demon's sword was too demonic. Fang Chen was unable to completely control it. He knew that once he was unable to support the demon sword, Tao Ancestor Fantasy would definitely make a comeback. Therefore, killing him was the best way. Along the way, Tao Ancestor Fantasy was constantly fighting. Some of the mountain peaks below were constantly destroyed. Wherever Tao Ancestor Fantasy passed, it was a mess. Not long after, Tao Ancestor Fantasy saw the void ocean. Tao Ancestor Fantasy, where do you think you're going? Old Taoist Mo punched out, forcing Tao Ancestor Fantasy to retreat. In the sky, the 10,000-foot demon sword whistled over. This time, the demon sword emitted a resplendent luster. Seeing this, Tao Ancestor Fantasy waved both hands, and the strongest illusion instantly appeared. Crack! The pressure of the demon sword was too strong, directly shattering Tao Ancestor Fantasy's strongest illusion with a sword, making Tao Ancestor Fantasy continuously retreat. At the same time, Fang Chen's body was also on the verge of collapse. The 10,000-foot demon sword kept shrinking, and finally drilled into Fang Chen's interspatial ring, disappearing. The demon sword had already completed its mission. Fang Chen no longer had the strength to support its operation, so it was unable to save Fang Chen. A sigh came from the demon sword. Did not expect that just as it chose a master, the latter was about to perish. Ha ha! Finally can't hold on anymore? When Tao Ancestor Fantasy saw this scene, he no longer dodged and attacked with all his strength. Under Tao Ancestor Fantasy's concentrated attacks, old Taoist Mo was instantly defeated. Boom! Tao Ancestor Fantasy's punch blasted old Taoist Mo into the sky above the void ocean. Splash! The seawater in the void ocean set off boundless waves. Tao Ancestor Fantasy walked step by step towards Fang Chen, killing intent overflowing. Fang Chen's body was incomparably weak, and he could not even move. In the void ocean, a starfield flying ship was rapidly moving forward. On the starfield flying ship was Xian Yinao, Tao Ancestor, who was heading to the Old Hua Islands. Yes, a battle between creation realm experts. Xian Yinao, Tao Ancestor felt the aura fluctuations of a creation realm expert and immediately looked up. That's Qingyi Island. Xian Yinao, Tao Ancestor was somewhat familiar with Qingyi Island. Tao Ancestor Fantasy. Xian Yinao, Tao Ancestor Fantasy recognized Tao Ancestor Fantasy, but when he saw the figure below Tao Ancestor Fantasy, he immediately turned pale with fright. Why is Fang Chen here? Tao Ancestor Fantasy is going to attack him. Old Taoist Mo desperately tried to stop him, but he could not resist Tao Ancestor Fantasy's attack at all. Fang Chen was about to be killed by Tao Ancestor Fantasy. Xian Yinao, Tao Ancestor drove the starfield flying ship with all his strength, and instantly approached Qingyi Island. Then, his figure flashed, and the aura of a creation realm expert instantly spread out. Tao Ancestor Fantasy, stop! Xian Yinao, Tao Ancestor roared. At the same time, the mysterious baleful chi around his body instantly emerged and quickly condensed into a mysterious true dragon in the void, whistling towards Tao Ancestor Fantasy. Crack! Tao Ancestor Fantasy's illusion was shattered by the mysterious true dragon. Tao Ancestor Fantasy, who was originally preparing to attack Fang Chen, had no choice but to turn around and resist with all his strength. The mysterious true dragon shattered in front of Tao Ancestor Fantasy, and at the same time, Xian Yinao, Tao Ancestor, also appeared. Xian Yinao, Tao Ancestor, what are you doing here? Tao Ancestor Fantasy was also a little surprised. Wasn't Xian Yinao, Tao Ancestor, living in seclusion in Clear Sky Island? Why would he come to Qingyi Island? This little friend is fated with this old man. As Xian Yinao, Tao Ancestor, spoke, he arrived in front of Fang Chen. Tao Ancestor. Fang Chen cupped his hands and called out, "Are you okay?" Xian Yinao, Tao Ancestor, asked. Fang Chen shook his head. He was just a little weak. Xian Yinao, Tao Ancestor Fantasy said in a deep voice, "You want to stop me?" He lowered his status to kill a Heavenly Dipper realm martial artist, but there were problems time and time again. He was very angry. "With me here, you can't kill him." Xian Yinao, Tao Ancestor's attitude was firm. I'm afraid you can't stop me." Tao Ancestor Fantasy said coldly. "What if you add me?" Old Taoist Mo whistled over and stood side by side with Xian Yinao, Tao Ancestor, exuding a terrifying aura. In an instant, Tao Ancestor Fantasy's expression changed, and he looked at the two of them with some fear. Although old Taoist Mo's strength was not strong, Xian Yinao, Tao Ancestor's strength was unfathomable. Damn it! Tao Ancestor Fantasy kept cursing in his heart. Xian Yinao, Tao Ancestor, is it worth it to go against me for a Heavenly Dipper realm martial artist? Tao Ancestor Fantasy did not give up. I can't just watch him die. Xian Yinao, Tao Ancestor said. Hearing this, Tao Ancestor Fantasy glared fiercely at Fang Chen. Brat, you're lucky this time. I want to see how long Xian Yinao, Tao Ancestor, can protect you. If you have the ability, don't leave Qingyi Island for the rest of your life. With that, Tao Ancestor Fantasy turned and left Qingyi Island. After Tao Ancestor Fantasy left, old Taoist Mo breathed a sigh of relief. He and Xian Yinao, Tao Ancestor, looked at each other and smiled. Fang Chen, why are you here? Xian Yinao, Tao Ancestor, asked. Senior, it's a long story. Fang Chen said, you should go and help my family's ancestor first. Xian Yinao, Tao Ancestor, nodded. The two Tao Ancestors quickly returned with Fang Chen. Soon, they saw the battle between Bai family's ancestor and Zhou family's ancestor. Ha ha ha, Fang Chen is probably dead by now. Zhou family's ancestor laughed wildly. Old monster Zhou, my Bai family and you are irreconcilable. Bai family's ancestor's attack was very fierce. Whoosh. Old Taoist Mo returned with Xian Yinao, Tao Ancestor. Old monster Zhou, Tao Ancestor Fantasy has already left. Why aren't you surrendering? Old Taoist Mo roared. Old monster Zhou, who was in the middle of battle, was very puzzled when he saw Fang Chen safe and sound. Impossible. If Tao Ancestor Fantasy attacks, he will definitely die. He didn't believe it. Boom. Taking advantage of his distraction, Bai family's ancestor sent him flying with a punch. Then, he arrived in front of Xian Yinao, Tao Ancestor. Thank you for saving me, fellow Taoist. Fang Chen and I are old friends. Xian Yinao, Tao Ancestor said. Old Taoist Mo told Bai family's ancestor what had happened. After hearing this, the latter laughed wildly. At the same time, he looked sharply at old monster Zhou. Chapter 1262. Since it was already a battle to the death, there was no need to be merciful. Now that Fang Chen's danger had been resolved, the Bai family's patriarch could completely let loose. Boom. The Bai family's patriarch launched a wild attack against the Zhou family's patriarch. The battle between the creation realm experts was unusually intense. The two of them fought from the ground to the clouds. About an hour later, the battle ended. The two of them were in an extremely sorry state. However, from Fang Chen's point of view, the Zhou family's patriarch was clearly at a disadvantage. After the two creation realm experts landed on the ground, the Zhou family's patriarch's expression was extremely gloomy. "Old monster Bai, don't forget your promise." With that, the Zhou family's patriarch turned and left in a flash. Only the three creation realm experts and Fang Chen were left on the plain. "The danger has been resolved. That old monster Zhou won't dare to attack for a while," the Bai family's patriarch said with a smile. Hearing this, Fang Chen understood. The Bai family's patriarch must have reached some kind of agreement with the Zhou family's patriarch. Old monster Zhou promised to give 30% of his assets to the Bai family, and the Bai family will not attack him for 100 years, the Bai family's patriarch said with a smile. Old Taoist Mo also grinned when he heard this. "Since Fang Chen's danger has been resolved, I should also leave." Old Taoist Mo was an itinerant cultivator, and did not want to be restricted. Now that his mission was completed, he could naturally leave. Old Taoist Mo cupped his hands at the Bai family's patriarch and ancestor Xian before leaving. "Brother, come to the Bai family for a visit," the Bai family's patriarch said with a smile. Ancestor Xian nodded. Although he could not wait to go to the old Hua Islands, he was not in a hurry. The three of them returned to the Bai family in Qingyi City. After the previous battle, Qingyi City was in a sorry state. Fortunately, the Bai family's patriarch led the experts in the family to repair it at full speed. It would not be long before Qingyi City regained its peace. Ordinary martial artists had no idea what was going on. They only knew that there was a battle between experts. In the meeting hall of the Bai family's residence, Ancestor Xian and the Bai family's patriarch sat on the armchair while Fang Chen sat on the seat below. "I see." After listening to Fang Chen's explanation, the Bai family's patriarch chuckled. He looked at Fang Chen in astonishment. Not only did he have great potential, but even a manifestation realm elite was willing to fight for him. "Fang Chen, why have you come to Qingyi Island?" asked Ancestor Xian. Fang Chen told Ancestor Xian about how he had been forced to leave Clear Sky Island, return to Scar Island, and then come to Clear Sky Island. Hearing that, the latter nodded slightly. "It's all my fault. Back then, I was in secluded cultivation and was unable to stop Emperor Xia." Ancestor Xian felt rather guilty. "Tao Ancestor, it's not your fault," Fang Chen hurriedly said. "By the way, Tao Ancestor, why are you here?" Fang Chen was also very surprised. Wasn't Ancestor Xian in seclusion on Clear Sky Island? Why would he come to Clear Sky Island? Speaking of which, it was a close call. If not for Ancestor Xian's appearance, he would have probably died at the hands of Tao Ancestor Fantasy long ago. "I have some matters to attend to and need to go to the old Hua Islands. As I was passing by, I saw Tao Ancestor Fantasy attacking you, so I came to take a look," said Ancestor Xian. Fang Chen was startled for a moment, but then he said, "What a coincidence. I'm also heading to the old Hua Islands." "Oh, you're also going? Then let's go together." Ancestor Xian chuckled. The Bai family's patriarch wanted to say something, but hesitated. "Fellow Taoist, what do you want to say?" asked Ancestor Xian. "Fellow Taoist, I want to speak with Fang Chen in private." Ancestor Xian nodded and left the meeting hall. Only Fang Chen and the Bai family's patriarch were left in the hall. "Fang Chen, you want to leave Clear Sky Island?" Fang Chen nodded. "Senior, before I came to Clear Sky Island, my goal was the old Hua Islands. But when I passed by, I heard that Qingqing was in trouble, so I came to help." "So you're only participating in the competition to help Qingqing?" asked the Bai family's patriarch. "Senior, Qingqing is already an adult. The Bai family shouldn't marry her off to another family." Fang Chen thought for a moment before continuing. Furthermore, Zhou Hong's character isn't good. He's not suitable for Qingqing. The Bai family's patriarch fell silent. He dearly hoped that Fang Chen's grandson would become the Bai family's son-in-law. But the more he interacted with Fang Chen, the more he felt that he wasn't simple. In the future, he would definitely soar. This tiny clear sky island wasn't his stage. After a long moment of silence, the Bai family's patriarch said, "All right, as you wish. If you have any trouble in the future, you can come to Clear Sky Island. The Bai family's doors will always be open for you." A cultivator who had broken through to the peak realm was worth the Bai family's patriarch trying to rope him in. "Many thanks, patriarch." After convincing the Bai family's patriarch, Fang Chen felt much more relaxed. After tidying up a bit, Fang Chen prepared to leave with Ancestor Xian. "Fang Chen, aren't you going to say goodbye to Qingqing?" the Bai family's patriarch asked. Fang Chen was stunned. Immediately, a complicated expression appeared on his face. In the end, he shook his head and sighed. "Forget it." With that, he followed Ancestor Xian and gradually left Clear Sky Island's line of sight. After Fang Chen left, Bai Qingqing appeared behind the Bai family's patriarch. Her emotions were a little off, and there were drops of tears in her beautiful eyes. Even though she was trying her best not to cry. But deep down, she couldn't control herself. Seeing his granddaughter's expression, the Bai family's patriarch knew that his granddaughter had fallen in love with Zhou Hong. He walked to Bai Qingqing's side and patted her shoulder gently. Then, he comforted her. "Qingqing, he will come back." Bai Qingqing clenched her fists and said in her heart, "He will come back." Originally, the Bai family was in some danger and needed to join forces with the Zhou family to get through it. This was also the reason why the Bai family chose to join forces with the Zhou family through marriage. As long as Bai Qingqing married Zhou Hong, the Bai family and the Zhou family would be the best allies. When the time came, the two families could join forces and get through the crisis together. But now, there was no need for that. After this battle, the Zhou family's power was greatly reduced, and they couldn't threaten the Bai family in a short period of time. The Bai family had truly become the absolute overlord of Clear Sky Island. Most importantly, the Bai family had the ability to get through the crisis on their own. Speaking of which, they had to thank Fang Chen for this. If Fang Chen hadn't taken the divine feather fan from the ancestors' land, the Bai family wouldn't have been able to get through the crisis. The divine feather fan was the Bai family's heirloom treasure. In the hands of the Bai family's patriarch, it was very useful. Fang Chen left the divine feather fan for the Bai family, and the Bai family was very grateful. The trip to Clear Sky Island had finally come to an end. The final result was beyond Fang Chen's expectations. He didn't expect the heavenly demon sword principle to bring him so much trouble. If he had known, he wouldn't have used this sword principle. On the Starfield flying ship, Fang Chen and Ancestor Xian stood on the deck and looked at the vast void ocean. "Fang Chen, you have to be careful when you go to the core of the Old Hua Islands," Ancestor Xian reminded him. The Old Hua Islands have 36 islands, and there are countless geniuses on each island. The top geniuses are all gathered at the core of the Old Hua Islands. You have great potential, especially after breaking through the extreme state. You are destined to become one of the top overlords in this world. Don't push yourself when you go to the Old Hua Islands. Ancestor Xian reminded Fang Chen to be patient and not offend the geniuses. Sky Island, the core of the Old Hua Islands, was the most prosperous island among the 36 islands. It was also the place where the geniuses gathered. There were trillions of martial artists in the Old Hua Islands, and there was no lack of geniuses gathered at Sky Island. One could imagine how fierce the competition was on Sky Island. "Thank you for the reminder, Ancestor Xian," Fang Chen said. "There are less than 5 martial artists who have broken through the extreme state in the Old Hua Islands. Once a martial artist has broken through the extreme state, he or she will be hunted down by the powerful sect. Of course, a martial artist like him or her will also become a thorn in the side of some sections. Ancestor Xian continued, I suggest that you hide your aura and don't let anyone know that you are a martial artist who has broken through the extreme state. You have just arrived at the Old Hua Islands and don't have anyone to rely on. Once people know that you are a martial artist, they will definitely assassinate you, Ancestor Xian continued. At the same time, Ancestor Xian taught Fang Chen a secret art to hide his aura. I found this secret art by accident. Once you hide your aura, even martial artists of the creation realm won't be able to detect the changes in your body. Fang Chen was overjoyed when he heard this. He immediately used the secret art according to Ancestor Xian's instructions and hid his aura. Even he couldn't detect it. However, there are many powerful martial artists on the Old Hua Islands. If you meet a martial artist who has surpassed the creation realm, they will be able to recognize you immediately, Ancestor Xian reminded him. But you don't have to worry. You can meet those martial artists anytime you want. Along the way, Ancestor Xian explained many things about cultivation to Fang Chen. Fang Chen also humbly asked some questions about cultivation. Fang Chen learned a lot over the past few days. His Qi Si was almost filled to the brim with vital essence. Once it was full, he would be able to advance to the heavenly body tier. Once he reached the heavenly body tier, he would be considered a powerful martial artist in the outer universe. Of course, that was only on islands like the Scar Island. If he went to an archipelago, he wouldn't be worth mentioning. The more Fang Chen came into contact with the higher realms, the more he realized that there was no end to the path of cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. On this day, Ancestor Xian suddenly opened his eyes. Ancestor Xian, have we arrived? Fang Chen asked. Ancestor Xian shook his head. His expression was serious as he looked around. Voila! The void was torn apart, and a giant hand reached out and instantly enveloped the starfield flying ship. Bang! Ancestor Xian's attack landed on the giant hand. The giant hand instantly retreated, and Ancestor Xian's expression became even more gloomy. Who on earth is it? Ancestor Xian was very confused. Who on earth was ambushing him? That giant hand just now gave him an illusory feeling. It didn't feel like it was at the creation realm. However, it didn't feel like it was at the creation realm. The puzzled Ancestor Xian turned his head and was suddenly stunned. Where's Fang Chen? Chapter 1263. It was a strange environment and a strange place. When Fang Chen opened his eyes, he realized that he was in a very mysterious place. He could clearly feel the pressure coming from above. As far as the eye could see, there were countless buildings here. At this moment, there were 7 cultivators beside him. They were all panicking. They didn't seem to understand why they were here. What is this place? Why am I here? Suddenly, one of the cultivators asked. As he spoke, the other cultivators also made their moves one after another. Brother, you look a little familiar, the yellow-robed martialist said with a chuckle. My name is Tai Izuan, the cultivator in black said. Hearing this, the people around him were shocked. What? You're Tai Izuan from the unparalleled Iron Sword? Are you really Tai Izuan? Tai Izuan is one of the elites of the younger generation on the Old Hua Islands. Fang Chen stood at the side and listened to the discussion of the 7 people. After a while, Fang Chen discovered something. The 7 people beside him all had powerful backgrounds. They were all outstanding geniuses. Tai Izuan was one of them. Although he wasn't a cultivator who had broken through the pinnacle level, he was extremely powerful. He killed 33 martial artists at the 3rd level of the Heavenly Body tier when he was only at the 9th level of the Heaven Dipper tier. This battle shocked the world. From then on, Tai Izuan's name, Tai Izuan, was extremely famous on the Old Hua Islands. The man in yellow who asked Tai Izuan also had a powerful background. He was a genius from a remote island in the old Hua Islands called Savage Island. The Savage Island was at the edge of the old Hua Islands. It was adjacent to the other islands. The environment there was very bad, and it was often attacked by the Demon Blood Tribe and other hostile forces. Therefore, the cultivators who could walk out of the Savage Island were all very powerful. This person was the number one genius of the younger generation on the Savage Island. Man Long was also at the 9th level of the Heaven Dipper tier, but his strength was no weaker than Tai Izuan. Fang Chen didn't know about the other 5 people. However, the 7 of them had one thing in common. They were all at the 9th level of the Heaven Dipper tier. How did you get here? Tai Izuan asked. I was on my way to the old Hua Islands, but a giant hand suddenly appeared on the void ocean and grabbed me. Then I lost consciousness, the barbaric dragon said. Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. It's the same for us. Why did that hand bring us here? After all, the 7 of them were all geniuses. Their mentality was much better than the average martial artist. They were pondering what kind of place this was. The owner of that hand was too powerful. If he wanted to kill them, he wouldn't have been able to keep them alive until now. From the beginning to the end, Fang Chen had been standing to the side, quietly waiting. He had a feeling that someone was watching them. Sure enough, just as the few of them were chatting, a figure suddenly appeared. The 8 of you, welcome to the demon-subduing realm. This person was wearing a green robe, and there was no aura fluctuation around his body. However, Fang Chen guessed that this person's cultivation level should be at the high level of the heavenly body tier. It didn't give him too much pressure. Who are you? You're the one who captured us and brought us here. The few martial artists questioned one after another. Hearing this, the green-robed martial artist laughed loudly and said, I don't have the ability to capture people at will in the void ocean. Then who is it? What's the purpose of capturing us here? Tai Izuan asked in a low voice. The one who captured you here is the realm master of our demon-subduing realm, the green-robed man said faintly. Of course, it's just a clone. Everyone, including Fang Chen, fell into silence, waiting for the green-robed man to speak. The green-robed man looked at the 8 of them, then nodded and said, You can call me Gu Chuan or Senior Brother Gu. Because from today onwards, you'll all be my junior brothers, and we'll cultivate together. Who is the realm master of the demon-subduing realm? Did he capture us just to make us join the demon-subduing realm? Fang Chen's face didn't change at all as he asked. Gu Chuan's gaze landed on Fang Chen's face with a hint of admiration. Nodding at Fang Chen, Gu Chuan said, Firstly, with your current strength, you won't know the real demon-subduing realm. You only need to know that the demon-subduing realm is the strongest force in the entire universe below the realm of the gods. The strongest force under the realm of the gods. Fang Chen's mind shook when he heard this. His emotionless face revealed a trace of excitement. Of course, what shocked him wasn't the strength of the demon-subduing realm, but the realm of the gods. The realm of the gods, was it the place where the legendary gods lived? Senior, is the realm of the gods where the gods live? Fang Chen asked. Gu Chuan had a good impression of Fang Chen and replied, That's right. In our universe, there are many islands, and above the islands is the realm of the god. To the realm of the gods, we're just ordinary people. The core of the universe is the realm of the god. Any one of the people living in the realm of the gods can overturn rivers and seas, and destroy an island with ease. As for what the realm of the gods was like, Gu Chuan didn't know. He only knew that when one's cultivation reached a certain level, one could break through the shackles of heaven and earth, and enter the legendary realm of the gods. After hearing Gu Chuan's words, Fang Chen's heart was filled with excitement. After so many years, he finally got some news about his wife. The realm of the gods, his wife, Star and Moon, must be in the realm of the gods. Wait for me. I will definitely go to the realm of the gods to find you. Fang Chen clenched his fist and said in his heart. His heart was burning with a raging fire, and he desperately wanted to raise his cultivation. Although the realm lord of the demon-subduing realm isn't from the realm of the gods, he can easily enter the realm of the gods. Gu Chuan continued. Instantly, the 8 people's faces were filled with shock. Not from the realm of the gods, but he could easily enter the realm of the gods? How strong must he be? Needless to say, the realm lord of the demon-subduing realm must be the strongest under the realm of the gods. Alright, the realm of the gods is too far away for you. What you need to do now is to join the demon-subduing realm. Gu Chuan's voice pulled the 8 people back from their thoughts. Senior, what's the benefit of joining the demon-subduing realm? Someone asked. The demon-subduing realm is the strongest force under the realm of the gods, but it has always been hidden in the dark and not known by outsiders. First, you have to know that not everyone is qualified to join the demon-subduing realm. The demon-subduing realm has always recruited martial artists with battle prowess of the heavenly body tier at the 9th level of the Heaven Dipper realm. Even some geniuses who have broken through the limit will join the demon-subduing realm, Gu Chuan said. Hearing this, the 8 people were shocked. Especially Fong Chen, who was even more shocked. In the entire Old Hua Islands, there were less than a handful of geniuses who had broken through the limit, and there were actually some in the demon-subduing realm. Since the demon-subduing realm isn't known by outsiders, then how do they recruit disciples? Don't tell me that the realm lord is the one who catches them every time? Tai Izuan asked. Gu Chuan nodded and said, That's right. The realm lord's clone is in charge of the demon-subduing realm, and he travels to every corner of the universe. As long as he finds a genius, he will capture them. Of course, he can't capture them by force. Only geniuses that appear in the void ocean can be captured, Gu Chuan explained. Fong Chen and the others sighed. The demon-subduing realm only accepted elite disciples, and the disciples that the realm lord captured were all geniuses among geniuses. Joining the demon-subduing realm can provide protection, Gu Chuan said. The few of them pondered for a moment, and then Man Long asked, What if we don't want to join the demon-subduing realm? If you don't want to join, then we can only erase your memories and send you out of this place, Gu Chuan said. Such a situation had happened before, and in order to not expose the demon-subduing realm, they would definitely erase the relevant memories. The disciples of the demon-subduing realm, if placed in the outside world, any one of them can suppress a feudal lord, Gu Chuan said. Indeed, the demon-subduing realm didn't accept mediocre people. Every disciple was an exceptionally talented person. I agree to join the demon-subduing realm. Fong Chen was the first to speak. After knowing about the immortal realm, Fong Chen couldn't wait to increase his cultivation. And the demon-subduing realm gave Fong Chen an unfathomable feeling. Perhaps he could obtain extraordinary resources in the demon-subduing realm, and his cultivation would increase faster. After the other 7 discussed with each other, they also agreed readily. The number 1 great force under the immortal realm, there was no way to regret it if they missed it. Senior brother Gu Chuan. The few of them clasped their hands and greeted Gu Chuan. When Gu Chuan heard that, he was overjoyed. Since you guys have already agreed to join the demon-subduing realm, then I'll explain it to you guys in detail. The demon-subduing realm has a total of 9 heavens, and there's a huge gap between each heaven. With your current strength, you can at most become a first heaven disciple. Demon-subduing realm's 9 heavens. The first heaven disciples were all low-level heavenly body tier martial artists. The second heaven disciples were middle-level heavenly body tier, and the third heaven disciples were high-level heavenly body tier. Disciples from the 4th to the 6th heaven corresponded to the 9th heaven of the creation realm. As for 7th to 9th heaven disciples, those were all elites that surpassed the creation tier. Every one of them had the power to overturn heaven and earth, and was very powerful. After listening to Gu Chuan's introduction, Fong Chen and the others were even more shocked. The strength of the demon-subduing realm was too powerful, right? Especially the ninth heaven disciples, wouldn't they be much stronger than the master of the archipelago? Today was a very shocking day. What you guys understand now is merely a part of the demon subduing realm. When you guys step into the creation tier, you'll understand how powerful the demon subduing realm is, Gu Chuan said with a smile. He joined the demon subduing realm a little earlier, and was already a third heaven disciple now. Alright, each of you, swear a martial Dao oath to not mention the matters of the demon subduing realm to outsiders, Gu Chuan said. The 8 of them swore a martial Dao oath in succession, and after going through a process, they were considered to have truly joined the demon subduing realm. Chapter 1264. Fang Chen and the others had joined the demon subduing world. They had become disciples of the first heaven. Disciples of the demon subduing world must help each other. If anyone is in trouble, you must rescue them immediately, Gu Chuan said to the 8 of them. He gave each of them a communication jade pendant. This was a special communication jade pendant of the demon subduing world. Once it sensed a disciple of the demon subduing world in the outside world, the jade pendant would vibrate. Those who join the demon subduing world are brothers. If anyone betrays the demon subduing world, you can imagine the consequences. The demon subduing world was very good to its disciples. As long as one was a disciple of the demon subduing world, they would be protected by the demon subduing world. Of course, if one died in a normal battle, the demon subduing world wouldn't appear. Because the more they appeared, the easier it was to be exposed. After an hour, Gu Chuan explained the rules of the demon subduing world to the 8 of them. Because the rules of each heaven were different, he explained the rules of the first heaven to them temporarily. After he finished, Gu Chuan brought the 8 of them to a square. Every time the Realm Lord brings back martial artists, they will fight here. After the winner is decided, they can officially enter the first heaven. Gu Chuan smiled and said, "Next, the 8 of you will fight. As for the rules, the 8 of you can decide by yourselves. The winner will receive a celestial pill," said Qin Wentian. Hearing about the star pill, the 8 of them looked very excited. They were all at the peak of the Heaven Dipper realm. If they could get the star pill, they would enter the heavenly body realm much faster. Gu Chuan sat on a rock, waiting for the winner of the competition. The 8 of them stood together. "How about a one-on-one battle?" Tai Izuan asked. 2-on-2 battles. 4 will be eliminated in the first round, 2 will be eliminated in the second round, and the winner will be decided in the third round. How about that? Man Long asked. The 8 of them had no objections and nodded. Then, the battle began. The first battle was between Tai Izuan and another martial artist. Tai Izuan was indeed the unparalleled iron sword. At the beginning, the battle was very intense. However, when Tai Izuan took out his iron sword, he defeated his opponent with just one strike. This Tai Izuan's sword technique is really powerful. Fang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. As expected of an outstanding genius of the old Hua Islands. The second battle was Man Long Barbarian Dragon's strength exceeded everyone's imagination. He sent his opponent flying with a single punch. The martial artists that came from the Savage Island were all extremely berserk. This point was even more vividly reflected on the Savage Dragon. The winner of the third round was a girl named Murong Bing. This woman looked weak, but her strength was too strong. Even Fang Chen felt a sense of oppression. The fourth match was finally Fang Chen's turn. When Gu Chuan saw Fang Chen going up the stage, his eyes lit up as he paid close attention to Fang Chen. Of the 8, he's the only one who has broken through to the peak realm. I wonder how strong he is. It turned out that Gu Chuan already knew that Fang Chen had broken through the extreme boundary. No wonder he treated Fang Chen so well. Boom! The battle was about to start. Fang Chen's opponent was a warrior who used a saber. The saber shadows that filled the sky howled as they approached. Fang Chen's face was calm as he clenched his fist. Seeing that the saber shadow was about to stab him, he suddenly punched out. Rumble! This punch caused Barbarian Long's expression to instantly change greatly. Fang Chen's physical strength was too strong. With a punch, he instantly shattered the saber shadow that was whizzing toward him. Then, the powerful fist directly landed on his opponent's body, forcing him to retreat. I admit defeat. This person's expression changed as he directly admitted defeat. The way Barbarian Dragon and the others looked at Fang Chen had greatly changed. When they first came here, Fang Chen hadn't said anything. They thought that Fang Chen was very weak. Who would have thought that Fang Chen was so strong? What a strong physical strength! Barbarian Dragon, this person's strength isn't any weaker than yours, said Tai Izuan. I really want to compete with this guy in terms of strength. Barbarian Dragon was overflowing with battle intent. The Savage Island's martial artists were naturally warlike. The stronger they encountered, the more they wanted to fight. This was also the reason why the Savage Island's martial strength was tyrannical. In the past, countless experts came from the Savage Island. At its peak, there were dozens of Blessed Realm experts on the Savage Island. Barbarian Dragon was the strongest among the younger generation of the Savage Island. Naturally, his strength was extremely strong. Among the younger generation, there were very few who could surprise Barbarian Dragon with their physical strength. Fang Chen had successfully attracted Barbarian Dragon's attention. When Fang Chen walked down from the martial arts stage, Barbarian Dragon took the initiative to walk over. He stretched out his hand and grinned. My name is Barbarian Dragon. Fang Chen. Your physical strength is very strong. I hope to have a chance to spar with you, said Barbarian Dragon with a smile. Fang Chen nodded. The first round of battle ended. Tai Izuan, Barbarian Dragon, Murong Bing, and Fang Chen advanced. The remaining 4 were eliminated. It wasn't that the 4 of them weren't strong, but that Fang Chen and the other 3 were too strong. It was hard to find an opponent in the same realm. After the first round of battle, it was time for the second round. Gu Chuan was satisfied with Fang Chen's performance. Looks like this junior brother isn't simple, said Gu Chuan with a smile. To be able to break through the extreme realm, one had to have great determination. There were many geniuses who had broken through the extreme realm in the demon-subduing boundary. Their achievements made Gu Chuan sigh. The first battle of the second round was between Tai Izuan and Barbarian Dragon. Brother Barbarian Dragon, please show mercy, said Tai Izuan with a smile. Ha ha ha, Barbarian Dragon laughed wildly. The 2 sky prides instantly clashed. Rumble. On the martial arts stage, deafening noises erupted one after another. This Barbarian Dragon is very strong, and he can sustain it for a long time. His punches are very coherent. Impressive, said Fang Chen. However, Tai Izuan isn't weak either. His swordsmanship is exquisite. Fang Chen sighed. He had underestimated Tai Izuan. Only when he walked out could he see the wider sky. Dong. Barbarian Dragon's punches were thrown out one after another. The fist radiance in the sky was like a river, flowing endlessly. Tai Izuan's iron sword was pushed to the extreme. The sword radiance shone brightly, piercing through the fist radiance. Ha! Barbarian Dragon roared. The power of his bloodline was activated, and he threw out a punch. Bang! Barbarian Dragon's fist collided with Tai Izuan's iron sword, forcing Tai Izuan to retreat. This is the bloodline of the Barbarian God. Tai Izuan stabilized himself and looked at Barbarian Dragon. At this moment, Barbarian Dragon was brimming with vitality. Powerful energy surrounded his body. Even Gu Chuan was slightly surprised. I didn't expect Barbarian Dragon to possess the bloodline of the Barbarian God. However, he was only slightly surprised. After all, there were too many outstanding geniuses in the demon-subduing boundary. There were countless geniuses who were stronger than Barbarian Dragon. I didn't expect Brother Barbarian Dragon to possess the bloodline of the Barbarian God. I admit defeat, said Tai Izuan with a smile. He had lost the battle, but he was relieved. Brother Tai, Your sword technique is also very powerful. If I don't activate my bloodline, I won't be able to defeat you, said Barbarian Dragon directly. After the battle ended, it was Murong Bing and Fang Chen's turn. However, Murong Bing didn't even go up the stage. Instead, she admitted defeat. What? Fang Chen was also surprised. Why would Murong Bing admit defeat? Murong Bing, we haven't even fought. How do you know you're not his match? Asked Barbarian Dragon. Murong Bing's hair covered her face. No one could see her expression. Murong Bing didn't reply to Barbarian Dragon's question. Gu Chuan nodded. Murong Bing was smart. She admitted defeat even though she knew she wasn't his match. Gu Chuan's eyes were very sharp. He could tell that Murong Bing wasn't Fang Chen's match with a single glance. He didn't expect Murong Bing to be able to see that. All right, since you've admitted defeat, then I'll fight with this brother over here for first place. Barbarian Dragon jumped onto the stage. Brother Fang Chen, I can see that you're very strong. Why don't we just compete in strength? Asked Barbarian Dragon. Fang Chen nodded. As you wish. Straightforward. Seeing Fang Chen agree so straightforwardly, Barbarian Dragon was very happy. Boom. The power around him instantly spread out. Then, he clenched his fists and charged at Fang Chen. Facing Barbarian Dragon, Fang Chen didn't dare be careless. He activated his perfect sword physique and condensed all his strength into his fist. Bang! Their fists collided, causing the entire stage to tremble. A vast airflow instantly spread across the place. The two of them both retreated several steps. Barbarian Dragon steadied himself. His expression was grave. That exchange just now had caused his innards to churn. Brother Fang Chen, you're really strong, said Barbarian Dragon. Brother Barbarian Dragon's strength isn't weak either, Fang Chen said. Actually, Fang Chen also admired Barbarian Dragon. Barbarian Dragon was able to cultivate his physical body to this level with his own effort. He was really impressive. If it were him, he definitely wouldn't be able to do it. The reason why his physical body was so strong was because of his perfect sword physique and breaking through to the pinnacle level. Barbarian Dragon hadn't broken through to the pinnacle level, but his physical body was infinitely close to his. Brother Fang Chen, be careful with my next punch. Barbarian Dragon activated his Barbarian God bloodline. Instantly, the wild power of his bloodline wrapped around his fist. With a low shout, a fist that could destroy heaven and earth instantly shot out. Feeling the power of this punch, Fang Chen's 3,980 meridians exploded with a vast amount of power. The 785 golden bones emitted a dazzling golden light. The power of breaking through to the pinnacle level instantly surged out. This was Fang Chen's strongest punch so far. Once this punch was unleashed, an ordinary martial artist at the third level of the heavenly body tier would instantly die. One could imagine how powerful it was. Dong! Their fists fiercely collided. The aura emitted from their fists engulfed the entire ground. Below, 6 figures stared at the two of them with burning gazes. Dong, dong, dong! A series of vibrations rang out. The power of the pinnacle level and the power of the barbarian god bloodline continuously clashed. Boom! In an instant, the fists of the two men separated. Chapter 1265. Man Long's body quickly retreated. When he steadied himself, his face was filled with shock. He couldn't believe that there was someone in the same cultivation level who was stronger than him. Man Long's heart was extremely shaken. On Savage Island there were countless killings. Cultivators were constantly on the verge of life and death. And he, Man Long, was one of the elites among the younger generation of Savage Island. His cultivation level had reached the 9th level of Heaven Dipper realm. His battle prowess could even challenge Heavenly Body Tier elite. On Savage Island, Man Long was the totem of the younger generation. It was acknowledged that his physical strength was tyrannical. There was once a peak-level creation tier elite who predicted that Man Long's physical strength would rarely be a match for him in the same cultivation level. And now, he actually lost. Seeing Man Long's shocked expression, Gu Chuan could completely understand. This brat. Gu Chuan grinned. Among the 8 people this time, Fang Chen was the strongest. Most importantly, he was also the youngest. From this point, it was enough to see how heaven-defying Fang Chen's potential was. After pondering for a moment, Gu Chuan shook his head lightly and stopped thinking about it. After all, Fang Chen was a cultivator who had broken through the limit. His future was limitless. He would definitely surpass him in the future. Brother Fang Chen, I, Man Long, admit defeat. After a long while, the shocked expression on Man Long's face disappeared and was replaced by wild laughter. On Savage Island, his physical body was invincible in the same cultivation level. Man Long already couldn't find an opponent. And now, Fang Chen's appearance caused Man Long's heart to become restless again. Brother Man Long's physical body is indeed strong, Fang Chen said seriously. If he didn't break through the limit and undergo a rebirth, it would be almost impossible to defeat Man Long with pure strength. Brother Fang Chen, we'll be brothers in the future. I hope to exchange more knowledge about the cultivation of the physical body with you, Man Long said with a smile. Man Long was a forthright person. Seeing this, Fang Chen gladly agreed. The battle ended. The final result was out of Tai Izuan and the others' expectations. Truly formidable, Tai Izuan said solemnly. After this battle, the other 7 people looked at Fang Chen with respect in their eyes. After all, in this world, the strong were respected. All right, the battle is over. Fang Chen is the champion of this competition. Gu Chuan jumped down from the green rock and waved his hand. Instantly, a pill flew towards Fang Chen. Fang Chen subconsciously reached out and caught it. When he opened it, he saw that it was a star pill. Let's go. Follow me to the first heaven. Gu Chuan led the crowd and left the welcoming square. There was a portal in the reception square. After passing through the portal, Fang Chen and the others arrived in an independent space. This place looked just like a sect. There were countless buildings inside, and it was very prosperous. This is the first heavenly layer of our subduing devil world. You guys are already staying here. Remember, don't wander around the first heavenly layer. There are some places that you guys can't enter. Gu Chuan reminded. Right at this moment, a voice came from afar. Gu Chuan, are these 8 the disciples that the Realm Lord captured? The person who came was a martial artist in green robe. His entire body was emitting a strong pressure, giving Fang Chen and the others a strong feeling. Not bad. These 8 people are pretty strong. There's even a genius that broke through the extreme realm. Gu Chuan smiled. When the martial artist in green robes heard this, his eyes lit up as he looked at the 8 people. Which one is the genius that broke through the extreme realm? The martial artist in green robes did not notice Fang Chen and looked at Gu Chuan. It's him, Fang Chen. Gu Chuan pointed at Fang Chen. The martial artist in green robes stared at Fang Chen and narrowed his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Kid, you used a special method to hide your aura? The martial artist in green robes asked. Fang Chen nodded and told the martial artist in green robes the truth. The martial artist in green robes smiled in satisfaction. Not bad. You're very smart. Although a genius that broke through the extreme realm is dazzling, you're also a thorn in the eyes of countless large powers. It's very dangerous. Your method is very good at protecting you. Fang Chen curled his lips. It seemed that the martial artist in green robes had discovered his identity after capturing his hidden demon realm lord clone. When they heard the words broke through the extreme realm, Tai Izuan's group of 7 widened their eyes and looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. Brother Fang Chen, you broke through the extreme realm? Torvosaurus asked in shock. The others were also staring at Fang Chen. Fang Chen chuckled, tacitly agreeing. No wonder your physical strength is so strong. I, Torvosaurus, didn't lose unjustly. Ha! Torvosaurus laughed. A genius that broke through the extreme realm was reborn. The strength of their physical body was not something that ordinary people could compare to. His loss to Fang Chen in terms of physical strength was not unjustified. If it was any other martial artist that cultivated their physical body, they would have lost as well. This is the person in charge of the first heaven. You can call him Senior Brother Qing. Don't disturb him unless necessary. If there's something important, you can look for him. Gu Chuan said. The martial artist in green robes nodded. After communicating with Gu Chuan, he looked at the 8 and said, 8 junior brothers, the most important thing for you now is to break through to the heavenly body tier. Just call me Senior Brother Chen, Senior Brother Chen said with a smile. Quickly pack up. I'll bring you to the cultivation area in a while. Cultivation area? Fang Chen and the others were a little surprised. After a while, the 8 of them finished packing, and under Senior Brother Chen's lead, they arrived at the cultivation area. On the way, they didn't see a single person. In the next 3 months, if you want to cultivate, enter this pond, Senior Brother Chen said as he pointed at the huge pond in front of them. Senior Brother Chen, what's so special about this pond? Tai Izuan asked. You'll know once you enter, Senior Brother Chen said. Fang Chen and the others entered the pond one by one. As soon as they entered, Fang Chen felt a scorching aura instantly invade him. Not good. Fang Chen exclaimed in his mind. Immediately, he activated his perfect sword body to block this scorching aura. Immediately afterward, Fang Chen discovered in shock that the scorching aura actually ignored the defense of his perfect sword body and entered his body. 1. The vital essence in his qi surged wildly. This is, Fang Chen looked inwardly into his qi and was shocked. The scorching aura emitted by the pond was actually tempering his vital essence. The other 7 people also discovered the miraculous nature of the pond. However, they weren't as lucky as Fang Chen. Some couldn't withstand the scorching aura's invasion, and they grimaced in pain. Senior Brother Chen stood at the edge of the pond and looked at the 8 people. Finally, his gaze landed on Fang Chen. This child is not bad. Senior Brother Chen had a very high opinion of Fang Chen. The pond was very miraculous. Fang Chen guessed that the demon-subduing realm should be using this pond to cultivate heavenly body tier disciples. As time passed, Fang Chen gradually adapted to the pond. He simply put away his perfect sword body and actively absorbed the scorching aura. Instantly, the tempering speed of his vital essence was extremely fast. 2 hours later, his qi shook. Chapter 1266. Fang Chen had already accumulated enough energy, and now he was being tempered by the scorching aura in the pool. As the star elixir took effect, the vital essence in his qi started to fuse with every corner of his body. In the blink of an eye, his sea of vital energy was empty. If it was any other time, Fang Chen would be shocked when his sea of vital energy dried up. However, he wouldn't make a fuss now, because he was breaking through. 1. The scorching aura in the pool kept pouring into his sea of vital energy. At the same time, the astral essence in heaven and earth was being absorbed by Fang Chen. Fang Chen's breakthrough affected the other 7. Murong Bing was the first to discover the abnormality. Her pretty face revealed a trace of surprise, but she immediately closed her eyes and continued to cultivate. As expected of a genius who broke through to the pinnacle level, Brother Fang Chen is really amazing. Man Long smiled. Among the 8, besides Fang Chen, Man Long was the most relaxed. His physical defense was too strong, and he could withstand the scorching aura's attack. Tai Izuan and the others also opened their eyes and looked at him enviously. They didn't expect Fang Chen to break through in just 2 hours. Breaking through from the Heaven Dipper tier to the Heavenly Body tier was a very slow process. During this time, the The sea of vital energy had to absorb enough astral essence. Moreover, the physical body had to digest all the astral essence in the sea of vital energy. However, Fang Chen was well prepared. He had already taken the most difficult step, and the rest was only a matter of time. Whoosh! Fang Chen also felt the changes in his body. The astral essence was tempering his body, and he felt extremely comfortable. Then, he closed his eyes. On the shore, Senior Brother Chen was also stunned. It's only been 2 hours, isn't it too exaggerated? Although they knew that Fang Chen had heavenly body pills, being able to break through to the heavenly body tier within 3 days under the tempering of the scorching aura of the pond was already a feat that could be considered as a supreme prodigy. However, Junior Brother Fang Chen had actually completed it in 2 hours. Freak! At this moment, Senior Brother Chen had no choice but to admit that this junior brother of his was too monstrous. Inside the pool, rich star power was condensing into a star pagoda in Fang Chen's sea of qi. The symbol of advancing from the heavenly dipper tier to the heavenly body tier was to form a star pagoda. For heavenly body tier elites, the star pagoda would increase by 1 level with each increase in level. Eventually, the star pagoda would become a 9-level star pagoda. This was the source of power for heavenly body tier elite. After another 2 hours, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Inside his qi sea, the star pagoda had already taken shape and was providing him with an endless supply of energy. The pores all over his body opened up, constantly absorbing the power of the stars in the world. Fang Chen inspected his body with his inner vision and found that his physical body had become even stronger. Crash! Fang Chen came out of the pool, feeling full of energy. The current me should be able to kill a cultivator at the 4th level of the heavenly body tier with a single punch, right? Fang Chen mumbled to himself. Senior Brother Chen walked to Fang Chen's side and said with a smile, "Junior Brother's potential has shocked me." "Senior Brother Chen, please excuse me," Fang Chen said with an awkward smile. "Junior Brother Fang, since you've broken through to the heavenly body tier, I'll take you to a place," Senior Brother Chen said with a smile. Fang Chen glanced at the 7 people in the pool and left with Senior Brother Chen. On the way, Fang Chen finally couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked Senior Brother Chen, "Senior Brother Chen, why is the first heaven so quiet?" The demon-subduing realm only recruits elite disciples, so there aren't many disciples. So far, there are only about 300 disciples in the first heaven, Senior Brother Chen said. Fang Chen was shocked. The disciples in the first heaven were all geniuses who could challenge heavenly body tier elites when they were in the heaven dipper tier. There were more than 300 of these geniuses. Then what about the second heaven and the 9th heaven? Just thinking about it was terrifying. However, many of them are out on missions, and there aren't many who really stay in the demon-subduing realm to cultivate, Senior Brother Chen explained. Fang Chen nodded, finally understanding. The first heaven was very large, but it was eerily quiet. "Senior Brother Chen, where are you taking me?" Fang Chen asked. After stepping into the heavenly body tier, every disciple has to go out on missions. "This is the demon-subduing realm's test for you," Senior Brother Chen said. "I'll take you to the mission hall." Soon, the 2 of them arrived at the mission hall. "Beginner's mission," Senior Brother Chen said to the elder of the mission hall. The elder of the mission hall chuckled, and then threw a token to Senior Brother Chen. Senior Brother Chen was a little surprised after seeing the token. "Senior Brother, change the mission," Senior Brother Chen said. The elder of the mission hall shook his head and said, "Junior Brother Chen, this is what Junior Brother Qing told me to leave for Junior Brother Fang." Fang Chen was also a little surprised when he heard this. Of course, what he was surprised about was not what the mission was, but that the elder of the mission hall was actually of the same generation as him. As if knowing Fang Chen's doubts, the elder of the mission hall smiled and said, "Junior Brother Fang, you don't know, but in our demon-subduing realm, apart from the higher-ups, everyone else calls each other senior and junior brothers. You'll get used to it in the future. So it's what Senior Brother Qing told me. Senior Brother Chen handed the token to Fang Chen, and then warned, Junior Brother Fang, the difficulty of your mission this time is a little high, be careful. Fang Chen took the mission, and was a little dumbfounded when he saw it. Are all the beginner's missions of the demon-subduing realm so difficult? Fang Chen asked. Senior Brother Chen shook his head and said, No, their missions are all very simple, and can be completed almost easily. Then Fang Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was it because he was a genius who broke through the pinnacle level that he received special treatment? Sure enough, Senior Brother Chen nodded. It should have something to do with your identity, but since Senior Brother Qing gave this mission to you, he must be very confident. Senior Brother Chen patted Fang Chen's shoulder and said, I'll take you away. After that, the two left the mission hall. They came to the teleportation array of the first heaven. There are 36 teleportation arrays in the demon-subduing realm, and you can teleport to 36 islands in the vast universe at will. Your mission is at the Old Hua Islands, go in, Senior Brother Chen said. Fang Chen was very shocked. The more he came into contact with the demon-subduing realm, the more he felt that it was too mysterious. After completing the mission, activate your identity token, and you can return to the demon-subduing realm. Remember, you must complete the mission. If you fail, there will be a punishment. Senior Brother Chen reminded. Fang Chen nodded and entered the teleportation array. In the next moment, a white light flashed and Fang Chen disappeared. Whoosh! In the sky, a figure appeared. It was the person in charge of the first heaven, Senior Brother Qing. Senior Brother Qing. Senior Brother Chen cupped his hands and greeted. This mission is very difficult. What if? Senior Brother Qing shook his head. His gaze was distant and he said softly, He's a genius who broke through to the pinnacle level, so he can't be nurtured like ordinary people. Fang Chen opened his eyes and found that he had appeared in the void. His body was falling rapidly, and his mind was filled with many thoughts. This is Sky Island? Fang Chen muttered to himself. Below, on a certain plane, two cultivators at the first level of the heavenly body tier were fighting. Little Five, you're no match for me. Humph, I don't believe you. The two cultivators were fighting, and suddenly, there was a ping, and their battle was forced to stop. Beside them, a huge crater appeared. What's going on? A precious treasure fell from the sky? The cultivator called Little Five stopped fighting, and his eyes shone with a golden light. When the two cultivators approached the large pit, Fang Chen slowly climbed out of the pit. There's someone, the two cultivators were shocked. Did this person fall from the sky? Fang Chen stretched his body and climbed out of the large pit. He saw the two cultivators looking at him strangely. Cough cough. Fang Chen explained awkwardly, I was cultivating and didn't control my power well. I see. Seeing that you've just broken through to the heavenly body tier, you must be very excited. Brother, we can understand. We've also been like you. The two martial artists were unperturbed, lecturing Fang Chen as if they had been through this before. Fang Chen scratched his head awkwardly. If the two of them knew that the person they were talking about could shatter their heads with a single punch, what would they think? This is my first time here, so I don't know where this is. This is the Heaven's Lightning region of Sky Island. Fang Chen chatted with the two cultivators for a while, and then hurriedly left. Fang Chen took out the mission token, and the mission was listed. Kill the only disciple of the Black Demon Ancestor. This was Fang Chen's mission this time. If it was just to kill the disciple of the Black Demon Ancestor, it would be easy. According to the information, the disciple of the Black Demon Ancestor was a Heaven Dipper tier cultivator. For Fang Chen, he could kill him with a single punch. However, the difficult part was the Black Demon Ancestor. The disciple of the Black Demon Ancestor was inseparable from him. It was almost impossible to find a situation where he was alone. Under such circumstances, if he wanted to complete the mission, the Black Demon Ancestor would definitely be alerted. Fang Chen didn't have the confidence to escape from the Black Demon Ancestor. The Black Demon Ancestor was a 7th-level Heavenly Body Tier cultivator. Although Fang Chen had stepped into the Heavenly Body Tier, he didn't have the confidence to withstand the fury of a high-level Heavenly Body Tier cultivator. "We need to consider this at length," Fang Chen said to himself. Fortunately, there was no time limit for this mission, so he could carefully think of countermeasures. The Heaven's Lightning region of Sky Island was a region near the Void Ocean. The Black Demon Ancestor was cultivating in seclusion on a mountain peak in the Heaven's Lightning region. Fang Chen came to a city in the Heaven's Lightning region and entered an inn. The easiest place to gather information was naturally an inn. Fang Chen found the largest inn here. There were all sorts of people inside. As expected of the core of the old Hua Islands, there are Heavenly Body Tier cultivators everywhere, Fang Chen thought to himself. Heaven Dipper Tier cultivators were nothing here. Fang Chen drank leisurely. At the same time, he listened to the movements in the inn. After a while, Fang Chen heard some useful news. "Have you heard? In 3 days, the disciple of the Black Demon Ancestor will fight the disciple of the Soldier Star Lord. At that time, the Black Demon Peak will be open to the public for everyone to watch." Is the Black Demon Ancestor trying to promote his disciple? Isn't the Black Demon Ancestor afraid of embarrassing himself? What if the Soldier Star Lord's disciple wins? Fang Chen, who was drinking in the corner, was secretly happy. 3 days later, the Black Demon Peak will be open to the public? Chapter 1267. Skyflower Island was the core island of the old Hua Islands. It was also the place where all the powerful cultivators of the old Hua Islands gathered. Therefore, Skyflower Island was very vast. It was several times larger than ordinary islands. There were 13 districts on Skyflower Island. The Sky Thunder District was one of them. There were many cities in each district. The city Fang Chen was in was called Purple Thunder City. A 7th-level Heavenly Body Tier cultivator was considered a powerful cultivator in the vicinity of Purple Thunder City. As long as there weren't any Creation Tier cultivators, he would be considered a powerful cultivator. Of course, this was only limited to the vicinity of Purple Thunder City. 3 days later, the disciple of Patriarch Black Demon battled with the disciple of Soldier Star Lord. Black Demon Peak was open to the public. Patriarch Black Demon was building momentum for his disciple. After receiving the news, Fang Chen immediately returned to his room in the inn and started to plan. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Fang Chen followed the crowd to the foot of Black Demon Peak. The crowd wasn't here to watch the battle between the two young disciples. They wanted to see Patriarch Black Demon and Soldier Star Lord. There are so many people. Most of them were low-level Heavenly Body Tier cultivators. Fang Chen blended in with the crowd and reached the middle of the mountain. There was a temporary martial arts arena at the middle of the mountain. There were many cultivators below it. Fang Chen looked over and saw Patriarch Black Demon standing on the martial arts arena with his hands behind his back. There was a hint of joy on his face. Beside him was the disciple he was proud of. Patriarch Black Demon's disciple was wearing a black robe and had a cold expression on his face. Whoosh! While the crowd was in the midst of their discussion, a powerful aura suddenly swept toward them. Everyone cried out in alarm. The Soldier Star Sovereign had arrived. Is he Soldier Star Lord? Fang Chen looked up and stared at the newcomer. The newcomer was wearing a purple robe. His body was like a sharp weapon, giving off a cold feeling. It said that Soldier Star Lord's sea of vital energy can nurture weapons. Yes. When Soldier Star Lord was young, he accidentally obtained an ancient inheritance. His body mutated and his sea of vital energy became extremely powerful. However, Soldier Star Lord's sea of vital energy won't nurture weapons for others. Is that the disciple of Soldier Star Lord? The weapon in his hand should have been made by Soldier Star Lord. Hearing the discussions of the crowd, Fang Chen was curious about the weapon Star Lord. The Sea of Qi nurtures a divine weapon. Fang Chen was astonished. After reaching the heavenly body tier, a star pagoda would float in his Sea of Qi. The star pagoda was the source of a martial artist's power, but Weapon Star Sovereign's Sea of Qi was able to nurture a divine weapon. How did he do it? Unable to figure it out, Fang Chen could only sigh. The world was vast and full of wonders. Finally, Fang Chen's gaze fell on the weapon in the hands of the Soldier Star Lord's disciple. It was a saber. It looked ordinary, but it gave Fang Chen a feeling of shock. This weapon? Fang Chen frowned and stared at the saber. Vaguely, the saber gave him a sense of confusion. What's going on? Fang Chen shook his head and stared at the saber. It was as if he had entered an illusion. This saber is not simple. Fang Chen was even more convinced that the Soldier Star Lord was extraordinary. However, just as Fang Chen was sighing, something even more unexpected happened. In his spatial ring, the communication jade pendant vibrated. Fang Chen immediately checked his spatial ring. This communication jade pendant was special to the demon subduing realm. It would only vibrate when he met someone from the demon subduing realm. There are disciples of the demon subduing realm nearby, Fang Chen thought. At this moment, a burning gaze swept over Fang Chen. He looked up and saw the Soldier Star Lord looking at him. Why is the Soldier Star Lord looking at me? The Soldier Star Lord glanced at Fang Chen. Then, he turned his head away as if nothing had happened. However, Fang Chen was shocked. It turned out that the Soldier Star Lord was a disciple of the demon subduing realm. Fang Chen looked at the Soldier Star Lord with burning eyes. The rules of the demon subduing realm were strict. No one was allowed to mention the demon subduing realm to others. Fang Chen suppressed the excitement in his heart. If the Soldier Star Lord was a disciple of the demon subduing realm, the success rate of his mission would increase greatly. Black Demon, can we start now? The Soldier Star Lord asked with a smile. Okay, the Black Demon Patriarch said. The two heavenly body tier elites left the martial arts arena, leaving the two disciples to fight. Boom! The Black Demon Patriarch's disciple attacked first. His body was filled with the powerful aura of the Black Demon. His attack was very fierce. It was obvious that he had inherited the Black Demon Patriarch's legacy. However, no matter how powerful the attack was, the Soldier Star Lord's disciple remained motionless with a disdainful look on his face. Die! The Black Demon Patriarch's disciple rushed to the side of the Soldier Star Lord's disciple and attacked. Shio! A dazzling saber light tore through the void and instantly enveloped the Black Demon Patriarch's disciple. Pucci! The Black Demon Patriarch's disciple was instantly sent flying. There was an uproar below the martial arts arena. Countless cultivators were shocked. Was the Soldier Star Lord's disciple so powerful? No, the problem seemed to be with the weapon. Sure enough, the Black Demon Patriarch shouted, "Soldier Star Lord, you cheated." Black Demon, how can I cheat? The Soldier Star Lord said with a smile. His disciple was already standing beside him. As his master, he was also very happy that his disciple had defeated the Black Demon Patriarch's disciple with a single strike. You actually gave your disciple the weapon you nurtured? Isn't that cheating? The Black Demon Patriarch roared furiously. Everyone knew that the Soldier Star Lord's Sea of Qi was special. The divine weapon he nurtured was extraordinary. Didn't you also teach your disciple your ultimate technique? The Soldier Star Lord said. The Black Demon Patriarch was furious, but he knew that there was no turning back now. Soldier Star Lord, just you wait. 3 years later, I will make my disciple pay for this humiliation with his own blood. The Black Demon Patriarch flung his sleeves and said viciously. To Fang Chen's surprise, the Black Demon Patriarch's disciple was severely injured by the Soldier Star Lord's disciple. His body flew out and landed at his feet. The other heavenly body tier cultivators retreated. Fang Chen looked at the Black Demon Patriarch's disciple at his feet. Killing intent surged in his heart. However, he didn't act rashly. Instead, he reached out to help him up. "Are you all right?" Fang Chen pretended to ask about her well-being. The Black Demon Patriarch's disciple shook his head. His face was filled with pain. While the Black Demon Patriarch and the Soldier Star Lord were arguing, Fang Chen secretly activated the black flames. The flames passed through his palm and instantly entered the disciple's body. The Black Demon Patriarch's disciple sensed that something was wrong. He wanted to speak, but he found that his body was being corroded by the black flames. He couldn't speak. Fang Chen helped the Black Demon Patriarch's disciple up. Then, he laughed mischievously and entered the crowd. No one paid attention to Fang Chen. Using the crowd as a cover, Fang Chen quickly rushed down the mountain. At this moment, the Black Demon Patriarch's disciple fell to the ground with a bang. He had lost all signs of life. Seeing this, the Black Demon Patriarch turned pale with fright. His figure flashed and arrived beside his disciple. When he checked his pulse, his face instantly turned gloomy. There's a scorching flame in his body. In an instant, the Black Demon Patriarch realized that there was something fishy about his disciple's death. Then, he thought of the martial artist who had just helped his disciple up. "Stop!" the Black Demon Patriarch roared. His figure flashed and he gave chase. Fang Chen knew that he had been exposed. He no longer hid and used the true meaning of spacetime to escape. Halfway up the Black Demon Peak, the Soldier Star Lord looked at his junior brother and nodded slightly. It seemed that he was on a mission. Whoosh! The Soldier Star Lord gave chase. In the wilderness outside the Purple Thunder City, Fang Chen used the true meaning of spacetime to escape. But the Black Demon Patriarch chased after him like a madman. "Brat, I'm going to tear you to pieces." The Black Demon Patriarch launched powerful attacks from time to time, disrupting the space and hindering Fang Chen's escape. Soon, Fang Chen arrived at the edge of the void ocean. This Black Demon Patriarch is like a mad dog. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Black Demon Patriarch arrived, baring his teeth as he waited for Fang Chen. His palm contained a powerful aura as he prepared to kill Fang Chen. "Black Demon, let me help you." The Soldier Star Lord appeared out of thin air. Then, he quickly threw a punch, sending Fang Chen into the void ocean. Plop! The void ocean splashed, and Fang Chen's figure was instantly submerged. "Soldier Star Lord, you..." The Black Demon Patriarch was displeased. "Black Demon, this brat dared to kill your disciple. He's too bold. But he's dead for sure now that I've sent him into the void ocean." The Soldier Star Lord laughed. The Black Demon Patriarch's face darkened. The Soldier Star Lord had helped him, so he couldn't say anything. But when he thought of his disciple's tragic death, he was furious. "Who is it that wants to kill me?" The Black Demon Patriarch clenched his fists. His eyes were scarlet. He was furious. "Black Demon, the assassination of your disciple was targeted. Who did you offend?" The Soldier Star Lord pretended to ask. The Black Demon Patriarch fell silent. Boom! After being submerged in the void ocean, Fang Chen felt like he was about to suffocate. He tried his best to take out his communication jade pendant and activated it. Suddenly, the pressure on him decreased and his body disappeared. When he opened his eyes again, he was already back in the demon-subduing realm. That was close. Fang Chen felt a lingering fear. If not for the Soldier Star Lord's help, it would have been very difficult for him to escape safely. He had underestimated the Black Demon Patriarch's strength. He couldn't expose the demon-subduing realm, so he couldn't use the communication jade pendant in front of outsiders. He was afraid of being detected by the Almighties. Soldier Star Lord knew this as well. Hence, when he threw out a punch, it seemed powerful, but there was a hidden meaning behind it. He helped Fang Chen along the way. Chapter 1268. Junior Brother Fang. Senior Brother Chen happened to pass by the square and saw Fang Chen. Senior Brother Chen. Fang Chen greeted him. Junior Brother Fang has completed the mission. Senior Brother Chen was a little curious. He had only left for 3 days, but Junior Brother Fang had already completed the mission. This was too exaggerated. Sure enough, Fang Chen's next words made Senior Brother Chen even more shocked. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Fang Chen handed the mission token to Senior Brother Chen. Senior Brother Chen took a look and indeed completed the mission. Freak. Senior Brother Chen shook his head and said, Freak. Then, he took Fang Chen to hand in the mission. The novice mission was a mission that every martial artist had to go through. This was also a test for new disciples in the demon-subduing world. If they couldn't even pass the test, they could only be eliminated. The competition in the demon-subduing world was very fierce. After completing the mission, one would naturally receive a reward. Generally speaking, the rewards in the demon-subduing world were very generous. Junior Brother Fang, you have completed a very difficult novice mission. This is your reward. Take a look and see what you need. Senior Brother Chen said. There were a total of 2 types of rewards. The first type was a divine weapon, and the second type was a secret technique. High-level secret techniques. Fang Chen was shocked when he saw these secret techniques in front of him. In the outside world, high-level secret techniques were very precious. But in the demon-subduing world, disciples in the first heaven could cultivate at will. If it's a divine weapon, I can have the hidden star sword, Fang Chen said. Sword cultivators were different from other martial artists. In their life, they only needed one battle partner. Besides, the hidden star sword could be upgraded. As long as the grade was upgraded, it would be enough. After thinking for a moment, Fang Chen decided to choose the secret technique. Senior Brother Chen, there are many secret techniques here. Senior Brother Chen, help me choose. Fang Chen smiled. After all, Senior Brother Chen had been in the first heaven for a long time and knew more about secret technique. Senior Brother Chen chuckled when he heard this. He then asked, Junior Brother Fang, what do you specialize in? Sword Dao, soul cultivation. Fang Chen didn't hide it and said directly. I never would have guessed that Junior Brother Fang was a soul cultivator. Senior Brother Chen was a bit surprised. After pondering for a moment, he said, You are a genius who has broken through to the extreme boundary. Your defense is already strong enough. What you need to improve now is your attack power. Therefore, an attack secret technique is more suitable for you. Then, Senior Brother Chen picked up a file and handed it to Fang Chen. This is a high-level secret technique, Absolute Heaven Phantom Sword. You can cultivate it for a while. Fang Chen took the file and said, Thank you, Brother Chen. Junior Brother Fang, now that you've completed the newbie mission, you can cultivate in the first layer of heaven with peace of mind. If you need anything, just look for me directly, Senior Brother Chen said. Fang Chen nodded and returned to his residence. When he had reached the heavenly body tier, he had already been allocated a separate courtyard. After returning to the courtyard, Fang Chen immediately entered a state of cultivation. Now that he knew about the existence of the realm of the gods, he naturally had to seize every second to increase his cultivation. Right now, he was still a long way away from the creation realm, let alone the realms above it. Therefore, the most important thing for him now was to cultivate. The Absolute Heaven Phantom Sword was more complicated than Fang Chen had expected. After all, it was a high-level secret technique. Fang Chen looked at it for a whole 3 days before he completely understood this high-level secret technique. In the following time, he began to comprehend the Absolute Heaven Phantom Sword. However, what Fang Chen didn't understand was that no matter how he cultivated, he couldn't cultivate it successfully. He kept feeling that he was lacking something, but he couldn't figure it out. In the end, he simply put the Absolute Heaven Phantom Sword aside and focused on the mysterious heaven sealing technique. The mysterious heaven sealing technique was a mid-level secret technique, but when cultivated to the extreme, it was also comparable to a high-level secret technique. Previously, Fang Chun had cultivated to the 3rd layer, and there were still 6 layers to go. It could support a cultivator to cultivate to the peak of the heavenly body tier. This cultivation lasted for several months. Time passed bit by bit. Fang Chun had been cultivating all this while. 4th layer, 5th layer, 6th layer. Until 3 months later, Fang Chun successfully cultivated the mysterious heaven sealing technique to the 7th layer. Voila! One day, Fang Chun opened his eyes. 7th layer, huh? At first, he wanted to cultivate the mysterious heaven sealing technique to the consummate level of the 9th layer, but it was interrupted. The 8th and 9th layers were very difficult to cultivate. If the sect leader of the mysterious heaven sect knew that he had cultivated to the 7th layer in 3 months, he would definitely be extremely shocked. Fang Chen's speed could be described as the fastest in the history of the mysterious heaven sect. Senior brother Fang Chen. Just as Fang Chen prepared to test the power of the 7th layer of the mysterious heaven sealing technique, a forthright voice suddenly sounded. Fang Chen looked, and shockingly, it was Man Long, senior brother Fang Chen. "You've finished cultivating?" Man Long asked. Fang Chen nodded. Man Long chuckled and said, "I'm really envious of senior brother Fang Chen. Your cultivation speed is much faster than ours." "Haven't you also stepped into the heavenly body tier?" Fang Chen said. He could tell at a glance that Man Long had already stepped into the heavenly body tier. "Among the 8 of us, you're the most dazzling genius, stepping into the heavenly body tier in merely 2 hours. After you, it's Murong Bing. That little girl took half a month, and her speed is also quite fast." Man Long sighed. As a genius of the Savage Island, his physical strength was extremely powerful, but his comprehension of the path of cultivation was slightly lacking. This also caused him to step into the heavenly body tier much later than the other 8. Tai Izuan is the 3rd to step into the heavenly body tier, and I'm the last. I only stepped into the heavenly body tier a few days ago when the time was almost up. So close, I was almost thrown out of the demon subduing realm. Man Long grinned. Fang Chen was very clear that although Man Long was the last to step into the heavenly body tier, however, there was no doubt that his strength was stronger than the others. This was the natural advantage of the geniuses of the Savage Island. "Senior brother Fang Chen, I want to compete with you." Man Long finally spoke his purpose. "Sure." Fang Chen agreed readily. Firstly, Fang Chen had also benefited from the battle with Man Long. Secondly, Fang Chen liked Man Long's personality very much. Simple and forthright. "Senior brother Fang Chen, you have to be careful," Man Long warned. "I've stepped into the heavenly body tier, and my power has increased in all aspects." Fang Chen nodded, activating his perfect sword body. "Huh!" Man Long roared, and the bones in his body cracked. He clenched his fists, and suddenly threw a punch at Fang Chen. Dong! The 2 fists collided, and a deafening sound rang out. Immediately afterward, the 2 of them each took a few steps back. After Man Long steadied himself, he looked a little disappointed. "It's still not enough. Your power is already very strong. Among low-level heavenly body tier cultivators, there's no one who can resist your power." Fang Chen consoled him. "It's also because I've broken through the pinnacle level that I possess power that ordinary people can't imagine. That's why I'm able to match you." Fang Chen patted Man Long's shoulder lightly, and said with a smile. Hearing this, Man Long instantly became very confident. "Thank you, senior brother Fang Chen, for your guidance." Man Long smiled foolishly. The 8 of them had entered the demon subduing realm at the same time, but Man Long had the best relationship with Fang Chen. He felt that Fang Chen was not like the others, and had a very good personality. "Cultivate well," Fang Chen said. Suddenly Man Long asked, "Oh right, senior brother Fang Chen, have you been to the Rising Dragon platform?" Fang Chen shook his head. Although he had been in the demon-subduing realm for 3 months, he had always been immersed in cultivation, and knew nothing about this so-called Rising Dragon platform. Many senior brothers of the First Heaven go to the Rising Dragon platform, and we've also been there. Do you want to try? Man Long asked. Oh, what exactly is this Rising Dragon platform? Fang Chen asked, confused. Let's walk and talk, Man Long said. The two of them left Fang Chen's courtyard and went to the Rising Dragon platform. The Rising Dragon platform was located at the center of the First Heaven. It tested a cultivator's strength. Before long, the two of them arrived in front of the Rising Dragon platform. This is the Rising Dragon platform, said Man Long. It looked like a sacrificial altar. There was a circular platform on top of it. Next to the platform was a stone stele with some data recorded on it. The one ranked 5th on the stone stele is me, said Man Long. Fang Chen looked at the stone stele and saw that there were only numbers on it. There was no name. It seemed the demon-subduing realm was deliberately not letting cultivators know who they were. In the First Heaven, there are 5 people stronger than me. Oh wait, including you, that's 6, said Man Long's senior brother Fang Chen. Go up to the altar and channel all your strength into the Rising Dragon platform. Let the Rising Dragon platform float. Let's see how high it can float, Torvosaurus explained. The higher the Rising Dragon platform floated, the stronger it was. Let's give it a try. Fang Chen was also very curious about the Rising Dragon platform. How heavy could a small round platform be? Coming to the altar, Fang Chen suddenly poured all his strength into the Rising Dragon platform. Originally, Fang Chen thought that he could make the round platform float casually. However, he was wrong. So heavy. Suddenly, Fang Chen's face changed drastically. He immediately activated his perfect sword body. There's a formation engraved on the platform. Fang Chen immediately sensed the abnormality of the platform. There was a formation engraved on it that increased one's strength. Even a 7-star formation master might not be able to engrave such a formation. Thinking of this, Fang Chen was even more curious about the demon-subduing realm. Rise! Fang Chen shouted, and the Rising Dragon platform slowly rose. In a short while, it surpassed Man Long's result. Then, it continued to float. 15 minutes later, Fang Chen finally felt that he had reached his limit and was panting. Bang giving up supporting the Rising Dragon platform, Fang Chen walked down from the altar. The Rising Dragon platform landed on the altar. Buzz the stone stele on the side emitted a bright light. Immediately, Fang Chen's results appeared on the stone stele. One after another, he surpassed the martial artists on the stone stele. In the end, Fang Chen's result was fixed at 2nd place. Senior brother Fang Chen is really amazing, said Man Long in admiration. In the First Heaven, there were hundreds of geniuses. To be able to rank 2nd was enough to show how strong Fang Chen was. It's a pity that he didn't reach 1st place. It's said that he can get a generous reward if he reaches 1st place. Man Long said with some regret. Hearing this, Fang Chen spread his hands. He wanted to reach 1st place, but the higher the Rising Dragon platform was, the heavier it was. Chapter 1269. At this moment, in a secluded place in the first layer of heaven. 8-8 reading. 23 Senior Brother Qing stood with his hands behind his back. Behind him was Senior Brother Chen. Senior Brother Qing, Fang Chen has completed the newbie mission, Senior Brother Chen said. Senior Brother Qing nodded. He already knew. Senior Brother Qing, what do you plan to do next? Senior Brother Chen asked. Senior Brother Qing said slowly, there is a relic in the Heavenly Thunder region of Tianhua Island that opened a month ago. Let the few of them go and train in the relic. Senior Brother Chen's expression changed drastically. Senior Brother Qing, with their strength, aren't they too weak to enter the ruin? Senior Brother Qing shook his head and didn't say anything else. He naturally had his reasons for making this decision. Seeing this, Senior Brother Chen didn't ask any more and nodded heavily. Then, he quickly went to find Fong Chen and the others. After Senior Brother Chen left, Senior Brother Qing's eyes seemed to see through the void and saw the two people in front of the rising dragon platform. Cultivators who have broken through to the pinnacle level need different methods to train. Fong Chen was very strong. He ranked second on the rising dragon platform on his first try. He thought highly of Fong Chen. The demon-subduing realm-valued geniuses who had broken through to the pinnacle level. Senior Brother Chen called the 8 people over. There's a ruin in the Sky Lightning region of Skyflower Island. Your mission this time is to enter and train, Senior Brother Chen said. Senior Brother Chen, are there any requirements for the mission? Tai Izuan asked. Come out alive, Senior Brother Chen said. All right. Pack up and enter the teleportation formation. Everything had been arranged properly. The 8 people looked at each other and then went to pack up. An hour later, the 8 people entered the teleportation formation. Voila! White light flashed, and the 8 people disappeared. In the next instant, the 8 people appeared in the Sky Lightning region of Skyflower Island. Let's gather information first, Tai Izuan said. The 8 people came to Purple Thunder City. After asking around, they found out where the ruin was. This ruin had restrictions. Only heavenly body tier cultivators could enter. Although it had opened a month ago, there were still people entering from time to time. Fong Chen and the others successfully entered the ruin. On a mountain peak, Fong Chen's group of 8 stood quietly. The air here is so stifling, Torvosaurus said. Be careful. Let's check out the situation inside the ruins first, Tai Izuan said. However, before the others could say anything, they encountered danger. Rumble on the distant plain, 3 figures discovered Fong Chen and the others. A cultivator at the first level of the heavenly body tier dares to enter the ruins? He is truly seeking death. These 3 people were 3 brothers. They were evil martial artists who specialized in cultivating with the flesh and blood of martial artists. Thus, to them, the flesh and blood of low-level heavenly body tier cultivators was the most delicious. Little fellows, you can only blame yourselves for being too weak. The 3 figures attacked separately. What should we do? Asked Tai Izuan. Do you really think we are pushovers? The 8 of them were all prodigies. Although they were facing cultivators at the middle level of the heavenly body tier, they were completely unafraid. Kill! Following Tai Izuan's roar, the 8 of them instantly unleashed a fierce and domineering attack. Tai Izuan teamed up with Torvosaurus to deal with one of them. Fong Chen teamed up with Murong Bing to deal with the other. The remaining person was dealt with by the other 4. Pung pung pung. As soon as they exchanged blows, the 3 of them felt that they had encountered a tough opponent. Big brother, this one is a bit tough, one of the people fighting Fong Chen called out. What are you afraid of? They are only at the low level of the heavenly body tier. Kill them. The cultivator called Big Brother was blocking the violent attacks of Torvosaurus. All along, Murong Bing had not been good with words. However, Fong Chen was very curious about her. This was the first time he had teamed up with Murong Bing. Although the latter was a woman, her attack power was extremely domineering. A dagger appeared in Murong Bing's hand. Her body appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Even Fong Chen could not catch her movements. Seeing this, Fong Chen decided to restrain this person and create an opportunity for Murong Bing. Boom! Berserk power instantly erupted. Fong Chen clenched his fists and punched out wildly. Pung! The person fighting was caught off guard and was sent flying by Fong Chen. Damn it! How can a low-level heavenly body tier cultivator be so strong? Dong, dong, dong! This cultivator kept blocking Fong Chen's fists and ignored Murong Bing. At a certain moment, Murong Bing found an opportunity and appeared behind this cultivator like a ghost. With a wave of her small hand, a dagger instantly pierced the cultivator's head. His eyes widened as he looked at this scene in disbelief. Ah! Immediately afterward, a miserable scream came from his mouth. With a pring sound, his head exploded and he died here. Third brother. Seeing their third brother die, big brother and second brother were furious. However, Fang Chen and Morong Bing quickly helped after dealing with one of them. Soon, second brother also died in battle. In the end, only big brother was left. The 8 of them joined forces and severely injured big brother. Then, they captured him alive. Just as Torvosaurus was about to punch out, he was stopped by Tai Izuan. Don't kill him yet. Ask him about the situation in the ruins. Hearing this, Torvosaurus withdrew his fist. You'll all die, big brother said crazily, his eyes scarlet. Pung! Tai Izuan stabbed big brother's leg with his sword, instantly shutting him up. Now your life is in our hands. If you want to live, answer our questions honestly, Tai Izuan said. Big brother's expression was ferocious, and he wanted to tear Tai Izuan into pieces. However, he was very rational. As long as you let me go, I'll answer any question. Big brother finally compromised. What kind of ruins are these? Fang Chen asked. The blood ruins. How much do you know about these ruins? Torvosaurus asked. I once heard from a blessed realm expert that the blood relic was once the residence of the bloodthirsty clan and the demonic blood clan. Although they were defeated in the war with the humans, there are still many descendants of the 2 clans left. This time, the blood ruins were opened to train the cultivators of Skyflower Island. On the other hand, it was to completely eliminate future threats, Big Brother answered honestly. The bloodthirsty tribe and the demonic blood tribe were once the enemies of the humans. I see. Everyone nodded. What else do you know? Tai Izuan asked. I'm too weak, so my knowledge is limited. However, this blood ruins seems to be divided into the outer, inner, and core regions. Middle-level heavenly body tier cultivators are almost safe in the outer region. High-level heavenly body tier cultivators are safe in the inner region. As for the core region, it's said that the corpses of the ancestors of the 2 tribes are extremely terrifying. Even peak stage heavenly body tier cultivators don't dare to enter recklessly, Big Brother said. Even peak stage heavenly body tier cultivators don't dare to enter, so how can they completely destroy the 2 tribes? Torvosaurus asked. It's said that the 9 great star kings of Skyflower Island have entered the blood ruins this time, Big Brother said. Hearing this, the 8 of them were all moved. Star kings were the strongest cultivators of the heavenly body tier. The 9 great star kings of Skyflower Island were publicly acknowledged as the strongest cultivators of the heavenly body tier. To be able to become a star king, their battle prowess was unimaginable. The 9 great star kings have all entered? Fang Chen asked. It seems so. Big Brother nodded. What else do you know? Tai Izuan threatened. Big Brother was a little scared, and he hurriedly said, 300 miles from here, there's a strange place. I once saw the geocentric magma fruit in the distance there. Geocentric magma fruit. Hearing this, the 8 of them were shocked. They didn't expect to hear about the geocentric magma fruit as soon as they entered the ruins. As expected of the blood ruins, precious fruits like the geocentric magma fruit could be seen everywhere. However, there were powerful demonic beasts guarding the geocentric magma fruit, so I didn't dare to act rashly, Big Brother said. Tai Izuan then asked a few more questions, but he couldn't get any answers. In the end, Torvosaurus killed Big Brother with a punch. Senior Brother Tai said that he wouldn't kill you, but I didn't say that. This kind of evil cultivator was the most hated by human cultivators. Killing him wouldn't be a pity. Are we going or not? Tai Izuan asked. The 8 of them looked at each other, and finally decided to go and take a look. The blood ruins are destined to be very dangerous, Tai Izuan said. What we need to do is increase our strength. Only by becoming powerful can we walk out alive. After the 8 of them reached a consensus, they quickly followed Big Brother's instructions and headed to the geocentric magma fruit's location. Demon Subduing World, First Heaven. Senior Brother Qing was sitting cross-legged, cultivating. Suddenly Gu Chuan hurried over. Senior Brother Gu Chuan, why are you so flustered? Senior Brother Qing opened his eyes and asked. Gu Chuan was a disciple of the third heaven, and his status was higher than Senior Brother Qing's. Junior Brother Qing, where are Fang Chen and the others? They went out to train, Senior Brother Qing said. Where did they go? Gu Chuan asked anxiously. The Blood Ruins. As expected. Gu Chuan's face was filled with helplessness. Senior Brother Gu Chuan, what happened? Senior Brother Qing asked, puzzled. I just received news that the Blood Ruins have changed, and the danger has greatly increased. Originally, there was only a slim chance of survival, but now, there is no chance of survival. Even the 9 great Star Kings might die in there, Gu Chuan said. What's going on? Senior Apprentice Brother Qing cried out. The Blood Ruins has automatically closed. Something bad seems to have happened inside. Some of the Skyflower Island's Manifestation Realm experts have already rushed over to check it out. I was worried that you would send Fang Chen and the others to the Blood Ruins, so I came to remind you. I didn't expect it to be too late, Gu Chuan said. No chance of survival? Doesn't that mean Senior Brother Qing was filled with regret? If it was someone else, he wouldn't care if they died, but Fang Chen had broken through to the extreme realm. The death of such a genius would be a great loss to the demon-subduing world. There is no other way now. We can only pray that they can safely survive this calamity, Gu Chuan said. Even the 9 great Star Kings might die in there. With the strength of Fang Chen and the others, could they come out alive? It's all my fault, Senior Brother Qing blamed himself. Chapter 1270. The geocentric lava fruits were on a cliff. At the bottom of the cliff was a towering tree that soared into the clouds. Fang Chen's group of 8 stood in front of the cliff, staring at the geocentric lava fruits on the tree. As expected, Tai Izuan's face was filled with joy. He really hadn't expected the Blood Ruins to be filled with treasures. If he could obtain these geocentric lava fruits, his strength would increase. The others also laughed, especially Torvosaurus. He focused on the physical body, and the geocentric lava fruits' effects focused on the physical body. Among the 8 of them, it was the best for Torvosaurus. There are so many geocentric lava fruit. There should be at least a few dozen of them, laughed Torvosaurus. How do we get them? Murong Bing spoke for the first time. Her voice was very delicate. Hearing her speak, Fang Chen was a bit surprised. The little mouse had appeared on Fang Chen's shoulder at some point. It said calmly, Boss, the demonic beast guarding the bottom is very powerful. Oh, you can sense it? Asked Fang Chen. Buzz. At this moment, the devil armor insect flew up from the bottom of the cliff and circled around Fang Chen. Immediately, Fang Chen received some information about the bottom of the cliff. Devil armor insect, Senior Apprentice Brother Fang Chen, is this your spirit pet? Asked Torvosaurus hastily. Fang Chen nodded. Tai Izuan and the others were shocked. They hadn't expected Fang Chen to be able to subdue even the devil armor insect. Actually, this matter wasn't as terrifying as they had imagined. Fang Chen had only managed to subdue the devil armor insect by chance. If it was the demon armor insect at its peak, Fang Chen would probably avoid it. The devil armor insect just went down to take a look. There are 8 geocentric devil dragons down there, said Fang Chen as he looked at the 7. What geocentric devil dragons? As a genius, Tai Izuan naturally knew how terrifying geocentric devil dragons were. The Earth Core Demon Dragon was a branch of the Flood Dragon. Its body was huge, and it had 3 heads and 6 arms. It also had some of the abilities of the Flood Dragon. It was almost invincible in the same realm. Most importantly, the Earth Core Demon Dragon had a special attacking power that could make a warrior fall into a stupefied state for a short period of time. It was very fatal. The one guarding the geocentric magma fruit is the geocentric devil dragon? Torvosaurus asked. I'm afraid not. The Earth Core Demon Dragon's target should be the Earth Core magma fruit, Murong Bing said again. The geocentric magma fruit is about to ripen. Once it ripens, they will probably make their move. Hearing this, Fang Chen and the others were slightly moved. Murong Bing did not like to talk much, but every time she spoke, it would make people's eyes light up. This is troublesome. The Earth Core Demon Dragon's target is the Earth Core Magma Fruit. Once we snatch it, it will definitely fight with us. Tai Izuan frowned. What are you afraid of? There are 8 of them. Let's kill them one by one. Barbarian Dragon was a violent person. He clenched his fists and prepared to fight. This matter needs to be discussed at length, Fang Chen said in a low voice. The Earth Core Demon Dragon's battle prowess was very strong. If they wanted to obtain the Earth Core Magma Fruit, they needed to plan at length. Senior brother Fang Chen, what method do you have? The others looked at Fang Chen and asked. In the demon-subduing world, age did not matter. It only depended on who had entered the sect first. Fang Chen was the first to break through to the heavenly body tier, so he was naturally the senior brother in front of the 7 of them. Even the icy Murong Bing would call him senior brother. I have a space-type true meaning. Let me try first. Fang Chen decided to try using the true meaning of time and space to see if he could fool the Earth Core Demon Dragon. Torvosaurus and the others nodded and opened a path for Fang Chen. Voila! He suddenly disappeared before their eyes. Torvosaurus and the others were very surprised. What an exquisite space-type true meaning! Tai Izuan could not help but exclaim. Beside him, Torvosaurus was even more impressed with Fang Chen. Only Murong Bing looked at the void where Fang Chen disappeared with a complicated look in her eyes. Under the effect of the true meaning of time and space, Fang Chen quickly arrived above the cliff. Then, he hid in the void and gradually arrived in front of the Earth Core Magma Fruit Tree. Roar! Below the cliff, under the Earth Core Magma Fruit Tree, the 8 Earth Core Demon Dragons seemed to feel something. They looked up and saw that there was no change in the Earth Core Magma Fruit Tree. Then, the 8 Earth Core Demon Dragons continued to lie on the ground and sleep. Seeing this, Fang Chen was secretly delighted. Then, taking advantage of the moment when the 8 Earth Core Demon Dragons were sleeping, he directly grabbed a Earth Core Magma Fruit Tree. However, something unexpected happened. 1. The moment he grabbed the Earth Core Magma Fruit, ripples appeared in the void. He seemed to have touched some mechanism. What's going on? Fang Chen realized that he could not get the Earth Core Magma Fruit Tree. Fang Chen bellowed as he gripped the geocentric lava fruit tightly, wanting to pluck it. But there seemed to be a restriction around the Earth Core Magma Fruit. Not good. In the next moment, Fang Chen realized that he had been exposed. Under the Earth Core Magma Fruit Tree, the 8 Earth Core Demon Dragons raised their heads and roared. Then, wings appeared on their backs and they soared into the sky, circling around the Earth Core Magma Fruit Tree. Human, quickly leave. This Earth Core Magma Fruit Tree belongs to our Earth Core Demon Dragon clan. Damned human, you dare to steal our things? You're courting death. The 8 Earth Core Demon Dragons raised their heads and roared angrily. Bang! One of the Earth Core Demon Dragons attacked Fang Chen, forcing Fang Chen to retreat. Fang Chen floated in the sky, facing off against the 8 Earth Core Demon Dragons. There are so many Earth Core Magma Fruit. You won't be able to use them all. How about I take 8? Asked Fang Chen. The 8 Earth Core Demon Dragons stood side by side in front of Fang Chen, glaring at Fang Chen, ready to attack. Crash! Tai Izuan and the others saw this and quickly rushed over, facing off against the Earth Core Demon Dragons. There are 8 of you and 8 of us. If we really fight, it's hard to say who will win, said Fang Chen. Moreover, even if you win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. The 8 Earth Core Demon Dragons didn't act rashly. They also sensed the aura of Fang Chen and the others. Human, retreat quickly. This geocentric magma fruit is a gift for our king. If you anger our king, you're all dead. One of the leading geocentric devil dragons said. When Fang Chen and the others heard this, they looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. These 8 Earth Core Demon Dragons actually had a leader. In that case, we'll retreat. Fang Chen cupped his fists and said. Then, he quickly left with the 7. Senior brother Fang Chen. The Torvosaurus wasn't convinced. He wanted to fight. Let's go. After leaving the cliff, Fang Chen secretly transmitted a message to the 7. The 8 of them quickly flew away from the cliff and came to a hidden place. Roar. At this moment, they heard an angry roar coming from behind them. It was from the 8 Earth Core demon dragons. This, Taizuan and the others were puzzled. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, Little Mouse and the demon armor bug came out from the ground. Boss for you. Little Mouse was holding a lot of Earth Core magma fruits and handed them to Fang Chen. The 7 of them were stunned for a moment, then they were overjoyed. Senior brother Fang Chen, you purposely attracted the 8 Earth Core demon dragons to let them steal the Earth Core magma fruits? Asked the Torvosaurus. Fang Chen nodded. Everyone carefully observed the little mouse. They only felt that the demon armor bug was powerful, but they didn't expect the little mouse to be so powerful. What are you looking at? I'm powerful. Little Mouse put its paws on its waist and said calmly. The Torvosaurus laughed. Fang Chen distributed the geocentric magma fruit equally to everyone. Senior brother Fang Chen, it's all thanks to you that we can get the Earth Core magma fruit. You should take a few more, said the Torvosaurus. The others nodded. Fang Chen smiled. We're from the same sect. Why are you saying this? Fang Chen's words rejected everyone's good intentions. After getting the Earth Core magma fruits, everyone sat down cross-legged and began to refine them. After an hour, everyone's aura had improved significantly. Although they hadn't broken through, they were close to breaking through. Ha ha ha, as expected of the Earth Core magma fruits. My physical strength has improved a lot. The Torvosaurus was the first to jump up and said excitedly. Taizuan and the others also stood up one after another. Their cultivation bases had also increased a little. Senior brother Fang Chen, thank you so much. Taizuan cupped his hands and thanked him. A smile also appeared on Morongbing's face. This was the first time Fang Chen saw Morongbing smile. The blood relic is extremely dangerous. The first thing we need to do is to improve our strength. Only then can we get out alive, said Fang Chen. The 8 of them didn't know that after they entered the blood relic, there had been a change in the outside world. The 7 of them nodded. No matter where they came from, they had a common identity now. They were disciples of the demon-subduing world. As disciples of the demon-subduing world, they had to help each other. This was the most important rule of the demon-subduing world. Fatty, what do you think? Are you interested in following Lord Rat? Lord Rat can guarantee that you'll live a good life. The little rat jumped onto the Torvosaurus' shoulder with a whoosh and calmly said, You want me to have a good life with your small body? The Torvosaurus curled its lips. The little mouse opened its eyes wide and said angrily, Damn Fatty, you dare to look down on me? Alright, stop fooling around. Fang Chen spoke up to stop them. The little mouse glared at the Torvosaurus and jumped onto Fang Chen's shoulder. It looked directly at the Torvosaurus and said, Fatty, there will be a day when you'll cry and beg me to take you in. The little mouse and the Torvosaurus bickering eased the tense atmosphere a little. At this moment, the 8 Earth Core devil dragons were frantically looking for Fang Chen and the others near the cliff. Damn humans, they're too cunning. Find them and tear them to pieces. The number of Earth Core lava fruits is limited. They stole so many. How are we going to explain this to our king? Thinking of how powerful their king was, the 8 Earth Core devil dragons were terrified. Chapter 1271. After swallowing the geocentric lava fruit, Fang Chen felt that his strength had improved a lot. Especially his perfect sword body, it had improved even more. He was looking forward to seeing how powerful his perfect sword body would be after reaching the high level. The group of 8 seemed to be led by Fang Chen. After all, Fang Chen's strength was obvious to all. Even the dragon was no match for him, let alone the others. Roar. The 8 of them heard the angry roars of the geocentric demon dragons from time to time. They seemed to be searching for the geocentric lava fruit. 8 geocentric demon dragons, their strength is not to be underestimated. We can't fight them head-on, Tai Izuan said in a low voice. Tai Izuan was a prodigy. When he was at the 9th level of Heaven Dipper tier, he could fight with low-level Heavenly Body tier cultivators. After entering the Heavenly Body tier, even 3rd-level Heavenly Body tier cultivators were no match for him. However, when facing 4th-level Heavenly Body tier enemies, he was a little weak. After all, there was a gap between the 3rd and 4th levels. Not only Tai Izuan, but the others were also the same. Only the dragon and Fang Chen were not afraid of the geocentric demon dragons. In this way, they had no chance of winning against the geocentric demon dragons, so they couldn't fight them head-on. Let's leave here first, Fang Chen said in a low voice. Everyone nodded and quickly followed Fang Chen, leaving this place quickly. 4 geocentric demon dragons were searching on the ground, and the other 4 were flying in the sky, looking down. Fang Chen and the others had just appeared, and they were discovered by the geocentric demon dragons. Roar! The geocentric demon dragon roared to the sky, sending a signal to the 4 dragons on the ground. Suddenly, the 4 dragons rushed toward Fang Chen and the others like crazy. "Oh no, let's go!" Fang Chen shouted, telling the others to leave quickly. He and the dragons stayed behind. The little mouse, demon armor bug, and dark night queen all appeared. "Let's go!" Fang Chen rushed to the front of a geocentric demon dragon at the fastest speed, and then used the 7th level of the mysterious sky sealing technique without hesitation. Xiao! The dazzling sword net exploded with a terrifying aura, instantly enveloping the earth core demon dragon. Immediately after, Fang Chen's star-concealing sword ruthlessly pierced into the body of the earth core demon dragon. Roar! The earth heart demon dragon let out a pitiful cry. It broke free from Fang Chen's grasp and flew away. At the same time, the Dark Knight Queen released a large number of Dark Knight subsidiary bodies to surround the other core demon dragon. The demon armor insect and the little mouse took the opportunity to attack together. On the other hand, Man Long's physical strength erupted instantly. His fist fiercely bombarded the Earth Heart Devil Dragon's body. The last Earth Heart Demon Dragon rushed towards Fang Chen with scarlet eyes. The defense of the Earth Core Devil Dragon is very strong. Fang Chen instantly realized that something was wrong. After sensing the Earth Core Demon Dragon's approach, Fang Chen set up a Tier 4 array formation. In an instant, the 2 Earth Core Demon Dragons that were attacking him were trapped in the array. Then, with lightning speed, he used the 7th level of the mysterious sky sealing technique to kill one of the Earth Core Demon Dragons. The remaining Earth Core Demon Dragon was instantly defeated by the powerful attack of the 5 Thunder Calamity technique. Within the array, Fang Chen could appear in any corner as he wished. Moreover, the Earth Core Demon Dragons were restrained and could not fight back. In the blink of an eye, the 2 Earth Core Demon Dragons were killed by Fang Chen. After killing the 2 geocentric demon dragons, the 4 geocentric demon dragons in the sky finally arrived. Sharp screams resounded through the sky. Fang Chen knew that things were not good and prepared to retreat. However, at this moment, he saw Tai Izuan and the others return. "Let's advance and retreat together," Tai Izuan shouted. Then, the 6 of them joined the battle. With the 6 of them joining, Fang Chen's side instantly turned the tide. "Come here." With the addition of the other 4 Earth Core Demon Dragons, Fang Chen was a little wary. He waved his hand and the other 7 came to his side to confront the Earth Core Demon Dragons. "I will set up an array later to trap the Earth Core Demon Dragons. You guys take the opportunity to kill them. Poochie." Just as Fang Chen was speaking, there was a scream not far away. Fang Chen and the others turned their heads and saw that the 3 of them had joined forces and killed a Earth Core Demon Dragon. This, Torvosaurus and the others were a little confused and could not believe their eyes. So powerful! Tai Izuan was shocked. Roar. The remaining 5 Earth Core Demon Dragons let out a furious roar as they charged forward to attack. Whoosh! The Rank 4 array was completed. Fang Chun had set up 5 Rank 4 arrays consecutively. This was the first time he had set up a chain array to prevent the Earth Core Demon Dragons from rushing out. Torvosaurus and I will use our bodies to block their attack. You guys attack from the back, Fang Chun said wisely. With that, Fang Chun activated his perfect sword body and stood in the middle of the array. Beside him, Torvosaurus' body was shining with golden light. Roar! The 5 Earth Core Demon Dragons were very powerful. The first attack made Torvosaurus' body continuously retreat. At the same time, the Rank 4 array shook and was about to shatter. During the second wave of attack, the first Rank 4 array shattered and Torvosaurus' body was sent flying. Only Fang Chun was barely able to block it. These 2 blocks also bought some time for the other 6 people. The 6 overbearing attacks all landed on the Earth Core Demon Dragon that was fighting Torvosaurus. Crack! That Earth Core Demon Dragon died instantly. The remaining 4 Earth Core Demon Dragons instantly entered a state of madness. Crack! The second Rank 4 array shattered. Fang Chun knew that things were not good. He continued to use the 7th level of the mysterious sky sealing art. However, the attacks of the 4 Earth Core Demon Dragons were too powerful. Fang Chun was also a little overwhelmed. Senior brother Fang Chun. Tai Izuan shouted from behind. They wanted to retreat. However, Fang Chun was already surrounded by the 4 Earth Core Demon Dragons. Seeing this, Murong Bing rushed to Fang Chun without saying a word, wanting to help. Not good. Come over. Fang Chun shouted. Murong Bing's body suddenly stopped moving forward. It was also at this time that Fang Chun gritted his teeth and directly used the 5 Thunder Calamity technique. In the next moment, the 5 Thunder Calamity techniques chant appeared in Fang Chun's mind. Then, the sky was filled with thunder. Dark clouds covered the sky and a sea of lightning rolled. What is this? Tai Izuan and the others widened their eyes and looked at the sky. It seems that senior brother Fang Chun is breaking through, Torvosaurus said. For a moment, the 7 of them looked at Fang Chun quietly. Crack! The 4th rank array also shattered, and the 4 Earth Core Demon Dragons attacked Fang Chun crazily. Even with the perfect sword body, it was a little unbearable. However, Fang Chun forcefully triggered the lightning tribulation. He wanted to use it to cultivate the 2nd level of the 5 Thunder Calamity technique. His soul had already reached the peak of the purple rank, and he was only 1 step away from transforming into a primordial spirit. Cultivating the 5 Thunder Calamity technique was also a matter of course. Breakthrough! Fang Chun shouted in his heart. Thunder rumbled in the sky, and a thick lightning snake instantly swooped down. Crack! The lightning snake smashed onto Fang Chun's body, and even the 4 Earth Core Demon Dragons were affected. The lightning snake exploded, and its power made the 4 Earth Core Demon Dragons retreat in fear. Obviously, they were also a little afraid of this terrifying lightning tribulation. However, how could Fang Chun let them go so easily? He triggered the lightning tribulation to deal with them. Rumble! The 2nd level of the 5 Thunder Calamity technique was extremely terrifying. Fang Chun relied on the perfect sword body to successfully resist the lightning tribulation. Moreover, he attracted the lightning tribulation to the 4 Earth Core Demon Dragons. Dong! When the 3rd lightning snake descended, one of the Earth Core Demon Dragons died instantly. Damn it, run! One of the Earth Core Demon Dragons roared. The 3 Earth Core Demon Dragons crazily attacked the last Rank 4 array, trying to escape. However, the terrifying lightning snake whizzed over. The Earth Heart Devil Dragon race was afraid of lightning. Now, Fang Chun triggered the lightning tribulation to deal with them, which made them even more terrified. This time, a total of 9 thick lightning snakes whizzed over and directly bombarded one of the Earth Core Demon Dragons. In an instant, he was killed. There were 2 more left. Fang Chun felt that the second level of the 5 Thunder Calamity technique had been cultivated. In other words, there was not much lightning tribulation left. Let's give it a try. Fang Chun was ready to trigger all the lightning tribulation in one go to deal with the 2 remaining Earth Core Demon Dragons. Rumble. In the sky, the sound of thunder resounded through the sky. In the rolling sea of lightning, there were dozens of lightning snakes constantly swimming. Fang Chun waved his hand and the purple level soul spread out. Suddenly, dozens of lightning snakes with terrifying power swooped down. Crack! At the critical moment, the rank 4 array shattered. The 2 Earth Core Demon Dragons were relieved and frantically ran for their lives. It's too late. Fang Chun's face was filled with madness as he said in a deep voice. Rumble! Dozens of lightning snakes descended in an instant. No! The Earth Core Demon Dragon in the lead suddenly pushed its partner under the lightning snake. Immediately, its partner exploded and died. Using this time, the leading Earth Core Demon Dragon hurriedly escaped. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. I'll chase after it. The Torvosaurus wanted to chase after it, but it was stopped by Fang Chun. Whoosh! The crisis was resolved. Fang Chun heaved a sigh of relief and sat on the ground. Forcefully triggering the lightning tribulation had exhausted him. Fortunately, he had successfully passed the second lightning tribulation. Now, Fang Chun's soul was revolving in his mind and was fully recovering. The second level of the 5 Thunder Calamity technique. Fang Chun's face had a trace of a smile. The 5 Thunder Calamity technique was a secret technique for cultivating the soul. Its attack power was outstanding. He had benefited greatly from it and had finally reached the second level. However, when he thought of the old man from the Source of Soul, who said that the 5 Thunder Calamity technique would make the martial artist crazy, he was a little confused. Forget it. I'll take one step at a time. Senior brother Fang Chun, you're too brave. The Torvosaurus laughed. His respect for Fang Chun was endless. Tai Izuan and the other's eyes were filled with respect. A martial artist who had broken through the extreme realm was indeed extraordinary. Chapter 1272. Of the 8 Earth Core Demon Dragons, 7 were killed, and the last one fled in a hurry. This battle record was shocking. However, all of this was because of Fang Chun. If it weren't for Fang Chun, they wouldn't have been able to kill so many Earth Core Demon Dragons. Senior brother Fang Chun, I didn't expect you to be a 4-star formation master. Impressive. Man Long was very impressed by Fang Chun. Fang Chun hurried to recover his strength. He closed his eyes, and the star pagoda floating in his sea of chi emitted a rich power of stars that covered his whole body. Then, he took out a geocentric magma fruit and swallowed it. After a while, Fang Chun's face regained its color. How are you? Tai Izuan asked. Fang Chun nodded and said, I'm fine. Let's quickly leave this place. If the Earth Core Demon Dragon that fled in a hurry summoned their so-called king, it would be a little dangerous. Fang Chun and the others quickly left this place. There were dangers everywhere in the Blood Ruins. This was only the beginning. After leaving the cliff, Fang Chun and the others hurried along, and finally found a dilapidated city on a plain dozens of miles away. There were many cultivators in this city. However, most of them were low-level heavenly body tier cultivators. When the Blood Ruins opened, the 9 great Star Kings led many heavenly body tier cultivators in. Some weak low-level heavenly body tier cultivators also took advantage of the chaos to enter. They coincidentally obtained some precious treasures that were useless to them, so they came to this dilapidated city to trade. After more than a month, the dilapidated city became one of the trading points. The Blood Ruins was huge, and there were many such cities. Where there were people, there would be trading. Even mid-level heavenly body tier cultivators, and even high-level cultivators needed something. Thus, the trading points naturally appeared. Fang Chun and the others entered the city. There are many people here, Man Long said. At this moment, someone suddenly walked toward the 8 of them. To enter the trading city, Each person has to pay 10 million purple crystals or a level 4 god tool. This cultivator was at the 4th level of the heavenly body tier. Why? Asked the tortoise dragon. This trading point is controlled by Lord Long. Those who enter the city will naturally receive Lord Long's protection, the cultivator said. Collecting protection fees. Fang Chen raised his eyebrows and muttered to himself. If you don't pay enough violet crystals, you can't enter. Otherwise, if you anger Lord Long, all of you will die. This martial artist was very arrogant because behind him stood Lord Long. He did not fear these 8 people. However, at that moment, Murong Bing walked straight towards the warrior. Let Long Fading come out. Hearing this, the warrior was a little surprised. Who are you? How do you know Master Long's name? Murong Bing no longer paid any attention to this warrior. Her aura rippled and instantly spread out, permeating into the city. Immediately, a hearty laugh came from the depths of the city. Ha ha ha, Bing I didn't expect you to enter the ruins as well. As soon as he finished speaking, a handsome man with a dignified appearance descended from the sky. It's Lord Long inside the trading point, everyone exclaimed. To them, Master Long was extremely elusive, and his strength was extremely powerful. Entering the city would allow one to receive Lord Long's protection. However, these people in front of them were actually able to make Lord Long personally come out to greet them. Who exactly were they? Lord Long, please forgive me. I didn't know she was acquainted with you, the warrior from before said with a trembling body. Long Fading waved his hand and said, You can leave first. Fang Chen carefully sized up Long Fading. His cultivation should be at the middle level of the heavenly body tier. As for which level, Fang Chen was a little uncertain. Long Fading gave off a very powerful feeling. However, Fang Chen sensed that Long Fading's aura was erratic. The tortoise dragon and the others quietly looked at Murong Bing. Bing you said you wanted to take the Starfield flying ship back to your hometown, but there was no news of you after that. I searched for you for a long time, but I couldn't find you. Where did you go during this time? Long Fading's eyes were filled with tenderness. Fang Chen and the others could tell at a glance. This Long Fading should be one of Murong Bing's pursuers. I accidentally entered a ruin that was isolated from the outside world, Murong Bing said. The matter of the demon subduing realm naturally couldn't be mentioned to the outside world. She could only lie. Haha, Bing I knew your talent was extraordinary. Breaking through to the heavenly body tier was only a matter of time. Long Fading laughed loudly. These are my companions. They want to enter the trading point, Murong Bing said coldly. Of course, Bing-er's friends are my friends. Please come in. Long Fading personally led the 8 people into the trading point. After a while, they arrived at a pavilion in the depths of the city. It was already good that such a dilapidated city could have such an environment. Bing since you and I have met, then you should explore the ruins with me. This way we can look after each other, Long Fading said. Murong Bing was silent. 7 people, can you give me some time alone with Bing Long Fading asked. Fang Chen and the others glanced at Murong Bing, then left the depths of the city and strolled on the trading street. The cultivators on the street looked at them curiously. Some are real and some are fake. Man Long was a little angry. This was practically a scam. Junior brother Man Long, don't be angry. The ruins are full of danger. How could it be so easy to obtain precious treasures? These cultivators used their precious treasures in the outside world to fake them here. It's understandable. In any case, everyone is just taking what they need, Fang Chen said with a smile. Those who could enter the ruins were at least heavenly body tier cultivators. Their vision was unique. How could ordinary people deceive them? The trading point wasn't big, and they finished exploring it in an hour. There were no precious treasures suitable for Fang Chen and the others. In the end, the 7 of them could only return helplessly. However, at this moment, Fang Chen noticed something from the corner of his eye. What's going on? Fang Chen felt that in a corner not far from him, the aura of the stall owner was somewhat familiar. Immediately, he secretly activated his peak purple tier soul spirit to check. There's nothing wrong. Fang Chen didn't understand. Boss, that person seems to be from the demon blood race, Little Mouse transmitted. You sensed it? Little Mouse's sense of smell was extraordinary. He could smell the blood in a cultivator's body. He had killed countless demon blood race with Fang Chen before, so he was naturally very familiar with the blood of the demon blood race. Although that person's disguise is very good, I can smell the blood on his body, Little Mouse said with certainty. Fang Chen's heart trembled, but his face didn't change. He pretended to find something he liked and walked to the stall at the side unhurriedly. He exchanged a few words with the stall owner, then spent some purple crystals to buy a small part. Fang Chen turned around and looked at the stall in the corner, pretending to be surprised. He quickly walked to the front of the stall. The stall owner sat there, completely unmoved. Fang Chen picked up a small piece of metal and asked, "What is this? Can't you see for yourself?" The stall owner said impatiently. Fang Chen carefully examined the piece of metal while Little Mouse closely examined it. Soon, Little Mouse confirmed that this person was definitely from the demon blood race in disguise. Immediately, Fang Chen calmly put down the piece of metal and left the stall. "Let's go," Fang Chen said in a low voice. Seeing this, the 6 people's expressions changed. They quickly followed Fang Chen to the depths of the city. "Let's go." However, before they could see Murong Bing, they heard her shout. Suddenly, a magnificent aura spread across the place. The stall owners in the city all removed their disguises. Only then did Fang Chen discover that aside from the demonic blood race that he had just discovered, the other stall owners were also not humans. Bloodthirsty race, Tai Izuan exclaimed. The martial artists in the city suddenly became members of the bloodthirsty race. Long Fading, you betrayed the human race. Barbaric Dragon roared. In the depths of the city, Long Fading slowly walked over with the imprisoned Murong Bing in one hand. His face was filled with a sinister smile. "You guys are still young. How dare you enter the blood relic? What a joke!" Long Fading sneered. Fang Chen's group of 7 was surrounded by members of the bloodthirsty race. "Long Fading, let Murong Bing go," Fang Chen said. This bitch. No matter what, I, Long Fading, am a talented man. However, I was heartlessly rejected by her. Since she doesn't know what's good for her, don't blame me." Long Fading laughed wildly. Murong Bing, who was imprisoned, had a cold look in her eyes. "Leave. Don't worry about me." Murong Bing roared. The bloodthirsty race and demon blood race in the city weren't too strong. If Fang Chen's group wanted to escape, they still had a chance. "It's useless. Once you enter the city, your lives are already in my hands," sneered Long Fading. "Long Fading, you despicable person. You joined the other races to deal with your own kind." Barbaric Dragon was furious. "What can the human race give me?" Long Fading said. "But the other races you keep saying can give me everything I want. Just wait. Our Emperor will definitely return to this world and end the human race's rule." As soon as Long Fading finished speaking, he waved his hand and the city was sealed. Fang Chen and the others' hearts tightened. "Die!" Long Fading reached out with his hand, wanting to kill Fang Chen's group. Crash! A rank 4 formation appeared, and Fang Chen's group of 7 entered it. Bang! Long Fading's hand was blocked by the rank 4 formation. "A mere rank 4 formation wants to stop me, Long Fading." Fang Chen quickly set up rank 4 formations. One after another, linked formations surrounded him. His speed had already surpassed Long Fading's speed of breaking formations. Tai Izun and the others' faces were gloomy. "We can't go on like this. Once senior brother Fang Chen runs out of energy, we'll be dead. If only we could inform the other races. Everyone has the right to kill those who betray the human race," said Barbaric Dragon. For a moment, the 7 of them were in grave danger. Chapter 1273. Long Fading was furious. He was a mid-level heavenly body tier cultivator, yet it was so strenuous for him to deal with a few low-level heavenly body tier cultivators. It was all because of this damned formation. Long Fading hated formations the most, but there was no other way. He had joined the 2 great clans for the corresponding benefits. For this, he had paid a lot. The higher-ups of the 2 great clans had asked him to guard this place and lure and kill human cultivators. Gotcha! Long Fading shattered the formations one by one. However, Fang Chen's speed of setting up formations was extremely fast. He had been holding on. Long Fading was focused on breaking the formations, and even ignored Murong Bing. Murong Bing's face was filled with coldness. Originally, she had a good impression of Long Fading, but now it was all gone. Long Fading had joined an enemy force of the human race, and everyone had the right to kill him. Long Fading, you won't have a good ending for betraying the human race, Murong Bing said coldly. Long Fading heard this and stopped attacking. Then, he sneered, you'd better think about your current situation. After I kill the 7 of them, I'll come and take care of you. When he said, take care of, there was a meaningful smile on Long Fading's face. Long Fading, you despicable person. Murong Bing was very angry. However, she was imprisoned and couldn't move at all. She could only use words to slow down Long Fading's speed. As expected, Murong Bing's words were effective. Long Fading's speed slowed down a lot. This made Fang Chen and the others, who were inside the formation, feel relieved. We can't go on like this, Manlong said. Tai Izuan and the others were livid. They didn't expect to encounter a bastard like Long Fading after killing the Earthheart Demon Dragon. Fang Chen didn't say anything, and continued to set up the formations. At the same time, Little Mouse, Demon Armor Insect, and Dark Night Queen burrowed into the ground. Hold on for a while longer, Fang Chen thought to himself. At the same time, he was constantly in contact with Little Mouse. Just now, an idea flashed through his mind, and he thought of a way. He told Little Mouse and the other 2 to escape through the big hole in the ground. However, the first problem to be solved was to save Murong Bing. Long Fading's attack speed was very fast, but Fang Chen's formation speed wasn't slow either. After half an hour, Long Fading finally decided not to waste any more time. Bastard, you really think I can't do anything to you? Long Fading stood in the air and shouted. Immediately, the star pagoda in his chi gushed out a terrifying star energy. In the next moment, Fading used a forbidden technique if he had a Murong. He wouldn't use it would Fading forbidden techniques with its side. But now, there was no other way. Littles. Fading Little Murong you. It was Little Fading Iding was. He raised his head and looked at Long Fading, but the latter didn't seem to notice anything unusual. Soon after, she relaxed. Crash. Murong Bing's body fell into the hole and disappeared in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Long Fading's forbidden technique was fully unleashed and heavily blasted on Fang Chen's Tier 4 formation. Within the formation, the other 7 people had already entered the underground cave in a single file. Only Fang Chen was left holding up the formation. Boss, Murong Bing has been saved. Just when Fang Chen was struggling to hold on, Little Mouse's voice was heard. Fang Chen was overjoyed when he heard that. Before he entered the hole, he looked up at Long Fading through the formation. If I don't die today, you'll be killed in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Chen dived into the underground cave without looking back. Dong. At this moment, a wild attack whizzed through. The layers of the formation were instantly shattered. Long Fading's face was full of smiles. He jumped and arrived in front of the shattered formation. Trash! Long Fading sneered as he looked at the shattered formation. However, when the formation was completely shattered, the smile on Long Fading's face instantly froze. What's going on? Long Fading's powerful soul swept through the ground. He was furious. Damn it! Long Fading roared and immediately drilled into the underground cave. Suddenly, they discovered that there was a very long cave below the ground. I'm going to tear you into pieces. Long Fading was furious. He quickly walked in the hole, trying to catch up with Fang Chen and the others. Little Mouse and Dark Queen Mother led the way in front while Demon Armor Insect covered the back. The little mouse's teeth were too hard. The speed at which it dug out the cave was incomparably fast. The 8 of them quickly moved forward in the dark hole. Murong Bing's face was full of apologies. I'm sorry. Now is not the time to say this. Let's escape first. Fang Chen said in a deep voice. The others nodded. They could vaguely hear the angry voice behind them. It must be Long Fading. Whoosh, whoosh. Once they reached the bottom of the hole, the chase officially began. With Little Mouse and the Dark Queen Mother, Fang Chen and the others were in the lead for now. But Long Fading didn't give up. Just like that, around 6 hours later, Fang Chen and the others finally broke out of the ground. The reason was that the soil in front of them was too hard. Little Mouse couldn't chew through it. If they stubbornly persisted, their digging speed would be very slow. It wouldn't be long before Long Fading caught up. Let's go. Fang Chen directly ordered. The 8 of them immediately broke out of the ground. Ahead of them was a valley filled with dense smoke. It gave off a very terrifying feeling. What's in the valley? Asked Tai Izuan. Could it be the place where some expert died? Asked Barbaric Dragon. Let's go. Fang Chen made a prompt decision. Immediately, the other 7 people followed closely behind and entered the valley. Crash. When Long Fading broke out of the ground, he just happened to see Fang Chen and the others enter the valley. His expression constantly changed, and in the end, he stopped. Humph, how ignorant. They actually dared to enter Death Valley. Long Fading sneered and turned to leave. In Long Fading's eyes, entering Death Valley was no different from dying. That was because he knew best what was inside Death Valley. After passing through the fog, Fang Chen and the others entered the valley. As soon as they entered, they saw a shocking scene. The valley wasn't very large, but it was filled with corpses. The entire valley was filled with corpses and bones, piled up like mountains. A strong murderous aura spread out, causing the hearts of Fang Chen and the others to shudder. Just what is this place? Asked Tai Izuan. They had managed to escape Long Fading's pursuit with great difficulty, but they had ended up in such a place. These corpses should belong to the human race, said Fang Chen. The human race was different from the devil blood race and the bloodthirsty race. Let's go. Fang Chen led the way in front while the other 7 people moved forward slowly. After bypassing the mountain of skeletons, Fang Chen and the others found a skeleton sitting cross-legged on a bluestone. Upon seeing the skeleton, the faces of Fang Chen and the others instantly turned pale. Those with weaker souls let out miserable cries. Not good! Cried Fang Chen. He activated his soul to form a defensive barrier. This skeleton is attacking the soul. Everyone be careful! Shouted Fang Chen. This skeleton had been an expert of the bloodthirsty race when it was alive. Jie, it's been a long time since a human has entered Death Valley. A sinister voice came from within the skeleton. Who are you? Asked the barbaric dragon. You're asking me who I am after entering my territory? How ignorant, said the skeleton once more. Humph, trying to act mysterious. What can a skeleton that's been dead for countless years do to us? Sneered Tai Izuan. They had been caught off guard and suffered a soul attack from the skeleton. But now they had recovered. If it had been a living expert, they might have been afraid. But it was just a skeleton that had been dead for many years. What was there to be afraid of? Ridiculous. Kugu laughed in a sinister manner. Soon after, the mountain of corpses actually stood up one after another. Their bodies emitted a sinister aura of death. It was extremely terrifying. What do you want? Asked Fang Chen. I want a carrier, Withered Bones voiced out his thoughts. Fang Chen and the others were shaken. If the skeleton needed a vessel, could it be that he could revive himself? Thinking of this, the 8 of them looked at each other. "Old man, you really talk a lot of nonsense," said the little mouse calmly with its paws on its waist. "You're courting death." The skeleton was furious at the mouse's words. He was about to attack. However, the little mouse acted first. Roar. Innate ability, extreme piercing. The purple spear carried a terrifying piercing power as it shot towards the skeleton. Withered skeleton raised its arm, wanting to block the attack. Crack! Out of the skeleton's expectation, his arm was instantly pierced by the purple spear. "Old man, you're only SOSO." The little mouse laughed maniacally. Then, he performed his innate ability, Devour, again. A powerful suction force instantly spread out and sucked away the bones on the skeleton. In the blink of an eye, the skeleton was smashed into pieces. "How are you related to that mouse back then?" the skeleton cried out. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Could the mouse that the skeleton mentioned be the sky-devouring divine mouse that followed the Zhongjian emperor? The little mouse ignored the skeleton's voice and continued to attack. The skeleton's voice had a trace of fear. "Damn it, your entire clan deserves to die." The skeleton roared furiously. "The Zhongjian emperor seriously injured me back then. That damned mouse also used the same innate ability to kill me. I can't accept this." If it was an ordinary martial artist, the skeleton would be able to deal with him. However, he encountered the little mouse. His remaining trace of consciousness was not enough to withstand the little mouse's tyrannical attack. After being attacked by the little mouse's 2 innate abilities, the skeleton didn't even have the ability to control the skeleton. Chapter 1274. In the valley, the mountain of skeletons had fallen to the ground. The skeletons on the bluestone were fragmented and on the verge of falling apart. "Old man, where is this place? How can we leave?" the little mouse asked. "Ha ha ha, this is Death Valley. Don't even think about leaving." The skeletons let out a wild laugh. Thinking about how they were trapped in Death Valley and unable to leave, he was very happy. Even if his remnant consciousness was about to dissipate, he could still drag a few human geniuses down with him. "You're courting death." The little mouse rushed in front of the skeletons, opened its small mouth, and bit the skeleton's head. The skeletons immediately let out a miserable cry. Back then, when he fought with the Zhongjian emperor, his body and soul were almost destroyed. Now that his remnant consciousness had recovered a little, if he could find a suitable vessel, he would be able to revive. But he didn't expect to meet the little mouse. The skeletons were very unlucky. The little mouse's teeth were extremely sharp as it bit the remnant consciousness of the skeletons. "Old man, if you don't tell me, I'll make you wish you were dead," the little mouse threatened. "Humph, there's no harm in telling you. Anyway, don't even think about leaving." A person who was about to die didn't care about anything else. The skeletons slowly explained. It turned out that this valley was called Death Valley. It was the main battlefield of that earth-shattering battle. Back then, countless experts had died here. The old man was the only survivor in Death Valley. After the baptism of countless years, Death Valley was filled with the aura of death. If a human martial artist wanted to leave Death Valley, they had to convert the aura of life on their body into the aura of death. But how could ordinary martial artists do it? The aura of death was the aura of the dead. This stumped Fang Chen and the others. Damn it! Tai Izuan and the others were filled with worry. They didn't expect to accidentally enter such a damned place. "Old man, is there any way to leave?" the little mouse asked. "If you want to leave, you have to comprehend the true meaning of death." The skeletons laughed, taking joy in their misfortune. Crack! The skeletons that had lost their function was directly crushed by the little mouse, and the remnant consciousness dissipated. Little Mouse turned to look at Fang Chen. "Boss, what should we do?" Fang Chen's face was gloomy. He could clearly feel that the laws within the valley were different from those outside. Here, the aura of death was the main theme. It's impossible to convert all the life chi into death chi. The only way to get out of here is to comprehend the true meaning of death, Morong Bing said. The true intent of death was a legendary transcendent grade true intent. True intents were divided into elementary, intermediate, advanced, and transcendental. Of course, there was also the supreme true meaning that did not exist in this world. In the vast universe, those who had comprehended a transcendent grade true intent were few and far between, and those who could comprehend an exceptional true intent were practically none. Fang Chen's true meaning of space and time was the legendary supreme true meaning. That was his last thought. Without any foundation of cultivation, it was too difficult to comprehend the true intent of death. Is there no other way? Fang Chen muttered to himself. The 8 of them discussed for a while and decided to try and see if they could break out of Death Valley with their own strength. Then, the 8 of them went back the way they came. They wanted to leave through the entrance, but they found that the entrance to the valley had long since disappeared. The entire valley was like a single entity. There was no exit at all. Let's try attacking the same spot, Fang Chen said. Boom. 8 tyrannical attacks gathered at one point and ruthlessly attacked a certain point in the valley. Immediately, ripples appeared in the void. Then, a terrifying aura of death enveloped Fang Chen's group. Not good. Restrain your aura. Tai Izuan shouted. The 8 of them hastily retracted their aura. Even so, the dense aura of death still left some marks on their bodies. Too strong. The aura of death here is like the ruler of heaven and earth, Torvasora said as he looked at the wounds on his body. They had only just released a bit of life chi when the aura of death sensed it. From now on, don't release your aura, Fang Chen warned. Once they release their aura, they would be targeted by the aura of death. Then what do we do? Tai Izuan asked. Let's see if there are any other exits, Fang Chen said in a low voice. The 8 of them split up and searched for the exit. After an hour, the 8 of them had no result. Looks like we can't get out, Torvasora said helplessly. Who would have thought that they would enter such a mysterious place? There's no other way. We can only comprehend the true intent of death. Everyone shook their heads and sat down cross-legged. With the help of the dense aura of death in Death Valley, they began to comprehend the true intent of death. There was no other way. If they couldn't comprehend it, they would be trapped here forever. Fang Chen sat on the green rock where the skeleton was and closed his eyes. True intent of death. He had never come into contact with the aura of death before. It was very difficult to comprehend the true intent of death. We can only start from the intent of death, Fang Chen said. However, just as he closed his eyes, he suddenly discovered a unique sword chi emitting from his body. This sword chi was actually not afraid of the aura of death and was emitted. Then, the sword chi scattered in the void. Then, an image appeared in front of Fang Chen. Suddenly, Fang Chen opened his eyes and looked at the scene in disbelief. The scene in the image was exactly Death Valley. At that time, there weren't mountains of corpses in Death Valley. A middle-aged martial artist was holding a long sword and fighting with a foreign race expert. This is Emperor Zhang Jian, Fang Chen exclaimed. He saw what had happened in Death Valley. Could it be because I once obtained the inheritance of Emperor Zhang Jian? Fang Chen stared at this scene with his mouth agape. Emperor Zhang Jian was too strong at that time. He seemed to be able to destroy the starry sky with a raise of his hand. Fang Chen was shocked with every slash of the sword. The foreign race expert opposite him was no match for Emperor Zhang Jian. From the beginning to the end, Emperor Zhang Jian made a total of 3 sword strikes. He directly injured the foreign race expert. Then, the heaven-devouring divine rat appeared and used its innate ability to kill the foreign race expert. Emperor Zhang Jian's body seemed to have merged with heaven and earth. What realm is this? Fang Chen was shocked. Although he had come into contact with Emperor Zhang Jian when he was in burial sword state. At that time, he only thought that Emperor Zhang Jian was an expert from the outer verse and didn't think much of it. But now, it seemed that Emperor Zongjian wasn't just an expert. With such destructive power, he should at least be an expert from the divine world. Fang Chen thought to himself. Emperor Zongjian put away his long sword and his aura spread out. Fang Chen was fascinated and entered a state of enlightenment. Emperor Zongjian turned to look in Fang Chen's direction and revealed a bright smile. Voila! Emperor Zongjian disappeared and the image in front of him disappeared. As for Fang Chen, he was in a state of enlightenment. When he was in burial sword state, he received Emperor Zongjian's recognition. The sword Dao that he cultivated was more or less related to Emperor Zongjian. Now that he saw Emperor Zongjian's comprehension of sword Dao, he entered a state of enlightenment. His sword Dao aura spread out and the death aura in Death Valley couldn't get close. Little Mouse also saw Boss's abnormality and was a little surprised. Boss is breaking through. Sword Dao. Fang Chen kept recalling Emperor Zongjian's 3 sword moves in his mind, and it was simply shocking. Every sword strike was simple to the extreme, but its power was frighteningly great. If Emperor Zongjian didn't control his strength, the entire Death Valley would have been destroyed. Zongjian Emperor had also risen from humble beginnings and eventually became a top-notch expert in the vast universe. Unfortunately, he fell due to certain reasons. Although they are both Sword Dao, Emperor Zongjian's control of Sword Dao is too strong. Fang Chen exclaimed. While Fang Chen was in a state of enlightenment, the other 7 people were also rapidly comprehending the true intent of death. In the blink of an eye, 1 month had passed. Fang Chen and the others were safe and sound, but there was no progress. On this day, a figure appeared outside Death Valley. This person was wearing a golden robe, and if there were others here, they would definitely recognize this person. He was one of the 9 great star kings of the Old Hua Islands, Star Arrow King. This is, Star Arrow King accidentally discovered this valley and felt that the death aura in the valley was too strong. Standing outside the valley, Star Arrow King didn't step in. Instead, he picked up the longbow on his back and shot out an arrow. The most terrifying thing about Star Arrow King was his superb archery skills. On the Old Hua Islands, there was a saying among the heavenly body tier cultivators: "Don't provoke Star Arrow King. Otherwise, no matter how far away you are, Star Arrow King's arrow will pierce through the void and kill you." Although this saying was a little exaggerated, it also showed Star Arrow King's powerful archery skills. Swoosh! However, the moment the ordinary arrow left the bowstring, it seemed to be enchanted by Arrow Star King. With terrifying power, it directly pierced into the thick death aura around Death Valley. Dong! The arrow pierced into the death aura and exploded. The horrifying death aura formed a gigantic vortex in the void. It spun rapidly and devoured the aura of the sharp arrow. Seeing this, Star Arrow King's expression changed slightly. His intuition told him that this valley was very dangerous. Star Arrow King turned and left to find the other Star Kings. This valley was suspected to be the nest of the Demon Blood Tribe and the Bloodthirsty Tribe. The mission of the 9 great Star Kings was to destroy the nest of the 2 great tribes and eliminate all future threats. Star Arrow King left. However, he alarmed the other 7 people in Death Valley. What's going on? Someone is attacking Death Valley? What a terrifying attack. That person is at least at the peak of the heavenly body tier. Archery skills. Only that person can reach the peak of the heavenly body tier. Tai Izuan looked up at the void, his eyes filled with respect. Who is it? Man Long asked in confusion. Murong Bing seemed to have thought of that person as well and was very surprised. Old Hua Islands, Star Arrow King, one of the 9 great Star Kings, Tai Izuan said. Chapter 1275. Inside Death Valley. The arrival of the Arrow Star Monarch caused the 7 people, including Murong Bing, to be overjoyed. However, they soon discovered that there was no movement outside the valley. Has the Arrow Star Monarch left? Tai Izuan asked. Tai Izuan also felt a little helpless. It seemed that the restriction of Death Valley was too strong. Even the Arrow Star Monarch couldn't break it. It's over, it's over. The Arrow Star Monarch has left. We're probably going to die of old age here. Instantly, the mood of the 7 people became gloomy. Finally, the 7 people calmed down and sat down cross-legged to comprehend the true intent of death again. From beginning to end, Fang Chun had been comprehending the mysteries of Sword Tao. In the Burial Sword State's God-burying sword prison, Fang Chun had clearly sensed the Burying Sword Emperor's understanding of Sword Tao. At that time, he had only received a superficial understanding of the Burying Sword Emperor's inheritance. Now, the sword chi left by the Burying Sword Emperor in his body had triggered that scene, causing his heart to tremble. At the same time, his understanding of the Burying Sword Emperor's inheritance had deepened. Right now, he was like a small boat in the vast sea that could capsize at any time. However, no matter how many obstacles there were, as long as he worked hard, he would eventually reach the shore. Fang Chen's body was filled with Emperor's Sword Qi. He had already taken the 3rd step of the advanced Sword Tao Truth Scrolls 5-step. From this, it could be seen how heaven-defying his talent in Sword Tao was. The golden heart beat rapidly. Fang Chen kept recalling the 3 sword strikes of the Burying Sword Emperor in his mind. It was simply shocking. Time passed unknowingly. However, a few months was nothing to a heavenly body tier cultivator. Not long ago, an earth-shattering battle broke out in the Blood Ruins. It was said that 3 Star Kings participated in that battle. The remaining elites of the Bloodthirsty tribe and the Demonic Blood tribe all moved out, wanting to destroy all the humans in the Blood Ruins. That battle was earth-shattering. In the end, the Bloodthirsty tribe and the Demonic Blood tribe temporarily retreated and hid in the Blood Ruins again at the cost of one of their Star Kings being injured. Then, the 9 Star Kings gathered together. They realized the severity of their mistake. They wanted to join hands to destroy the defense line of the Bloodthirsty clan and the Demon Blood clan. At the same time, the 9 Great Star Kings issued a joint statement. All the human warriors who had entered the Blood Relic had to temporarily give up their internal strife and unite to deal with the 2 mortal enemies of the human race. This news caused a huge commotion in the Blood Ruins. Many martial artists who did not know the truth were shocked. Initially, he was thinking of entering the ruins to fish in troubled waters and see if he could obtain some fortuitous encounters. Who would have thought that they would get involved in the war between the Human Clan, the Demon Blood Clan, and the Bloodthirsty Clan? Their hearts were filled with regret. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chun and the others had been in the ruins for more than 4 months. During this period of time, the human race had engaged in a life-and-death struggle with the other 2 races. Countless corpses could be seen everywhere. It was extremely cruel. On the other hand, Fang Chen's group of 8 were relatively more comfortable. They were trapped in Death Valley. No one from the Demon Blood Clan or the Bloodthirsty Clan came to disturb them. As for the Arrow Star King, the sudden battle made him temporarily forget about this place. In these few months, Fang Chen had gained a lot. He had made a great breakthrough in the Sword Tao. He had finally succeeded in cultivating the secret technique of the heaven-extinguishing phantom sword. Although it was only a small success, Fang Chen was overjoyed. He had deliberately imitated the 3 strikes of the Zhang Sword Emperor and had gained an unexpected result. However, Fang Chen was a little disappointed that he still could not cultivate the 8th and 9th levels of the mysterious sky sealing technique. His cultivation level had successfully broken through to the 2nd level of the heavenly body tier. In this way, his battle prowess had become even more powerful. Now, if he attacked with his full strength, he would not be afraid even if he was facing a 5th level heavenly body tier martial artist. If he encountered Long Fading again, he would be able to fight him and even kill him. Geniuses who had broken through to the pinnacle level had a natural advantage in cultivation. With the help of the Golden Heart, after stepping into the heavenly body tier, Fang Chen's strength could be said to have improved by leaps and bounds. On this day, Fang Chen felt a tremor in his mind. Immediately, he opened his eyes. His face was filled with ecstasy. He hurriedly looked into his mind, and shockingly found that the original soul in his mind had disappeared. In its place was a little golden man that looked exactly like him. This was his primordial spirit. Origin spirit? Fang Chen was overjoyed. Only by cultivating one's soul to the pinnacle could one cultivate an origin spirit. And once one cultivated an origin spirit, the power of one's soul would become divine sense. Divine sense could cover an area of 10,000 miles. It was very powerful. Being able to cultivate an origin spirit at the second level of the heavenly body tier was enough to go down in history. Under normal circumstances, heavenly body tier martial artists could cultivate their souls to the peak stage of the purple level at most. Unknowingly, Fang Chen had already entered the ranks of geniuses. However, regrettably, although he had cultivated an origin spirit, Fang Chen's soul cultivation level was still at the middle stage of the 7th level. This was understandable. In terms of soul cultivation, Fang Chen had not cultivated much. Although the improvement of one's soul could lead to the improvement of one's soul cultivation level. However, after breaking through to the pinnacle level, the improvement of one's soul had long surpassed the improvement of one's soul cultivation level. As a result, even after cultivating an origin spirit, his soul cultivation level still had not reached the peak stage of the 7th level. However, Fang Chen was confident that he could raise his soul cultivation level to the pinnacle within a year. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Fang Chen slowly stood up. After cultivating in seclusion for a few months, he had not moved at all. It was time to stretch his body. Although he had not comprehended the true intent of death, he had gained a lot. Senior brother Fang Chen, have you comprehended the true intent of death? Man Long hurriedly asked when he saw Fang Chen. Tai Izuan and the others also opened their eyes. Senior brother Fang Chen has reached the 2nd level of the heavenly body tier, Tai Izuan said with a smile. The others widened their eyes, somewhat shocked. How long had it been? They had not even touched the threshold of the 2nd level, yet Fang Chen had already stepped into the 2nd level. So freakish! A genius who has broken through to the pinnacle level is indeed extraordinary. Murong Bing also looked at Fang Chen with a smile. I have gained a little, but I still have no clue about the true intent of death, Fang Chen said. Man Long chuckled, and then the power around his body surged, his battle intent overflowing. Senior brother Fang Chen, let's spar. It just so happened that Man Long had gained a lot during this time, and his physical strength had reached the pinnacle, experiencing a qualitative leap. Sure, Fang Chen said. The others all stepped aside, waiting to see. I'm going to attack. As soon as Man Long's voice fell, he suddenly activated all the power in his body and fiercely punched out. Everyone saw that wherever Man Long's fist passed, the air would dissipate, and the space would become chaotic. Man Long's power has become stronger, Tai Izuan said with pursed lips. When he had just entered the demon-subduing realm, he could still barely fight Man Long. Now, Man Long had already left him in the dust. 1. Activating the perfect sword body, Fang Chen's defense reached the highest level. Dense Emperor's sword chi surrounded his body. Pung! Man Long's fist landed on Fang Chen's body, but the latter didn't move at all, and just welcomed it with a smile. Yes. The Torvosaurus was shocked to find that the ruler's sword chi around Fang Chen had penetrated his fist and entered his body, corroding his body. So strong. Man Long hastily pulled back his fist and activated the star energy within the star pagoda to disperse the Emperor-level sword chi. He looked at Fang Chen in shock and slowly said, Senior brother Fang Chen, you really are a monster. Everyone was also shocked. Fang Chen's strength had reached such a level? Barbarian Dragon's full-strength punch was something that even they wouldn't dare to block head-on. But Fang Chen just stood there without moving and blocked it. Everyone looked at Fang Chen with complicated expressions. Cultivating with such a monster was too much of a blow to their confidence. Fang Chen seemed to feel everyone's emotions and laughed. As long as you work hard, there will be a day when you will surpass me. Senior brother Fang Chen, you don't have to comfort us. Man Long curled his lips. We know our own strength. Sigh, let's not talk about it. Fang Chen changed the topic. How did you guys comprehend the true intent of death? The 7 of them shook their heads helplessly. The true intent of death is a transcendent true intent. How could it be so easy to comprehend it? Man Long said. Yeah, even senior brother Fang Chen couldn't comprehend it, let alone us, Taizuan said. The 8 of them fell into deep thought. They couldn't continue like this, they had to find a way out. But other than comprehending the true intent of death, or transforming their own life energy into death energy, what other methods could they use? Just as the 8 of them were pondering, the ground beneath them loosened, and the little mouse broke out of the ground. Boss, I found a strange place. The little mouse's words caused their expressions to change. Fang Chen hurriedly asked, Where is it? Follow me. The little mouse led the 8 of them into the ground, and soon arrived at the depths of the ground. There was a palace here. The 8 of them stood in the palace, looking around. The soil under Death Valley is too hard. I spent a few months digging to this place. I originally wanted to dig out, but every time I reached the edge of Death Valley, I couldn't understand the ground, the little mouse said. Did you find anything? Fang Chen asked. The little mouse chuckled and put its paws on its waist. With me, Grandpa Mouse, there will definitely be a great harvest. Man Long chuckled and looked at the little mouse, asking, Did you find a way out? The little mouse shook its head. I'm not sure if we can get out. This Death Valley is too strange, but I feel that the things here should be helpful to us. Hearing this, the 8 of them stared at the little mouse with brightened eyes. The latter jumped onto a lamp stand in the middle of the palace with a swoosh. Shortly after, it grabbed the luminous pearl on the lamp stand and threw it at the stone wall at the front of the palace. Crack. Chapter 1276. The palace was surrounded by stone walls. However, when the little mouse threw the night illumination pearl at one of the stone walls, it opened. The 8 people's hearts trembled slightly as they stared at the stone wall. A stone door opened on the stone wall. What's inside? Asked Fang Chen. He could feel a powerful destructive aura gushing out from within. Boss, look. Under the little mouse's control, the stone door opened and the night illumination pearl illuminated the entire room. There was a set of armor in the room. The dense aura of destruction was emitted from the armor. The 8 of them instantly sensed that this set of armor was not ordinary. What kind of armor is this? Why does it make my heart palpitate? Asked too long, this armor is releasing a terrifying destructive aura. It's too shocking, said Taizuan. The others were also dumbfounded as they stared at this set of armor. Their intuition told them that this set of armor was definitely of an extremely high grade. Boss, this set of armor seems to have been left behind by some almighty who had participated in the Battle of Death Valley. It's filled with a dense death aura. If you wear this armor and activate the death aura within, you should be able to leave Death Valley. That was the little mouse's guess. The 8 of them's eyes brightened and they hastily walked over to the stone room and stared at the armor. The armor was pitch black in color. Ripples could be seen flickering on the surface of the armor. An aura of death was emitted from the armor as if it could destroy the heavens and earth. Even after being left here for so many years, this set of armor is still able to release such a powerful death aura. Murong Bing was very shocked. Just how powerful had this expert been when he was alive? Fang Chen carefully walked into the stone room and used his perfect sword body to touch the armor. An unexpected scene appeared. The death aura on the surface of the armor was actually corroding Fang Chen's hand. When the other 7 people saw this, they were also stunned. They had only been happy before and hadn't even thought about whether they could control the armor with their current strength. The corrosive power of the aura of death is too strong. I can't touch it. How do I pass through it? Fang Chen was caught in a dilemma. However, at this moment the little mouse arrived in front of the armor. Boss, this set of armor can only be used by martial artists who have comprehended the true meaning of death, Little Mouse said. Then, Fang Chen sighed when he heard this. The 8 of them had yet to comprehend the true intent of death, so they were unable to find the sky armor. Even if they found the sky armor, what use would it be? Boss, give it a try. Fang Chen, who was deep in thought, was interrupted by the little mouse. When he looked at the armor again, his heart was filled with shock. The armor hovered before him. Furthermore, the aura of death emanating from the armor had been completely retracted. This, Fang Chen stared at the armor, dumbfounded. He was very puzzled. He subconsciously looked at the bottom of the armor and realized that it was the little mouse that was holding the armor. You can resist the corrosion of the armor? Asked Fang Chen. Boss, although the 8 of you have yet to comprehend the true meaning of death, I have. The little mouse laughed mischievously. Buzz, Fang Chen's mind went blank. His heart was filled with shock. After a long while, he tried his best to calm down the shock in his heart. You said you comprehended the true meaning of death? Fang Chen took a deep breath. The little mouse nodded. Ordinary demonic beasts are unable to comprehend the true meaning of death. That means their cultivation method is too inferior. As for me, I am the one and only heaven-devouring divine rat of this epoch. Naturally, I am much smarter than them. After hearing the little mouse's words, Fang Chen finally understood just how monstrous the heaven-devouring divine rat was. At this time, the 7 people at the entrance of the stone room were also looking at the little mouse in a daze. The little mouse was in high spirit. It looked at Tortoise Dragon and the others and said, "Like I said, if you follow me, you'll definitely be able to eat and drink well." After saying that, the true meaning of death appeared on the little mouse's claw and poured into the armor, completely controlling it. Then it had Fang Chen put on the armor. Crash! When it touched the armor again, Fang Chen was shocked to find that the armor didn't have the slightest bit of corrosion. Although he could still feel the surging true meaning of death, it didn't resist him at all. Easily putting on the armor, Fang Chen's face was full of smiles. Senior apprentice brother Fang Chen, can this armor really help us leave this place? Asked Tortoise Dragon hastily. Let's go out and give it a try. Fang Chen was already somewhat impatient. Wearing the armor, he quickly went to the surface. The little mouse had been on Fang Chen's shoulder the entire time, controlling the armor. After the baptism of countless years, he didn't know what had happened to the armor. He didn't dare to go too far away, afraid that something would happen to the armor and cause Boss to be injured. Boss, give it a try. The little mouse taught Fang Chen how to control the armor. Fang Chen nodded and controlled the armor. Instantly, a thick true meaning of death appeared around the armor and enveloped him. With a whoosh, Fang Chen charged towards the restriction of Death Valley. The other 7 people stared at Fang Chen. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen disappeared. Did it work? Asked Tortoise Dragon. It must have worked. Ha ha, we're finally going to leave this damned place. Tai Izuan's face was filled with joy. Crash! At this moment, the little mouse walked out of Death Valley with the armor. Actually, with the little mouse's strength, he could have left Death Valley long ago. However, he didn't want to leave Boss behind. That was why he went to dig a hole. But strangely, even if he had the true meaning of death, he couldn't bite through the soil at the edge of the hole. This shocked him. Who's next? Asked the little mouse. Everyone looked at each other. In the end, it was Tortoise Dragon who spoke. Ladies first. Murong Bing didn't say anything. She put on the armor and was sent out of Death Valley by the little mouse. Just like this, back and forth, the 8 of them were sent out of Death Valley by the little mouse. As for the demon armor insect and the Dark Knight Queen, they entered the interspatial ring. Crash! The little mouse was the last to leave Death Valley. Tortoise Dragon and the others looked at him with reverence. It was shocking that a spirit pet could comprehend the true meaning of death in such a short period of time. The little mouse comprehended the true meaning of death and became even stronger. He saw their gazes and chuckled. "How is it? Are you shocked by my peerless talent? I want to be the strongest spirit pet in the entire universe." The little mouse laughed heartily. "Senior apprentice brother Fong Qin, this armor is for you." The last martial artist handed the armor to Fong Qin. This armor could only be used by martial artists who comprehended the true meaning of death. It was useless to leave it on them, and it would be dangerous. Fong Qin glanced at the armor. "What do we do with this thing?" "Boss, I'll use the true meaning of death to seal it. You can throw it into the interspatial ring. Who knows, maybe one day you'll comprehend the true meaning of death." The little mouse smiled. Soon, the armor was sealed and thrown into the interspatial ring. Fong Qin and the others felt relieved. "Senior apprentice brother Fong Qin, what do we do now?" asked Tortoise Dragon. They had been trapped in Death Valley for several months. They had long since been stifled. "Everyone, how did we enter Death Valley?" Fong Qin already had a plan in mind and asked with a smile. If not for long fading, we wouldn't have to do this. Long fading betrayed the human race. He's too shameless." Several martial artists heard Fong Qin's words and couldn't help but curse Long Fading loudly. Meanwhile, Tai Izuan and Murong Bing smiled knowingly. It looked like Fong Qin had gained a lot in Death Valley. He actually dared to take the initiative to find trouble with Long Fading. "Senior apprentice brother Fong Qin, are you confident?" Tai Izuan asked. "I'm confident I can hold Long Fading back. As for the bloodthirsty tribe in the trading city, it's up to you guys," Fong Qin said. "All right, let's do it," Tortoise Dragon said solemnly. Although the 7 of them hadn't broken through in Death Valley, their strength had increased greatly. They were more than enough to deal with the low-level heavenly body tier bloodthirsty tribe. As long as Fong Qin could stop Long Fading. "Then let's go," Fong Qin said with a smile. There were still people coming and going in the trading city. However, almost all of the martial artists who entered the city died on the second day. This trading city was a bit remote. Almost all of the martial artists who came here were low-level heavenly body tier. They came to save their lives. Thus, this gave Long Fading a chance. He was practically lawless here. In the depths of the city, Long Fading sat cross-legged on a bluestone, his expression dark. "I've been feeling uneasy recently. Could it be that an elite has discovered this place?" Long Fading muttered to himself. If it was a mid-level heavenly body tier martial artist, he could still deal with them. Once a high-level heavenly body tier martial artist discovered this place, it would be troublesome. However, he was almost done with his mission. After killing a few more human prodigies, he could retreat from this place. He wouldn't have to take such a big risk. "Phew, I hope more idiots from the human race come." Long Fading spat out a mouthful of turbid air. Just as Long Fading was muttering to himself, there was suddenly a commotion in the trading city. Long Fading was startled and frowned. "What's the matter?" "Lord Long, someone is causing trouble in the trading city." Long Fading closed his eyes and said impatiently, "Just take them down." At this time, on the streets of the trading city, Fong Qin and the others were going all out, continuously attacking the surrounding stall owners. "You're courting death." A stall owner directly exposed his true body to block the attacks of Fong Qin and the others. Returning to the trading city once again, the feeling was quite different. This time, they came back for revenge. Poochie. Low-level heavenly body tier bloodthirsty tribesmen were no match for Fong Qin at all. He killed one with a punch, and his speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, the bloodthirsty tribesmen didn't dare to approach Fong Qin. The other 7 people were also going on a killing spree. All of a sudden, the whole trading city was in chaos. "Quickly call Lord Long," a bloodthirsty tribesman shouted. Not long after, an angry roar came from the depths of the city. Who dares to cause trouble in my territory? Do you want to die?